Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Monday, September 5th, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. So I just got home a little bit late. Was able to get home. We're going to have our fantasy football draft for 2022. This is the 4th annual NWSF Northwest Sports Fanatics Fantasy Football Draft live. A lot of people are getting their preparations started. I'm ready to go. I am ready to go. Looks like everyone is logged in except for Dirty Birds and Blumpkins. Hopefully they get in here quick enough, because if they don't get in here quick enough, how's it going? Like I said, I was going to be able to format the screen so that way I could actually have my picks show up like in years past, but I had to run to the store and I'm using a different format. So I'm not able to show the picks on the screen like I did before. But like I said, you're going to get the idea. I'll throw up some pictures in between. And then once the stream ends, then we'll go into Dodgers and we'll go into that particular lineup. I wanted to be able to get it set up, but I went to the beach and there was the big traffic jam. And so I had to run to the store. And like I said, for me to actually get this on time, I was worried about it a little bit. Let's go. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, baby. Let's go. All right. So Sarah ended up going with the number 1 pick. Ooh, where do I go here? Round 2. I can go Christian McCaffrey. I can go Cooper Kupp. I can go Austin Eckler. I can go Justin Jefferson. I can go Jamar Chase. I can go Derrick Henry. Now, logically, everyone is supposed to pick, running back for the first 4 or 5 picks. I don't trust Christian McCaffrey. Eckler is a machine. Cooper Kupp and Jefferson and Chase are good picks. Derrick Henry was hurt last year. We'll have to see where everything goes. This is tough because there's a lot of options that I could go here. McCaffrey, I just don't trust. Eckler, Kupp, Jefferson is where I'm kind of looking at. Where I would want to go, but I am going to surprise everybody, and I'm going to go Justin Jefferson with the number 2 pick in the draft. Okay. And I think that he's going to be the number 1 receiver. Now, I definitely could have went running back, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, Austin Eckler. I definitely could have went that route, but I'm banking that Justin Jefferson is going to be the best receiver in the league. And I know Cooper Kupp was great last year. And like I said, I could have went Cooper Kupp. I could have went Jamar Chase. I definitely could have went Eckler or Henry. But I wanted to make sure that I get my guy. You know what I mean? And obviously Sarah got Jonathan Taylor. And normally I would, if I had the 5th pick and I went running back, then I would have went for Cooper Kupp or Justin Jefferson. But like I said, sometimes you want to go with your gut feeling, and sometimes I got to switch it up and do a different strategy than everyone else. Everyone tells me that I'm supposed to go running back at number 2, number 1, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 are typically running backs. And then you go for the wide receivers, Cooper Kupp, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Devontae Adams. And then you end up going that particular route. But like I said, I wanted to make sure that I switched it up a little bit and did something a little bit different. And I wanted to surprise some of y'all too as well. And I know some of you guys are probably surprised that we went that route. So Sarah Small, my mod, the lead mod, who does a fantastic job, by the way. And like I said, I don't do things by the book. I am a person that does not do things by the book. I definitely, I do my own thing. So I know that was probably very surprising for some of you guys, but here we go. So we got Jonathan Taylor for obviously Sarah, great pick, first pick in the draft. You couldn't ask for a better player than Jonathan Taylor. I mean, if I would have had first pick, I would have went Jonathan Taylor. And normally, like I said, I go running back 99% of the time. I would have went Derrick Henry or probably Eckler, because it's PPR league, right? You know what I mean? But I wanted to make sure that I got my guy. And sometimes you want to root for certain guys that you believe in. And I went Justin Jefferson number 2, which is probably the only person on planet Earth that got Justin Jefferson or Cooper Kupp or Jamar Chase at 2. But like I said, I'm not like everyone else. I always finish in the top 3. And then number 3, let's see here. Holly Hundo went Eckler. Very smart pick, because that would have been the pick that I would have done if I didn't do Justin Jefferson. And then we ended up getting Buck Dynasty. He went Cooper Kupp. And then we ended up going with Team Guerrero. He went Jamar Chase. We're getting a lot more wide receivers off the board after I went. And then after that, it went Devontae Adams here as well with the Dirty Birds. It's very surprising that we only have 2 running backs within the first 6 picks. Do you see what I'm saying? But sometimes things can be a trend. Wild, right? I don't know if I've ever seen a draft that has drafted a running back and then I take a risk. And it's not a risk, but because like any running back can get hurt. Eckler could get hurt. You know what I mean? Like anybody can get hurt, but really the only running backs that have went off the board, Jonathan Taylor 1. I picked Justin Jefferson 2 because I'm not going to listen to the critics. Okay, I know what I'm going to get with him. Number 3 was Eckler by Holly Hundo, her first draft ever. Great pick. Okay, and then we got Cooper Kupp, Jamar Chase, and Devontae Adams. Wow, I did not expect you guys to do something like this, but it shows you maybe I set the trend. They're like, damn, went for Justin Jefferson instead of going for Derrick Henry or some of these others. Interesting. Sarah, how are you doing? Are you surprised on what's going on in the draft right now? Pretty crazy. Let's get to a hundo. Yeah, I had to do a drawing for that. Shep, what to do? Let's go. And then next up, Chief went McCaffrey. Okay, Chief, you went McCaffrey. I hope he doesn't get hurt for you. Hope everyone is good. Man, Carlos in the building. Yeah, seriously, for you to get first pick, did you scream? I was hoping we had a traffic jam, and I thought I wasn't going to make it home in time. So, and the thing is, I always finish in the top 3, right? And I've done multiple strategies, right? Where I've gone running back, wide receiver, wide receiver. I've gone wide receiver, running back. I've also gone running back, wide receiver, wide receiver. And I've also gone wide receiver, running back, wide receiver, running back. And one time when I was an idiot, I went running back, the first 4. But you got to be careful with that. So, you know what I mean? And I'm very surprised in you guys. The number 1 pick is Jonathan Taylor. Great pick. The notable pick, right? But is anyone surprised that I went Jay Jetta number 2? I know some of you guys are. Eckler would have went number 2 or number 3 normally. And then all of a sudden, when I went Jefferson, people got nervous. They're like, uh-oh. And then Cooper Kupp went off the board. Jamar Chase went off the board. Devontae went off the board. Wow. And then you go all the way to Christian McCaffrey. And then we got Najee Harris, Alvin Kamara, and then Derrick Henry went pick 10. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that. Unbelievable. And then we got Aaron Jones, Diggs, Swift. Woo! Yes. But like I said, if he has a healthy year, he could finish number 1 in the league. It's just that kind of risk reward. I wanted to make sure I put the screen up here so that way we could have that as well. But like I said, I ran out of time. So we're just going to do this draft. And then once the draft is over, we can obviously go into the regular streams. I'll be probably calling some of this college football game, or I'll be doing the Dodgers in about an hour. So, but did it surprise you? I mean, obviously it did, because everyone went wide receiver after me. After Holly went running back, 3 people went wide receiver after me. I don't think I've ever seen in a league where you get the first pick is Jonathan Taylor, and then wide receiver, running back, wide receiver, and then the rest of them were running backs all the way until pick 10. But, I picked Devontae Adams before, and sometimes a wide receiver who's elite can get you more points than a running back. And it's happened. I've had Devontae Adams, I've had Tyreek, and I've seen these guys put up 25, 35, 40 in some weeks, sometimes even 50. But, you have to be able to, go with your gut. And sometimes you got to pick your guys that you want to pick. So, wow, look at Dalvin Cook. Wow. We're on the clock here pretty soon. Interesting. Four picks coming in. I am ready. I am ready, everyone. Like I said, I just wanted to make sure I got home in time. And yeah, I just didn't know if I was going to be able to. Otherwise, I would, if I had a little bit more time, I might have been able to use my old program and then get it set up on here. But it looks like everyone made it in time. So let's go over the picks. Jonathan Taylor 1, Jefferson by me, number 2, with the surprise pick. Holly Hundo with the 3rd pick. Ended up going with Austin Eckler, a very smart pick there by Holly. Okay, that was a good one. Then we ended up having in the 4th pick, you had Cooper Kupp with Buck Dynasty. 5th pick, Team Guerrero and Jamar Chase. Then we went 6th pick, Devontae Adams with the Dirty Birds. Christian McCaffrey went 7th, the Chief will Chief. Najee Harris went after that. Alvin Kamara, Derrick Henry is the top 10. And now we are here. You are on the clock. Let's go. And where do we want to go? So we ended up going, what did we see? We got Dalvin Cook, Mixon, Debo, Fournette. And I'm gonna go this particular route. Looking at the players. Let's take a look to see what we got. Still some good quality pieces available. Where do I want to go? And let's see here. I'm going to have to go with Mr. Reliable. I'm going to go with a guy that would make the most sense to me. I'm going Nick Chubb. Let's go, baby. Justin Jefferson and Nick Chubb. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. So let's go through the teams real quick so far. Sarah has got Jonathan Taylor, and she went Tyreek and Kelsey back to back. Ooh wee. Wow. Sarah's got herself a little squad there. Wow wee. And that happens. And then let's see. I got Nick Chubb and Justin Jefferson. Let's see here. Oh, where do I want to go? Let's see. And I am going to go at Nick Chubb, and I got Justin Jefferson. I'm going to go Mark Andrews. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Mark Andrews. Let's go. Let's go, Sarah. Huh? Let's go. Jonathan Taylor, Tyreek, and Kelsey. O-Dogs team. Boom. Nick Chubb, Justin Jefferson, and Mark Andrews. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's see. Holly's got Eckler, Connor, and CD Lamb. Buck Dynasty's got Fournette and Kupp so far. He's on the clock. Team Guerrero's got Chase and Debo Samuel. Dirty Birds has got Joe Mixon and Devontae Adams. Chief will Chief has got McCaffrey and Cook. The Fluffers, Najee and Swift. Brute, Kamara and Diggs. He's a Saint fan. And the Blumpkins, Henry and Aaron Jones. Okay. See, Buck Dynasty ended up getting Fournette, Javonte Williams, and Cooper Kupp. And then now we got Guerrero on the clock. Then he got Cam Akers, Jamar Chase, and Debo Samuel. Dirty Birds is on the clock now. Joe Mixon and Devontae Adams. Let's go, baby. Braves fan in the building. What to do? What a draft so far, huh? And sometimes, you don't necessarily want to go for a tight end too soon. But when you can get an elite one, if Kelsey's off the board, I mean, I got to go. I got to make sure I get my consistent targets, and I want to make sure I'm getting consistent points. I like what I'm looking at right now so far. Elite wide receiver, elite tight end, elite running back. Things are looking good so far. Me too. Our teams are looking pretty good considering, normally the best pick is like 4th or 5th. Usually that's the best pick, but you have to pick correctly. And if you have you can still pick 1st, 2nd, 3rd and still, have something, even though it takes a while to get those picks to cycle through. But Jonathan Taylor, Tyreek, and Kelsey, great job, Sarah. right? And then look at my team: Chubb, Jefferson, and Andrews. Let's go. Let's go. And I don't pick necessarily the highest available. I'm going for, what I want to do. So Holly's got Eckler, Connor, and Lamb. Buck Dynasty's got Fournette, Javonte Williams, and Cooper Kupp. I almost went Javonte Williams. I think he's going to have a great year, but I want to go with someone more consistent that each year with Nick Chubb. Guerrero's got Akers, Chase, and Debo. Dirty Birds has got Joe Mixon, Devontae Adams, and Kyle Pitts. And you're a Falcon fan, so there you go. That you get what you want. Chief got McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, and Kittle. The Fluffers got Najee, Swift, and Keenan Allen. Brute has got Kamara, Diggs, and Mike Evans. Wow, you picked a Buccaneer. Ooh-wee. And then a Hershey, let's see, what do we got here? The Hershey Highway, or whatever that is there. I can't see it. Hershey Highway Blumpkins got Henry, Aaron Jones, Judy, and A.J. Brown. Okay. Still a lot of quality pieces available. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Thank God I got home in time. This is exciting, huh? I'm just happy that I got home in time. Hey, what's up, Scott? I know you don't usually hop in the streams that often, but please do, man. Make yourself acquainted with the Fanatic family. Like I said, I do streams every day, for usually 5 hours. We do football, baseball, we do wrestling, we do a little bit of everything. So, don't be a stranger. Hop in and, hang out once in a while. And it doesn't have to be just an NFL season. And then we end up doing, mental health and a little bit of everything. I usually show pictures of food at the very end, but I'm usually streaming from 6-7 p.m. until midnight or later. So, make yourself acquainted with the rest of the room. You probably are the only one that isn't really a regular in the room. And we want to make sure that, you come in and stop by, say hi, talk Buccaneers with me, or whatever you want to talk about. USF, Buccaneers, the Rays. Hey, maybe your Rays will play my Mariners. I'll be doing some playoff games as well. But I miss seeing you in the room. And I like to see you more than just once a year or once every 2 years, just in a fantasy football league. Come in and say hi. Even if you don't stay in the room often, make yourself a part of the Fanatic family. Okay? We miss you. Go Bucks. Let's get it, baby. Okay. Let's look at some of these picks that are going off the board. Kittle, Keenan Allen, Mike Evans, Judy, A.J. Brown, David Montgomery, Pittman, and DJ Moore. Dirty Birds is on the clock. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Guerrero's on the clock. Holly Hundo's on the clock. Okay, let's take a look. I got Nick Chubb, Justin Jefferson, Mark Andrews. Where do I want to go? Where do I want to go? All right, so we got Nick Chubb, Justin Jefferson, Mark Andrews. This is tough. I mean, there's multiple guys that I can go through here, but I am going to either take a risk or go with my gut. But let's take a risk and pray that it works out for me. We're gonna go Saquon Barkley, and I hope that he plays healthy enough. But if he does, I got Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, and Mark Andrews. That's pretty fucking solid. So let's go, baby. I knew I was going to have to take a risk at some point or another, but if Saquon can stay healthy, that could be big. It's just like CMC and Saquon. You can't really trust them, but it's not like Saquon. I took him in the first round, you know. Let's see here. Let's take a quick look to see what we got. And let's see. Let's see. First quarterback went off the board in Josh Allen already. Where do I want to go? Oh, do I do Mahomes or Herbert? It's a little early for me to be picking a quarterback, though. I'm going Justin Herbert. Let's go. Justin Herbert. Woo! Let's go. I even left Mahomes on the board for somebody. Let's go. Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, and Andrews. You better bring your A games, fellas. Ladies and gents. Ladies and gents. Holly Hundo, I set you up. Holly, I set you up. I could have easily took Mahomes, and I know you probably wouldn't have wanted to get Herbert or anything. And I could have went Mahomes, but I knew you picked after me. So, and I had a feeling, I had a feeling if you went Josh Allen, I was looking at him pretty soon, but I was going to look to see what was left in the depth chart. I saw that. There you go. And sometimes one person goes and the next, I was looking at Allen, Herbert, or Mahomes. That's who I was going to be looking at. So good picks. Good picks. So let's look at my team so far. Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, and Mark Andrews. Is this a cheat code? Is this a cheat code? Oh, dog. Bring in the house, baby. Sarah's team, Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Tyreek, Mike Williams, and Kelsey. Your team is looking fire, too. Normally when you pick early, the teams don't work out usually. Holly's team, Mahomes, Eckler, Connor, Lamb, and Jalen Waddle. Ooh, and at least this makes it fun for Holly. If she can't get Kelsey, she at least has Mahomes. So there we go. There we go. So let's look at the teams real quick. Let's bring this over here. So we got Sarah. We got Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Tyreek, Mike Williams, and Kelsey. Wow, what a team. O-Dog, Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon. That was my only, like risky pick, right? So I got Herbert, Chubb, Saquon, Justin Jefferson, Mark Andrews. All-star, ballin'. You want to see what my team is? What is my team? What's my team right now? Ballin'. Ha ha, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. I'm loving that. All right, let's look at the next team. Let's go Holly Hundo, Mahomes, Eckler, Connor, Lamb, and Waddle. Not bad. Not bad. And then we got Buck Dynasty. Scott, he's got Fournette, Williams, Cup, McLaurin, and Deontay Johnson. Dirty Birds, Brady, Mixon, Devontae, Higgins, Kyle Pitts. Chief will Chief, McCaffrey, Cook, Moore, and Kittle. Philly Fluffers, Najee, Swift, Keenan Allen, and Michael Pittman Jr. Brutes, Crush Us, AK-41, Montgomery, Diggs, and Evans. And Hershey Highway, Blumpkins, Henry, Jones, Judy, and Brown. Do me and Sarah have the best draft so far? I mean, Sarah's team is Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, number one running back, number one quarterback, Tyreek, top 5 wide receiver, number one tight end in Kelsey, and then she's got Mike Williams, who's a top 15 receiver. Not bad. Not bad. And then NWSF has got Herbert, top 5. Chubb, I feel, is in the top 8, right? Barkley, top 8. Jefferson, number 1. And Mark Andrews, number 1 or number 2. Oh, baby. Baby. Let's go. Russell Wilson going off the board. I was actually going to go Russell Wilson if the quarterbacks didn't start coming off the board. So. No, Kamara's off the board. Kamara went off the board early, dude. Let's go, baby. Who's got the best team, though, so far? Is it you and me, Sarah? And like I said, I didn't know if you were I didn't know if Sarah was gonna go QB. I knew someone was, whether Holly was gonna go, and like I said, nobody went QB in the first round, thank God. You know what I mean? So we did the traditional running backs or wide receivers. And sometimes you just have to be able to, find that right piece that makes sense for you. So let's go, baby. I love fantasy football. Nick R, thoughts on DK and who guy can trade him for? Well, he's going to be a top target, with him and Tyler get to the door and lock it, Nick R. But it is obviously Drew Lock and Geno Smith, so they're tanking to try to get the first pick in the draft. Alabama's quarterback. So, I mean, I don't know, man. It's going to be tough. I'm not sure if anyone would really want him. I mean, I know someone's going to grab him, and he'll have some stats. Bryce Young, though, that's what they're going to be looking for. Braun is back in. Nice. And it's always nice when you can end up picking players you can root for. Sometimes you just have to root for guys that, aren't really your guys. You know what I'm saying? But you have to be able to be smart about it. And like I said, if Sarah didn't go QB, I probably wouldn't have went QB either. Sometimes you just have to mirror what's happening around you because they're going to start going off the board. So the only pick right now that's risky for me is Saquon Barkley. But Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Justin Jefferson, and Mark Andrews, I got an all-star team so far. So let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, probably Bryce Young, though. Bryce Young will win the Heisman again, more than likely. And I don't think CJ Stroud will go one. I mean, he's a good player, but Ohio State quarterbacks usually don't pan out. You could say the same thing for Alabama's as well, unless they transfer and go somewhere else. But we'll see how it goes. But those should be, two of the top picks, and then Arch Manning down the road. But CJ's good, but CJ also has 3 potential guys that are going to make the NFL at wide receiver. I'm not sure if Bryce Young does. Usually they have a lot of players like offensive linemen, defensive players. They're always going to have good running backs and wide receivers as well, but I'm not sure if CJ Stroud, if he had weaker receivers, if he would be as good as he is. Because obviously you're getting a lot of help there at that wide receiver, core. So they got 3 NFL starting too. Are Bama's 3 better than Ohio State's 3? I mean, Bama's winning the championship, so I didn't watch Bama's first game, so I need to go back and watch that. But I would assume that Bama's got, offensive linemen, defensive players. They got everything set up there. All right, we're in round 6 now. Last few picks have been Brady, Breece Hall, Sutton, Waller, Russell Wilson, Knox, Etienne, Kyler, Cordero Patterson, and Jalen Hurts. Holly is on the clock. Okay, where do I want to go here? All right, where do I want to go? All right, so I got Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Mark Andrews. Team is looking nice already. So where do I want to go here? A couple options. All right, this is tough, but I am going to go. I have to go. I have Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, and Mark Andrews. So you got a few people here. Let's go Josh Jacobs to get some more depth. Bang. Let's go. So that way, if anything happens with Chubb and Barkley, at least I have another guy. There's a considerable drop-off now at running backs after the Josh Jacobs pick that I did. So now it's, you have to kind of look to see what you feel is going to be the best value. So and let's see, Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs. Let's see here. Oh, where do we go? Let's see. Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs. Let's see here. And where do we go? Where do we go? And why don't we keep it in the family? Let's go, Chris Godwin, baby. Even with the injury, I don't care. Woo! Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Godwin, Andrews, Josh Jacobs. Are you guys even playing? Are you guys playing? Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Herbert, Chubb, Saquon, Jefferson, Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs. Let's fucking go. Uh-oh, baby. Let's go. They don't call me the NWSF for nothing, baby. Hey, I was going to go DK Metcalf. I was thinking about going that route, but I was thinking, okay, Geno Smith and Drew Lock. I know he's still going to get stats there, and I know that Godwin's a little hurt, but sometimes you want to have some of your guys. Jefferson's my guy. Herbert's my guy, right? And obviously, I can't get Mike Evans because Brute Saint got him. So I was like, okay, well, I know the offensive line stinks, but I got to be able to, get something there. Somebody will, obviously. You're going to get some stats there, Calvin. Let's look at Sarah's team. Sarah has got, let's take a pick here. Sarah's team, Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Elijah Mitchell, Tyreek the Free Kill, Mike Williams, Travis Kelce, and Gabriel Davis. Not bad. I think my team might be slightly better, though. I got Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon, Justin Jefferson, Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs. I have no weak pieces on my roster whatsoever. Nothing, not even a weak way. The only one that you might debate is the Saquon. That's the only one I took a gamble on, but I had to go for depth. Let's look at Holly's team. Holly's got Mahomes. I left Mahomes. I dropped Mahomes right in her lap. After Josh Allen went off the board to Sarah, I was thinking Mahomes or Herbert, but I was like, okay, I'll let her be happy. It's her first year playing. I'll let her have Mahomes since she couldn't get Kelce, and that makes things a little funner when you can get at least someone that's on your team. Okay. Mahomes, Eckler, Connor, Lamb, Waddle. Let's see here. Amari Cooper, Evan McPherson. And you got your Florida kicker there. There you go. Let's look at Buck Dynasty. Fournette. Let's see here. Fournette, Williams, Kupp, McLaurin, Deontay Johnson, Dobbins, and Metcalf. Team Guerrero. You got Hurts, Akers, Elliott, Chase, Debo, Cooks, Mooney. Dirty Birds. Brady, Mixon, Patterson, Devontae, Higgins, Pitts, Chief, Kyler, McCaffrey, Cook, DJ Moore, Kittle, Breece Hall. I hope your guys don't get hurt there. They got some talent there, though. And then Najee Harris for Fluffers, Swift, Keenan Allen, Pittman, Cortland Sutton, and ETN, and Hershey Highway, Russell Wilson, Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones, Judy, AJ Brown, and Dawson Knox. Let's go. I'm interested to see what we're going to get here moving forward. Let's go, baby. Round 7, baby. I'm loving my team. This is actually one of my best drafts. Like I said, I usually will take a chance, here and there. But check it out. I had the number 2 pick in the draft, and I went Justin Jefferson because I think he's going to be Cooper Kupp of last year since Kevin O'Connell went over. No one in their right mind, right, goes Justin Jefferson 2. They're going to go Derrick Henry or Eckler, after Jonathan Taylor went 1. But I'm not like everyone else, and I still was able to manufacture running backs, even though I didn't get Derrick Henry or Eckler. I mean, I still got Chubb and Barkley. So, it's a win-win for me, and it's not like I got a shitty receiver to pair up with Jefferson. I got Godwin. And I got Mark Andrews. So, yes, let's go. I mean, like I said, there's a reason why people pay me $5 to $10 a week, or, they have me draft their teams for them, or, if they're paying $100 buy-in, $150 buy-in, $200 buy-in, and you can win $1,000, you know what I mean? You got to make sure that you're getting the right pieces there. That's facts. Let's go, baby. Woo-hoo-hoo! Let's go. Last few picks off the board. Let's see what they are. Look, we got some kickers coming off the board as well. And usually it just depends on your strategy, where you know. But we got, let's see, we got DK, Darnell Mooney, Robinson, Renfro. It's a good pick. Hunter Renfro, Chief. I was looking at Renfro in the next few picks. I was thinking about him. Goddard, Sanders, Romeo Dobbs, Tucker, Hollywood Brown. Let's go, baby. Yeah, you do. You know what I mean? And like I said, I usually don't like even picking quarterback this early. I was actually planning on picking like quarterback probably eighth, ninth, 10th round. I was thinking of doing Russell Wilson after stacking my team. But after, Sarah ended up going, with Josh Allen. So I was like, okay, well, if I don't go for Herbert or Mahomes at this point, I mean, I already have really good picks everywhere else. I mean, sometimes you can kind of pull the trigger a little bit earlier as long as you have the pieces in place that you want. So, let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. There, Pierce just went off the board. Chief will chief. There you go. Good pick, dude. Good pick. Shiv, you're a fucking Panther fan though, so you're biased. My team is fine, bro. I got Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon, Justin Jefferson, Godwin, Mark Andrews, and Josh Jacobs. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay, bro. Okay, baby. And you want to see the magic happen, right? You want to see the magic happen, baby? Let's see here. Where do I want to go? Let's see. Where do I want to go? I got Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Godwin, Andrews, Jacobs, and let's even though I got Jefferson, guess what? Adam Thielen, baby. Let's go. Let's go. But yeah, we don't know if he's the best player on the field if he's healthy. But we don't know if he's healthy. You know what I'm saying? So when someone's not healthy, it's a risk. I had to pick up Saquon even though I didn't want to, just taking a risk on certain players. So okay, I am on the clock. Um, let's see here. Okay, look at my team right now. Are you guys paying attention? Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Thielen, Bills, D. Bang! Bang! Let's go. Let's go, baby. And I know the Bills are going to play the Rams. I get it. You know what I mean? But my team is an all-star team. Come on, bro. Dude, Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Adam Thielen. Name the bad player on my team right now. I don't have one. Let's fucking go. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Let's get it, baby. Me too. Me too. Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Elijah Mitchell, Tyreek, Mike Williams, Kelsey, Gabriel Davis. Would you get Amon St. Brown? Nice. Kareem Hunt. There you go. There you go. I'm not sure if anyone has a better team than me, Sarah. I mean, look at the team from top to bottom. I mean, there's no weaknesses. Usually when you look at a fantasy team, when you're drafting, there's kind of like that so-so pick. You know, it's like you did the best with what was available. But there's a reason why drafting is so important. And like I said, if you do I had number 2 pick, and I could have went Eckler, I could have went Derrick Henry, I could have went many Dalvin Cook, and I went Justin Jefferson because I believe in him. And so I still ended up getting a dream team. Let's see. Holly's got Mahomes, Eckler, Connor, Lamb, Waddle, Ertz, Cooper, McPherson, and she got Juju Smith-Schuster. Okay. Let's go, baby. And then let's go Buck Dynasty. Let's take a look at Buck's team. All right, Buck Dynasty's got Rodgers, Fournette, Javonte Williams, Cooper Kupp, McLaurin, Schultz, Deontay Johnson, J.K. Dobbins, and Metcalf. Team Guerrero, Jalen Hurts, Cam Akers, Zeke, Chase, Jamar Chase, Debo Samuel, Hawkinson, Brandon Cooks, Darnell Mooney, and then Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Dirty Birds. Brady, Mixon, Patterson, Cordarrelle Patterson, Devontae Adams, Higgins, Pitts, Allen Robinson, Singletary, Burrow. Chief will chief. Kyler, McCaffrey, Cook, DJ Moore, Renfro, Kittle, Hall, Damian Pierce, and Rashad Bateman. Philly Fluffers. Stafford, Harris, Swift, Allen, Pittman, Goddard, Sutton, Etienne, and Devontae Smith. Crushes, Brute Saint, Lamar, Alvin Kamara, Montgomery, Diggs, Evans, Waller, Sanders, Hollywood Brown, and Dak Prescott. And Hershey, Russell Wilson, Henry, Jones, Judy, Brown, Knox, Romeo Dobbs, and Justin Tucker. Interesting. Let's go. the meats. Let's go, baby. All right, 5 picks away. Let's go, baby. Three picks away. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, it definitely gets harder to choose when you start getting towards the end. Herbert, Chubb, Saquon, Justin Jefferson, Godwin, Andrews, Jacobs, Bills, D, Thielen, and I already know where I'm going. Chase Edmonds, baby. Starting running back. One of the last ones that was left. Let's go. Let's go. You got to have depth. You have to have depth at wide receiver and running back. Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Adam Thielen, and Chase Edmonds. Let's go. You can tell I've done this more than once. Yeah, Scott, I was thinking either one of those just to give me a little bit more depth, because I have a Chubb and Barkley have the same bye week, but I was okay with that. I just needed to make sure that I can manufacture someone else. So, okay. Michael Thomas, Kirk, London. You still got some good names there. Still got some good ones. And you want to see my dream team? Are you ready? Harrison Butker. Let's go. I have the dream team, baby. Herbert, Chubb, Saquon, Justin Jefferson, Godwin, Mark Andrews, Jacobs, Bills D, Butker at kicker, Thielen, and Edmonds. I think my team might be, oh, baby. You got the Bucks D. That'll be good for you. I was thinking about them too. But I got, I was looking at Evan McPherson, Justin Tucker, or Harrison Butker. So, oh, it can be a headache, dude. It's not easy. You have to really know what the fuck you're doing for sure. Let's go, baby. Let's look at Sarah's team here. Let's see. Sarah's got Jonathan Allen, or no, excuse me, Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Elijah Mitchell, Tyreek, Mike Williams, Travis Kelsey, Gabriel Davis, Bucks D, Amon St. Brown, Kareem Hunt, and Make him puke Ayuk. Team's pretty nice. Pretty nice. I don't want to say that my team is the best out of everyone's, but we'll see at the very end. But I think my team is the best. I mean, Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Godwin, Andrews, Jacobs, Bills D, Butker at kicker, Thielen, Edmonds. I have no weaknesses. I have no weaknesses. And that's what happens a lot of times. Um, you know, that, you look at somebody and then they get picked right underneath you. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. I think my draft turned out pretty good so far. Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Harrison Butker, Adam Thielen, Chase Edmonds, starting running back. I mean, this might be one of my best drafts ever, honestly. This one's solid. Let's go. Yeah, but it's much more than that, man. You become a fan of the league. Once you find out, once you end up being good at it, it's just like, you don't have to root for that team to win. You just want that player to do good that's not on your team. So, and it makes you smarter about the league. A lot of people say that when they don't play, but when they do play, you get smarter, more about the league. And you can still have your fandom for your players and your team, but it makes you a little bit not as biased, and it makes it more exciting, man. Let's go, baby. Yeah, but I'm not sure if anyone's going to beat me in this league this year. I mean, I usually finish top three. I mean, I usually make 200 to 250 moves on the wire. I let my picks speak for themselves, but Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Harrison Butker, and on my bench is Thielen and Chase Edmonds, who's a starting running back. So you tell me, you know what I mean? Like, I've done plenty of $100, $200 buy-in leagues, and I had the number 2 pick, and I went Justin Jefferson instead of going Derrick Henry or anybody after Jonathan Taylor. So sometimes you got to not listen to what the people tell you on the internet, and you got to be able to stick with your gut, and that's facts. Yeah, fantasy definitely makes you enjoy other players. Yep, absolutely. This is one of the best teams I've ever drafted. You know what I mean? It's facts. Let's see. What do I got here? All right. I'm going to keep it in the family. I picked Justin Jefferson. I picked Thielen. And time to make sure if something happens to Herbert, Kirk Cousins. Bang. Let's go. Just to have that insurance, just in case something happens. So now I got the sleeper team of the NFL, and I got all 3 players. I got Cousins, I got Thielen, and I got Justin Jefferson. Let's go. Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Harrison Butker, Thielen, Chase Edmonds, and Kirk Cousins as insurance for Herbert. Oh, baby. But, to go number 2 with Jay Jetta, I don't know if anyone on planet Earth has done that. So, all right, where do I want to go? Where do I want to go? Let's see. Where do I want to go next? All right, I'm going to make sure I stay stout. I'm going Steelers D. Bang! That way I have Steelers and Bills. Steelers always get a shitload of sack lunches. Yum, 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 yum. With TJ Watt leading the league last year. And now I give myself insurance and I can flip-flop between Bills and Steelers D. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it, baby. Wow, what a draft, huh? What a draft. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That's a wild draft, though. Do you see my method? You know what I mean? Like, so just because you have a number 2 pick, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes you got to do not the what is expected. You know what I mean? Like, this is one of the best drafts that I've ever had, and I usually have pretty good ones. But again, it all started off with me not reaching, to go for Cook or Derrick Henry or run CMC. You know what I mean? I could have went that route, but I wanted to go with my guy, and sometimes that it ends up playing itself out for you. Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, the flex, Bills D, Harrison Butker. I mean, game over, dude. And then Thielen, right, who's going to be a stud. Obviously, Chase Edmonds is still starting running back for the Dolphins. Cousins for insurance. And I still have Jefferson and Thielen. And I know Minnesota's the sleeper team of the year this year, right? And then Steelers D to make sure I have more than one defense that's elite so I can flip-flop. Because when the Bills play, the Rams, right, that could not be very many points for the Bills D. So you got to make sure that, you're having backups at some point. Even though I would rather go more running backs and wide receivers than pick Cousins or Steelers D, but if it's sitting there for me to take, you got to make sure that you take that. So, yeah, but did you take Jefferson with the second pick overall? Because that's what I did. So, touchdown, Georgia Tech. And the only pick that was a risk pick for me is Saquon. But if Saquon stays healthy, you know what I mean? It could be magic. You know what I'm saying? But I still got Josh Jacobs if something happens, and I got Chase Edmonds who can go PPR. So it's not like if Saquon has an ACL tear, I'm fucked. You know what I mean? I got Chubb, I got Saquon, I got Josh Jacobs, and I got Chase Edmonds. I got depth, and that's what you want. Let's go, baby. See Sarah's team here. Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Elijah Mitchell, Tyreek Hill, Mike Williams, Travis Kelsey, Gabriel Davis, Bucks D. There you go. Carlson, Amon St. Brown, Kareem Hunt, Macon Puke, Ayuk, and Trevor Lawrence. Nice. Nice to be able to have a backup to Josh Allen. If anything happens, Trevor's going to have a better year than last year. And then during the bye week with Josh Allen, you can plug in Trevor. So not bad. Not bad. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Yeah, you got to be very smart to play fantasy football. You can't just act like I said, there's people that pay me $5 or $10 a week to make sure I got guys on the wire that are available that they don't know about. My reputation, obviously, check the receipts. I never finished lower than third in any league that I do, 100, 150, buy-in or free league. It doesn't matter. And this is another example. You know what I mean? Justin Herbert, quarterback. Chubb and Barkley, running backs. Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, wide receivers. Mark Andrews, tight end. Josh Jacobs at the flex. Bills D, and Harrison Butker. Are you kidding me? And on the bench, I got an all-star team. I got Adam Thielen. I got Chase Edmonds, Steelers D to swap with the Bills D, who's still a good defense. TJ Watt, hello. And Kirk Cousins. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Sarah, are you impressed? I'm impressed. I mean, normally when you have the first couple picks in the draft, 1, 2, 3, it's not necessarily the greatest. Sometimes it's good, but when you're doing snake, like you have to wait a long time and then you pick again, so it can work out for you. But it just depends on if you pick the right people or the right positions at the right time. You know what I mean? So we got 3 picks to go. And then once this is over, then we'll probably do the Dodger game and then do our regular thing. So let's go, baby. Woo-hoo! But you see, when some people said, "Oh, I'm not going to pay you," all right. Well, I mean, like I said, I can show you my screenshots, and like I said, I make more transactions, I read more, I do more film. You know what I mean? And like I said, sometimes you can get lucky. Um, you know, sometimes you can get lucky, but Waller's going to be a top 4 tight end. You got, Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, debatable who's going to be the best. Obviously Lamar's got no one else to throw to, and obviously Tyreek's gone. So, those guys are going to be 1, 2, Kelce, Mark Andrews. And then I would probably say Darren Waller will probably be 3rd, and then Kittle, and then Kyle Pitts. And then after that, maybe Goddard and a few others. So I would say probably number 3, and even over Kittle, because Kittle gets hurt a lot, but I would go with Waller. Waller's been pretty fucking impressive. But I had the 2nd pick in the draft, and I went Justin Jefferson. So, all right. So I have Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Harrison Butker. Game over. Adam Thielen, Chase Edmonds, Kirk Cousins, Steelers D, and I'm going to hit you with the value pick. I can't believe none of you guys picked him. You guys are sleeping. DeAndre Hopkins. He's only suspended for 6 games. You don't think he's going to play good when he comes back? He'll be a top 12 receiver. Thank you. Shoosh. Thank you for DeAndre Hopkins and the last 3 picks. I cannot believe nobody went for DeAndre. He's only out 6 games. He might not be a top 5 or number 3 receiver anymore, but he's got a chance to be a top 12 receiver, if he can get in line with Kyler. It's a good pick, value pick, even though I'm not going to need him now. But after week 6, hey, now I got DeAndre Hopkins, Adam Thielen, Justin Jefferson, and Godwin. Oh, baby. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Let's go. Let's see what I want to do now. I can't believe none of you guys did that. That's wild to me. Wild. All right. And then let's see here. I'm going to hit you guys with my sleeper pick. Are you guys ready? My sleeper pick of the draft. George Pickens. Are you kidding me? You guys didn't draft him? Bye-bye. George Pickens. Thank you. Sleeper. Because we don't know if he's going to be, how far on the depth chart, but we saw him in preseason. He's got hands. All right. Went to Georgia. You already know that he loves to bully the corners. Wow. I can't believe you guys were sleeping on that. I'll take him. Thank you. You guys just left that for me. Thank you. Oh, baby. Thank you. Now you wonder why, right? Where I don't finish in under 3rd, because obviously we know that, you got Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, and George Pickens, right? But he's going to be starting. He's going to get targets. Deontay Johnson is the obvious number 1, but Chase Claypool had a good rookie season, kind of not as good the second season. He'll get some looks, but George Pickens has got the best hands probably out of all 3 of the receivers. Deontay Johnson had drops, right? And then he got better hitting the jug machine. But if there's a rookie or someone that has upside, right, it's George Pickens. You guys saw it, and sometimes you got to just know. And I knew there was going to be at least another person that was looking at George Pickens at some point, but there's a reason why O-Dog is O-Dog, okay? There's a reason why people pay me $5, $10, $15 a week. There's a reason why I go for those value picks, okay? Let's look at the team so far with 1 pick left. Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Harrison Butker, Adam Thielen, Chase Edmonds, starting running back, Kirk Cousins to be my backup for Herbert, Steelers D to swap out with Bills D, DeAndre Hopkins suspended for the first 6 games, right? But a bottom 3 pick, last 3 picks, why not? If he ends up tearing it up, then I got Hopkins after week 6. Hopkins, Thielen, Godwin, and Jefferson. Are you fucking kidding me? And then on top of that, George Pickens. Let's go. Oh, baby. Chief. Let's go, baby. Ha 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 ha. Hey. There's some people that are smart. And that's why people, no one's going to pay you, in fantasy advice. You can do stardom and you can do situm, on ESPN and NFL.com. But that doesn't necessarily mean that those are going to be the right picks. And if you look at my draft, like I said, there's not one weakness on the entire team. And that's what you want. You don't want to have any weaknesses. You know what I'm saying? Wowee. Let's go, baby. Woo-hoo-hoo! What a draft. What a draft. What a draft. Let's see. 2, 3, 4. And we got 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. All right, where do I want to go here? Let's see, where do I want to go? What is the best value? Let me see here. Three. All right, my last pick is going to be a handcuff pick. So that way, if Sarah and Jonathan Taylor gets injured, I have the backup. Naheem Hines drafting. Boom. So just in case something happens, I got the backup. There we go. And also Naheem Hines is sometimes good with, the flex. Obviously, he sometimes gets, different opportunities and whatnot. So. Wowee, huh? Let's go. Let's go. You guys bring your A games. Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Harrison Butker. I hope you guys can keep up. Okay. My bench, just as good as my starters, not as that same level, but you still want great bench, like a second starting unit. Okay. Kirk Cousins, Adam Thielen, Chase Edmonds, DeAndre Hopkins, George Pickens, Steelers D, and then the last pick, a handcuff, just in case someone gets hurt. And instead of going, I have Nick Chubb, I'm not going to get Saquon's backup. I'm not going to get Jacobs' backup or Chase Edmonds. But if something happens to Jonathan Taylor, boom, I got the last piece to be able to block Sarah. So if something happens to Jonathan Taylor, I got the starting running back in Naheem Hines. And the George Pickens, DeAndre Hopkins at the end, telling you, let's go. And there's other things that I could have picked up there at the end for sure. Could have picked up another defense, a third defense. Could have won another player. Let's go, baby. Oh, baby. I don't know if anyone had a better draft than me. Sarah's draft was pretty good. But I don't even feel like I have to make any changes. And like I said, the last 3 picks are value picks. Hopkins is suspended for the first 6 games. But if he comes in, that's just extra. I don't need him right now. I already got Thielen, Godwin, and Jefferson. Okay. I got George Pickens after Hopkins as a sleeper, right? And then the last pick, you typically want to block or either get your backup, running back's backup, right, as a handcuff, or you grab someone that has an elite one and you handcuff. So that way, if something happens, right, to Jonathan Taylor, which I don't want it to happen, right, but then I got Naheem Hines, and Naheem Hines can, catch passes as well. So definitely could have went for Eagles D at the end or Treylon Burks or someone else, but a handcuffing is something that you normally want to do on the last pick of the first or the last round. So let's go. Let's go through all the teams here. All right, let's go through them here real quick. So Brute Saint, okay, Brute's crushes. Lamar, Alvin Kamara, David Montgomery, Diggs, Mike Evans, Darren Waller, Hollywood Brown, Colts D, Will Lutz, bench, Miles Sanders, Dak Prescott, Stevenson, Christian Kirk, A.J. Dillon, Chargers D, Hunter Henry. Okay. Atlanta Dirty Birds. We got Tom Brady, Joe Mixon, Cordell Patterson, Devontae Adams, T. Higgins, Kyle Pitts, Allen Robinson, Cowboys D, Matt Gay, and then you got Singletary, Burrow, Gesicki, Claypool, Joseph at kicker, Dolphins D, and Jacoby Myers. Okay. Jake Guerrero. Let's see what he's got. He's got Jalen Hurts, Cam Akers, Zeke Elliott, Jamar Chase, Debo Samuel, TJ Hawkinson, Brandon Cook, Saints D, Nick Folk. And then on the bench, we got Darnell Mooney, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Pollard, Elijah Moore, Rashad Penny, Gallup, and Alexander Madison. Philly Fluffers. We got Matthew Stafford, Najee Harris, DeAndre Swift, Keenan Allen, Michael Pittman, Dallas Goedert, Cortland Sutton, Ravens D, Brandon McManus, bench, ETN, Devontae Smith, Trey Lance, Olave, Cole Kmet, Kenneth Walker, and Jahan Dotson. Team Sarah Small, Team Small. Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Elijah Mitchell, Tyreek Hill, Mike Williams, Travis Kelce, Gabriel Davis, Gabe Davis, Bucks D, Daniel Carlson, and then you got Ahmad St. Brown, Kareem Hunt, Make him Puke Ayuk, Trevor Lawrence, Higbee, Sky Moore, and Russell Gage. Not bad. Pretty good. Hershey Highway Blumpkins. Russell Wilson. If I didn't go for Justin Herbert after Josh Allen got picked, I would have went deeper and got Russell in like the 8th, 9th, 10th round. But in this, I think he went a little bit earlier than that. But Russell Wilson, Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones, Jerry Jeudy, A.J. Brown, Dawson Knox, Romeo Doubs, Packers D, Justin Tucker. Okay. Alan the Lizard Lazard, Pat Freiermuth, Michael Thomas, Ryan Tannehill, James Robinson, Melvin Gordon. Okay. Chief will chief. Kyler Murray, Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, DJ Moore, Hunter Renfrow. I was looking at Hunter Renfrow. You got him before me. I got the Pickens, but you got the Renfrow. George Kittle, Breece Hall, good rookie running back pick. Rams D, there you go. Tyler Bass. And the bench, Damian Pierce, great pick. I was going to pick him. Rashad Bateman, Tyler Lockett, Drake London, Michael Carter, Jameis Winston, Isaiah Likely. There you go. Buck Dynasty. Scott Leinert, Aaron Rodgers, Leonard Fournette, Javonte Williams, Cooper Kupp, Scary Terry McLaurin, Dalton Schultz, Deontay Johnson, Broncos D, Ryan Suckup, and then we got J.K. Dobbins, DK Metcalf, Damian Harris, Derek Carr, Antonio Gibson, Kadarius Toney, Garrett Wilson. Okay. And the Kingdom, Holly Hundo, her first year. Let's see how she did. Patrick Mahomes. I had a choice between Mahomes or Herbert. I let her have Mahomes, and I went Herbert instead. So that way she could have at least Herbert or no, Mahomes or Kelsey, but she got some Chief players here as well. So she got Mahomes, Eckler, James Conner, CeeDee Lamb, Jalen Waddle, Zach Ertz, Amari Cooper, 49ers D, Evan McPherson, obviously for that Florida Gator connection. And then she got Juju Smith-Schuster, Pacheco, Matt Ryan, Robert Woods, Michael Burton, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and McCole Hardman. So she decided to go Chiefs heavy on the bench. Very, very heavy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Chief players on the bench. Robert Woods and Matt Ryan. And obviously has Mahomes in the starting lineup. So there you go. There you go. So, I mean, you guys can, evaluate. I'm thinking just like right off the bat, if I'm just doing a quick glance and I'm looking at the teams, very, very good teams, all the way over around. I'm just looking kind of at everyone's picks here. But Sarah's team obviously is very solid. I mean, when you got, Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Elijah Mitchell, Tyreek, Mike Williams, Kelsey, Gabriel Davis, Buxty, and Carlson. But there is an improvement. Carlson could have been better. Gabriel Davis could have been better. Mike Williams could have been better. Elijah Mitchell could have been better. But you got Josh Allen, the best QB, arguably. Jonathan Taylor. So you got number 1 quarterback, number 1 running back, number probably 5 or 6 wide receiver who normally is number 2, Tyreek. Number 1 tight end. So you got the number 1 quarterback, number 1 running back, number 1 tight end, a top 6 wide receiver. Not bad. And a top 5 D. But obviously the kicker, and the flex and the other wide receiver, you'll have to play around with that. Elijah Mitchell isn't too bad as well. And then the bench, Amon St. Brown, Kareem Hunt, Make him Puke Ayuk, Trevor Lawrence, Higbee, Sky Moore, Russell Gage. So you will have to figure out if Carlson will be something that you'll stick with for the whole year, more than likely. And then Gabriel Davis, you'll swap out maybe with Amon St. Brown or Kareem Hunt or someone else. And then Mike Williams is pretty solid, but there might be someone like Amon St. Brown that you swap in. And then always looking for a running back Elijah Mitchell or Kareem Hunt at some point, but Mitchell is the starter. But you got number one quarterback, number one running back, number one tight end, and a top 6 wide receiver. Not bad. You know what I mean? You got a lot of number ones. A lot of number ones. It's looking good. Okay. But not to toot my own horn, but I don't think anyone has a better team than me. You guys can let me know. Like I said, this is one of my best drafts. I never finish below 3, and I always try to make sure I get value picks at the end and get depth. Here's my team. Sarah's team is very, very good, right? Sarah's team's very good, but I think mine's a little bit better because I don't got any weaknesses. Justin Herbert, no weakness, right? He's got the best stats out of any quarterback the first 2 years. Most 300-yard games, most touchdowns, most yards. Herbert, Nick Chubb, always consistent for 8 touchdowns or more. Herbert, Nick Chubb. The only, pick that I didn't really want to pick was Saquon. But if it ends up working out, it could be amazing. So I got Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson with the number 2 pick, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Harrison Butker. I have no weakness. I mean, if you want to say that Barkley's the weakest piece in that starting lineup, I'll take it. Because if Barkley is healthy, he's a top 10 running back. If he's really healthy, he might even be a top 5 running back. But even if he's top 12, I'll take that. Okay. Projected 20 points, Herbert, Nick Chubb, 14, Saquon, 16, Jefferson, 18, Godwin, 15, Mark Andrews, 14, Josh Jacobs, 12. And I obviously can swap between Bills D and Steelers D, about 5 points. They're going against the Rams. Steelers are going against Cincinnati. So my Bills D and my Steelers D all have to swap, here and there. And then Butker. Justin Tucker was already off the board and Evan McPherson was already off the board. So you can tell, I mean, as long as Saquon is Saquon and he doesn't get hurt, Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Godwin, Andrews, Jacobs, Bills D, Butker. I don't think a team is better than mine on the starting. And my bench, I feel, is the best too. I got Adam Thielen, okay? Chase Edmonds, starting running back. Kirk Cousins to back up Herbert if there's any injuries. My sleeper team this year is the Minnesota Vikings. I have Thielen, Cousins, and Jefferson. Steelers D to match up with the Bills D. And then my last 3 picks are the value picks. DeAndre Hopkins. Yeah, I know he's suspended for the first 6 games, but if he ends up being DeAndre Hopkins, right, and I get a top 12 receiver for nothing, right, then I get the real sleeper pick, George Pickens. Right? You saw what he did in preseason. He is going to be the sleeper wide receiver this year. He could end up being, Mitchell Trubisky's or, Kenny Pickett's number 1 target. You don't know if it's going to be Deontay Johnson. You assume it's going to be. And then Chase Claypool is number 2. But what happens if Pickens balls out? If Pickens balls out, then I got another sleeper there on the bench. Hopkins suspended, 3rd to last pick. Pickens, the sleeper of the draft, 2nd to last. And my last pick was either going to be Eagles D, but I already have 2 defenses, and I was going to handcuff. So do I handcuff for Chubb? Kareem Hunt's gone. Handcuff for Barkley? Not worth it, right? Handcuff for Jacobs? Not worth it, right? Handcuff for Chase Edmonds? Not worth it. So I'll handcuff the very first pick in the draft, and obviously someone that you could play once in a while in Naheem Hines, and that's obviously going to block Sarah. So if Jonathan Taylor goes down, I already got another number 1 running back on top of everyone else. Not bad. So projected week 1, I'm projected for 124, and I got 13 from Thielen, 10.6 for Edmonds. Cousins is a 15, and then I got solid pieces all the way around. So let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, but you're biased, Shiv, just because he's got CMC. That's not honest. That's just because you're a fan of Run CMC. Come on, bro. We don't do bias here. Okay? Yeah. Well, you have to know how to pick. You know what I mean? To be honest, number 5 pick, if it's a 10-man league, is the best position to be in. But if you pick the wrong players, you know what I mean? Like, you have to know what you're doing. Like, for me, I went Justin Jefferson. Most people would have went Derrick Henry, number 2. Or if they don't go Derrick Henry, they're going to go Eckler. I didn't go Henry or Eckler. And then I could have went Cooper Kupp or Jamar Chase. I went Justin Jefferson. Most people that pick Justin Jefferson are picking him 5, 6, or 7. So I already took a risk but I believe in him and I believe in Kevin O'Connell. So, and, honestly, like number one, number two isn't necessarily ideal because you pick, but it's a snake. So if you pick 10th, you pick 10th and 11th back to back. So if you know what you're doing, even though 10th is not ideal to some people, but this is a snake. So once it goes to 10, you pick back to back 10, and then you pick 11. So, when you're in the middle, normally number 5 is, honestly, that's usually one of the best spots. So, yeah. I mean, we'll see how it goes, and injuries can be a killer too. Yep. I was looking at him. So I was watching Raw, talking on Discord, scoring through IG, and drafting on my phone. Oops. Autopilot. Right. He's a sleeper, obviously, but we don't, you obviously have Aaron Jones starting. So if something happens to him, but it's going to be hard to kind of dictate from game to game who's going to get the touches. Are you going to play Dylan? You know what I mean? Because you don't know if he's going to get those goal line touches or if Aaron Jones is playing. So it gets kind of confusing. That's why I usually stay away for guys like Dylan. I mean, if he was there for me, maybe if I needed a running back, I would have went that route. But sometimes it's tough because obviously if Aaron Jones gets injured, you're in the money because then you got A.J. Dillon. So this is going to be fun. So the only problem that I have with Pierce is the fact that Texans and then being behind, I don't know if he's going to get looks. If you're a starting running back, that's what you look for. So, yeah, nobody's beating me. I'm sorry, bro. So they put Chase in the slot. Right. Yeah, but the thing is George Pickens might have the best hands out of the three. You saw what if you either watch preseason and you watch college football or you don't. And if you don't watch Georgia Bulldogs and you didn't watch preseason, I mean, I'm surprised that you guys let Hopkins sit there and no one picked George Pickens. And then obviously the Nyheim Hines is perfect for me. Yeah, but you didn't play in this league. That's the difference. You can play number 2 in a 12-man team, but who are you playing against? Were you playing against anyone that was good? You know what I mean? Because we got some people in the room that are very, very good. We got some newbies as well. So we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. And also, if you have an all-star team like my team, that doesn't mean that I'm going to win it. You know what I mean? Because you could always have injuries, or if you sit, your guys at the very, very end in the last week, and it's the best of 2 weeks. So if you have the best of 2 weeks and your guys get sat, sometimes if you don't have a good enough bench, then you're fucked, So ENB, let's see. You got Mahomes, Mike Williams, Sutton, JT, was it Jonathan Taylor, Kamara, Kelsey, Cam Akers, Indy, defense, and Tyler Bass. That's not too bad. You're going to need to get better receivers, though. The Mike Williams and Sutton isn't good enough. You're going to, the Jonathan Taylor, Kamara, Kelsey, Mahomes will make up for that, but you got to get better receivers than that. I mean, I like the Mahomes and the Kelsey's great. The Jonathan Taylor, Kamara is great. Indy defense could have been better. Bass could have been better. And the receivers are a glaring hole. Because if Mike Williams and Sutton get hurt, who do you have behind? And I know it's like you want to be able to go running back, but instead of going JT and Kamara, I would have went JT and then a better wide receiver than Mike Williams. And then your team would have been probably sitting a little bit better. But again, everyone drafts differently. I had the number 2 pick after Jonathan Taylor went number 1. Everyone in every other league on planet Earth goes Derrick Henry or Eckler. I went someone that probably would have went 5th, 6th, or 7th, and I went with Justin Jefferson, Jay Jetta, and look who I ended up with. So sometimes you have to know strategies. So there you go. Think Cordarrelle Patterson can have another good season, sleeper? Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? I was going to pick him, and I was like, I know, Shep, someone's looking at Cordarrelle Patterson. But, yeah, I definitely think Cordarrelle will be used at running back, wide receiver. They'll move him around, and he definitely will be a sleeper this year. He proved himself last year, and he's a journeyman, but he's very good. Chief, yeah, there's a few picks that I made I would possibly redo if I could. Right. And like I said, it's done now. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing you can do at this point, Let's go, baby. Let's go. Baby. Oh, baby. Let's go. And let's take a quick look. So we got projected total. I'm projected for 124 just because my defense has got the Steelers and the Bills, and they have tough matchups, Bengals and Rams. So I would have a little bit more points than this. I'd probably be sitting around 129, 130, but I'm at 124. Fluffers is at 116. Holly Hundo, 129. Dirty Birds, 118. Team Guerrero, 122. Chief Will Chief, 120. Buck Dynasty, 126. Hershey Highway, 108. And then we got Brute, 125. Team Small, 127. So there you go. You know what I mean? And like I said, the only thing that's a rough matchup for me is my defense. But I got Bills and Steelers. I can live with a tough matchup for week one. You know what I mean? But you never know what Bills D will do to the Rams, and you don't really know what the Steelers will do to Burrow. You know, you assume that those Ds will struggle and probably only get 5 points instead of 10. But if they get picks or interceptions, anything can happen. So said, I'm happy with Dobbs at flex. It's a value pick. Hopefully he, what do you think he's going to be in the lineup though? What pick is Dobbs? I mean, Bud Dobbs on the depth chart with Aaron Rodgers. What's Dobbs going to be? So Nate the Great, should I trade Adams for Cook straight up? I have Higgins and Lamb. And for running back, I got Pierce, Connor, and Dobbins. Let me see here. You got Devontae Adams for Cook. Let me see. You have Higgins and Lamb, which is a number 2 receiver and a number 1 receiver. And running back, you got Pierce, a running back 1, and you got Connor, running back 1, and you got Dobbins, who will be probably a running back 1. I would keep Adams because right now you have Nate the Great. This is me. You know, even though Devontae Adams, I know Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase are coming, right? But Devontae, even if he splits with Hunter Renfrow and Devontae, he played in college with Carr. So they're going to still be able to get a lot of looks. Cook has injury problems. You got Pierce, right, who's a running back 1, Connor running back 1, Dobbins running back 1, Higgins is a wide receiver 2, and Lamb. So no, I would not trade for Cook straight up. It wouldn't make sense to go 4 running backs and leave yourself with Higgins and Lamb. You're never going to win your league. You got to have depth, and you got to make sure that if someone gets hurt, like Lamb, then you have Higgins and nobody else. So no, don't trade for Cook. Keep Devontae Adams. Devontae still is going to be there with Cooper Kupp, right? Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Devontae Adams. That's still a top 4 wide receiver. He can still get 8 to 15 touchdowns. And I know Cook will be better, with obviously Kevin O'Connell, but you already got Pierce, Connor, and Dobbins. So no, I would, if you only have Higgins and Lamb, absolutely do not trade for Dalvin Cook there. Keep Devontae. That's what I would do. And like I said, people pay me, to do their draft for them. People pay me $5, $10 a week. People will give me jerseys, bottles of liquor. When they win $1,000, I usually get a couple hundred. You know what I mean? So that's me. I would not trade for Dalvin Cook if you have Devontae Adams. No. Let's see here. Jesse, is Penny and Walker a waste of picks with Seahawks quarterback situation? No, because with Penny and Walker, Penny's he gets hurt and he is a bust, but they don't have Carson anymore. So, Kenneth Walker might take Penny's spot based off injury. When Penny gets injured, it's just a matter of time, right? Or if he, outperforms him. But Penny and Walker not a waste, right? DK and Tyler Lockett's value went down because they have Geno Smith and Drew Lock. They're tanking for the first pick in the draft for Bryce Young or CJ Stroud. Even though they're not openly saying it, Penny or Walker will get 20 touches a game, roughly 15 to 22. But mostly, I would assume they're going to go run heavy. You know what I mean? And you're going to go to DK and Tyler, but it's not Russell Wilson throwing. So they're going to have to be able to try to run the football. They got, Charles Cross, obviously, in the draft, which might be their best offensive lineman in 20 years, probably besides Steve Hutchinson or Walter Jones. So I think Penny is not a garbage pick. Neither is Walker. I don't know how high you drafted them, but, it is what it is. Let's get to 100 in donos, baby. Let's do it. Eagles John, all in on please. There are some players I targeted and missed. But also, if you've never done it before, it's a learning curve. Everyone is different in their strategy. The internet will tell you running back, wide receivers, you know what I mean? But you got to be able to get a tight end early. You got to be able to sometimes, switch up your strategy and not do running back. Sometimes, you want to go wide receiver, running back, or go, wide receiver, running back, tight end. You have to be able to mix things up just depending on where it goes. So let's see what you got, Finley. You got Herbert. So you're like me. Herbert, Chubb. I have Chubb. Jefferson. I have Jefferson. Higgins, I don't have. Landry, I don't have. Kittle, I don't have. Harrison Butker, I do have. And then Ravens defense. Not bad. I was actually looking at Ravens defense, but I preferred Steelers. But I think Ravens defense is pretty good. So obviously the light part of your team is the Higgins and Landry. Landry's a way backup. You need to improve that Landry pick. That should not be starting. And Higgins shouldn't be starting either. I mean, that's a number 2 option. You need to be able to find number 1 options. So you need to be able to get another wide receiver and swap out Landry for a running back, because Landry should not be in there, or someone that's better at wide receiver, personally. Landry should be nowhere near your starting lineup. And even Higgins, I wouldn't have in my starting lineup unless you wanted to put him at flex. But I would have Jefferson, and then you got to put in another wide receiver. If you don't have anybody better than Higgins, that's fine. But then the Landry's got to go, and that's got to be either a better receiver or you got to do a running back, because that's not good enough, honestly. Said ENB90. Said, yeah, in my mock, I had Allen and A.J. Brown. I had number 1 pick when I was mocking 5-6 spots. Yeah, and like I said, we did it randomly, and we didn't even know what order we were going to have until an hour before. So, hey, see you week 2. Yeah, let's go. ENB, Thielen or Sutton this weekend? Green Bay versus Seattle, definitely. You have what, Green Bay defense? Yeah, Green Bay defense would be good. Green Bay has a chance to be a top 5 D this year. You got Bills, you got Rams, you got Buccaneers, you got Saints, and you got Packers, especially if Jair Alexander stays healthy. I picked Thielen because it's a good value pick. I think the Minnesota Vikings are going to be the sleeper team of the year. I have Thielen, Cousins, and I have Justin Jefferson. So it shows you what I think about those projections. And then Thielen, who does Thielen play? I have to actually look at my own team to see like who's playing who. Let's see. What do we have? Thielen is playing. Oh, Green Bay. Okay. And then Cortland Sutton, who are the Broncos playing? Broncos are playing who? Because Thielen is, even though Thielen is a number 2 receiver, right? Even though he's number 2, right? He's one of the best number 2s. He's like the top 3 number. It's like Godwin and Mike Evans is up there, right? Thielen is up there. I got Godwin and I got Thielen. So I got 2 of the best second options. And then also Tyler Lockett. You know what I mean? But with DK and Tyler, you have Geno Smith and Drew Lock now. I got Brady going to Godwin, and I got Kirk Cousins going to Thielen, and that's the reason why I picked Godwin and Thielen, because I got the 2 best backups, arguably, besides Allen Robinson, and that's going to be some looks for Matthew Stafford with Cooper Kupp. So let's go. Thielen or Sutton? We have to. Russell Wilson's going to go, to who his hot guy is. And to be honest, we don't really know where Russell's going to go with the targets. So that is tough. You have to see who's projected targets. You know what I mean? Thielen is probably the safe pick, but Sutton is the gamble pick, but it could pay off. But that I would have to do more research and, kind of see what we're looking at on the depth chart, with the Broncos, and also Russell is going to do it based off feel. But both offenses are 2 teams that I feel that are going to be the best from last year. Broncos with Russ and Minnesota Vikings. So you got good players. Hurts, Henry, Javonte Williams. I like the Javonte Williams pick. I was looking at him. CeeDee Lamb, DJ Moore, Waller, Edmonds. I got Edmonds, Kirk, Ravens D, Prater. Is there any way I should trade to get stronger at receiver? Let's see, Hurts, Henry, Javonte Williams. You need to stick with those. And then you got Edmonds, who's nice. You got Edmonds as a starter, and he can do PPR. I have Edmonds on my team as well. Let's see, you have CeeDee Lamb is going to be very good. CeeDee Lamb might end up leading the league in touchdowns and receptions, very close to Justin Jefferson. I think like you got Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Cooper Kupp, and Devontae Adams, right? And then Tyreek. But the guy that they're not talking about is Dak to CD. Amari Cooper's gone. So CeeDee Lamb could finish in the top 6 in yards and touchdowns, and he could maybe even finish as high as 3. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised. So CD is good. DJ Moore is probably the most underrated wide receiver in the league. It's just that you got Sam Darnold, but you got Baker now. So I actually like DJ Moore and CeeDee Lamb. You got Waller. It all depends on – I don't do trades in my league. So trades are banned because I think trades are cheating. Because usually when you get someone in a trade, one person gives up, about halfway through the season, someone trades for all their good players, and then they turn into a super team. Fuck that. You know what I mean? I want people to play all the way through. And I imagine, 10th place might quit at some point, with a few weeks to go, 4 weeks to go. It happens every year where you get someone that quits. I hope nobody quits in 10th place, but a lot of times that 10th place person quits with like a month left. But I like your team. I mean, CD Lamb and DJ Moore isn't too bad. Let me take a quick look and do some research here on the fly for you. So let me take a quick look at the Panthers. Okay, so with the Panthers, Baker Mayfield, Christian McCaffrey, and then you got DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, and Terrace Marshall Jr. So DJ is still going to be the number one. So no, I mean, CD Lamb won, DJ Moore, he's not going to get – Robbie's going to be hot from time to time, but DJ Moore is the better receiver. I think your team is fine. You know what I mean? There will be another receiver that you can find to get more depth, but I wouldn't trade Chase Edmonds away for another wide receiver because he can run and he can get receptions. So he's like a running back wide receiver hybrid. That's why I picked him. You know what I mean? You want to pick guys that are hybrid guys like that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, I think that your team is fine, man. I wouldn't worry about anything right now with your team. Team looks fine. You'll be able to find other people as it goes on. Yeah, no trades. Like I said, because trades are cheating. Because the thing is, if you do trades, there's always one person that gets fleeced or someone quits, halfway through the season or towards the end. And then they do some ridiculous trade where they trade 3 crappy receivers and they get like Derrick Henry. And then they already have like Jonathan Taylor. Bullshit. You know what I mean? I've been a part of leagues, where they do these bullshit trades or someone doesn't know better and they get fleeced. You know what I mean? And I don't want that to happen to someone just to audit you. If you can't win from the draft and building your team, then you're not good enough to win the league. You know what I mean? You have to be able to find things on the wire and you need to be able to read and do the film study yourself. That's, so for anyone that was thinking that we were going to be doing trades, we're not. No trades allowed. Never are they allowed in my league, ever. It's a form of cheating. You know what I mean? Because there's, like I said, there's always someone that doesn't know what they're doing and someone, gets a ripoff. And they get all these really good players, oh, let me trade you, Derrick Henry. Let me get Derrick Henry and let me get Jamar Chase. And then they give you like CD Lamb and some other bum receiver like a Michael Thomas. And you don't know if Michael's going to pan out. It's just, I'm not going to go through that. I want to make sure people, get that. So let's go, baby. Every year is different. You know what I mean? And everyone's team looks pretty competitive. I don't think there's any team that's in fantasy that looks like shit. You can improve the team, even people that pick 10th, you know what I mean? But you can definitely look at certain teams and there's, you're trying to get as many number 1 players, or number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. You're looking for top 5 players or top 10 players, but you're normally looking for like the best of the best if you can get them, and you want depth. You know what I mean? You don't want to get all running backs and then your wide receivers are thin. Or you don't want to get all wide receivers or your running backs thin. Or you don't want to get all running backs and wide receivers and you have a shit tight end and a shit defense. So you reached for Goddard. There was when did you pick Goddard, Eagles John? Goddard is a top 6 tight end. So it goes Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, right? Darren Waller, George Kittle, Kyle Pitts, Goddard. So if they started going off the board, sometimes you got to grab them and you're an Eagles fan. Right? It's just like when I grab some players, for me as well. I could have went Patrick Mahomes. You know what I mean? I could have easily went there, but I saw Holly. She's never played before. And I was like, you know what? I want to make sure that it's fun. And she could pick Herbert and, still like play. And I knew she was going to pick other players. Kelsey went to Sarah, right? So then I went Mark Andrews. And then she went Josh Allen. So I was going to wait and get Russell Wilson like in the 10th round and keep stacking chips. But once someone goes off the board, sometimes you got to act quick. And then once there's a quarterback, then other people go. Like when I went wide receiver, Justin Jefferson, right? Eckler went, so Jonathan Taylor went 1. I went Justin Jefferson 2 with the surprise pick. Eckler went 3, which is standard. Most people would have picked Henry, number 2, or Eckler. And then all of a sudden you guys went wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver. You guys went like Cooper Kupp and, Jamar Chase. So, most people, you're going to have, maybe 7, 8 running backs, 1 or 2 receivers, maybe 3 receivers. But sometimes, you're like, oh, wow, O-Dog fucking went for Jefferson 2 over Eckler, who's a PPR machine, right? And Derrick Henry. I mean, I could have went that route, but I just had a feeling that maybe Chubb, Barkley, Jacobs, these other guys would still be there. And since you guys went wide receiver after me, I was able to scoop up some of those people. So sometimes people fall into your lap. You know what I'm saying? Oh, definitely Devontae Smith. Landry, might be the second or third option unless Michael Thomas is hurt, but we have to see Chris Olave. I think Olave might be better than Landry. We have to see the target share for Landry. How many is he going to get? Maybe 5 or 6 a game, maybe 7. And then how many is Michael Thomas getting? Probably over 10. What's Olave getting? Probably more than Landry. You know what I mean? So I would go Devontae Smith unless Landry's wide receiver 1 if Michael Thomas isn't playing. But if Michael Thomas is playing, Olave's playing, I would definitely switch with Devontae Smith. And Bateman might be number 1 receiver. They don't have, Hollywood Brown anymore. So Mark Andrews is the best tight end. So Bateman or Smith definitely over Landry. Put Landry on the bench, right? And then Smith or Bateman, and you have to be able to look at targets because Smith is going to be competing with A.J. Brown. But Bateman, if he's the number 1 receiver, then you're going to want to go Bateman. I know he's like a lower name and more people know about Landry or Devontae Smith, but it's not about name recognition. It's about targets. And if you can get targets and produce, Hollywood Brown is gone. So Bateman should be, I'm going to look at the depth chart here for you because things get moved around. Let's take a quick look at the Ravens depth chart. I'm looking for you right now. And that's another thing that you do in fantasy. I know probably you guys didn't do it. Always look at the depth chart while you're drafting. So if you're unsure of a player like Chase Edmonds, is he the starter? Is he running back 2? You want to make sure you're looking at that. So I'm looking at the Ravens depth chart, Lamar, Dobbins, and they have Duvernay, obviously second, and they have Bateman 1. So yeah, I would go Bateman and put him in the lineup. Landry on the bench and monitor Devontae Smith and see what he's getting in targets. A.J. Brown and Goddard will always be ahead of him, but Smith will get some. But if he gets like enough like Godwin gets or Thielen gets, then you may even put Smith in over Bateman, even though Smith will be number 2 receiver. You just have to look. Who's getting more targets, Bateman or Smith? And who's catching more, Bateman or Smith, right? If Smith is only getting 8 targets, right, but he's catching 7 balls for 80 yards and he gets touchdowns, or if Bateman's getting 12 targets, you know what I mean, and he only gets 6 catches, then he's not as reliable. But if Bateman gets 12 looks and he catches 9, then you're going to want to go with Bateman. You know what I mean? So you have to monitor, but normally you want to go for number 1 receivers, number 1 running backs, number 1 tight ends. And the only reason you put in a wide receiver 2 in your starting lineup, if he's damn good. If it's Tyler Lockett, if it's Chris Godwin, if it's Adam Thielen, if it's Allen Robinson, Devontae Smith after those 4. But you want to make sure you're not starting Smith over Bateman because even though Bateman's a lower name, if he gets 12 targets a game, Lamar has no one to throw to besides Mark Andrews. So me being this up here, I'm going Bateman in the lineup. And then see where it goes. And then if he can't catch the football or it's not working out, keep him, put him on the bench, and then replace him with Smith. But I would not put Landry in there unless Landry was going to be the number 1 if Michael Thomas doesn't play. But I think even Olave is better than Landry. So that's just my perspective. I don't know if we have anything because we did the draft there. But this is just like, you guys picking my brain. And I'm just like showing you, how my brain works. And like I said, I don't finish. Every year I've done fantasy football, I've never finished worse than 3rd. I usually score typically the most points, give up the least, but I don't win every year. Like this is my 4th year in the fantasy. I haven't won it. You know what I mean? I always finish in the top 3. I'm usually top in the points, top in the defense, right? But if my team shits the bed or they rest their players week 17 and it's the best out of 2 weeks, I finished 2nd, I finished 3rd, finish 3rd. Sometimes you play someone that is a top 4 team that make the playoffs and they just beat you. You know what I mean? Or your guys shit the bed. You know what I mean? And so sometimes you can have all the intelligence, but if your players are being sat week 17 and you don't have a good enough bench, it's tough. So that's why it's really important to make moves, with your team. But normally, like I said, I finish in the top 3 always every year. Second place, third place, but you're going for first, but it's like, I can finish in first, second, or third. It's just like you hope to get first. You don't want to get second because that means you lost in the championship. And then third place, you just shit the bed because it's best of 2 weeks. So, yeah, nothing on the Cash App side. Grade trade, please. 14 team. Okay. A little PPR. Okay. Let me see here. Start 1 running back, 2 wide receivers, 3 flex. 1 is a wide receiver, tight end only. Okay. So 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, a flex, and then 1 is a wide receiver, tight end only. I traded Judy and Jacobs for Saquon and Wandale. My roster is below. Let's see here. You traded Judy and Jacobs for Saquon and Wandale. Roster is below. Okay, let me take a look. Let me look at your team. All right, so you got Kyler, Saquon. Let's see here. Chase Edmonds, Gibson, Miles Sanders, Pittman, DJ Moore, Godwin, Christian Kirk, Robinson, and then let's see here. Pat Fryermuth. Is that who you got? Yeah, I just don't do trades. I don't let people do it. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, it's not about booting them. It's just not having it available. You have to be able to draft well and, move on the roster. So if you got Saquon and Chase Edmonds and Antonio Gibson, and then you got rid of Jacobs, and then I got Saquon too. It's a risk, but I also have Josh Jacobs too. I mean, the Judy and Jacobs is better overall than the Saquon Wandale because with Wandale, you don't really know what you're getting. And with Saquon, he might get hurt. But the same thing can go for Jacobs. So with that Jacobs Judy, that trade is probably better for the other guy because Judy has more upside. Jacobs and Saquon is a push. And I don't know if you're going to get out of Wandale. I'm not sure what you're going to get there. You know what I mean? Judy has more upside. Jacobs obviously probably won't even be with the team next year. But Saquon and Jacobs is kind of a push. Judy's better than Wandale as far as a pick, but you already have Chase Edmonds and Antonio Gibson to add to that. So, like I said, you're going to have to figure things out, but it's not too bad. You could have kept what you had, honestly. And maybe I would have kept Judy and Jacobs, honestly. You know what I mean? Like Saquon, if it's great and it works out for you, but injury-prone Saquon, Wandale, I don't know what you're getting there. I think the other guy got the better trade, honestly. I'm just being honest. I wouldn't have done that trade. If you would have consulted me, I would have told you no. So, but now you have Saquon, Chase Edmonds, and Gibson instead of Edmonds, Gibson, and Jacobs. But Pittman and DJ Moore and Judy, but I don't know, like I said, what you had else going on there. It all, we have to see targets and a lot of the things we just have to wait and see. So higher ceiling, Pickens or Sky Moore, both. I picked Pickens with the second to last pick. My last 3 picks in the draft, were value picks. You know what I'm saying? So when you pick value picks, typically what you do is you look on there and what are the last 3 picks? So I'm looking, okay, who is like suspended, who's injured, who's someone I can get. And I picked DeAndre Hopkins. I can't believe no one picked him. But with the third to last pick, he's suspended for the first 6 games, but I already have Thielen, Godwin, and Jefferson, right? So I don't even, I don't even really need him, right? And I picked DeAndre Hopkins with the third to last. Then I picked George Pickens. You saw what he did at Georgia. He might be the sleeper wide receiver. Yes, I know there's Sky Moore. Yes, I know there's Romeo Doubs, right, for the Chiefs and the Packers. Yes, I know there's other receivers that are going to step up. You know what I mean? Romeo Doubs, you had Christian Watson, right? You got George Pickens, you got Sky Moore. There's going to be a lot of receivers that step up. But with George Pickens, right, At Georgia, he dominated. In preseason, he was making toe drag swag, and he's physical. So now they have Deontay Johnson, who had drop problems, right? But he got better. No more Juju Smith-Schuster, Chiefs, right? And then they have Chase Claypool. Awesome rookie year, not so good, as good of a last year. And now George Pickens, he might be the best receiver out of those three with Kenny Pickett and Mitchell Trubisky. Even though he's a rookie, he's got better hands. You know what I mean? I know Deontay Johnson's 1 and Claypool's 2, but who's to say Pickens doesn't turn into the number 1 receiver? And he's number 1, right? Deontay Johnson's 2 and Chase Claypool's 3. I can see that happening down the road. Or Pickens passes Claypool because Pickens has got better hands. He's a better route runner, and he's got toe drag swag. So I got DeAndre Hopkins, George Pickens, and then the last pick in NFL drafts, the sleeper thing to do is the handcuff. So you can pick a third defense. You can pick another running back, but there's not a lot there. You can pick a wide receiver. You can go for like rookies and whatnot, right? But usually what I like to do in my very last pick, I pick – right, my backup running back if it's not there. Chubb, Kareem Hunt was not there. Saquon Barkley, not willing to grab the backup. Josh Jacobs, not going to grab that either. Chase Edmonds, not going to grab that. So if I can't grab what I'm getting, I go for the number 1 pick in the draft. If they haven't picked up Nyheim Hines for Jonathan Taylor, if something happens to Jonathan Taylor, Nyheim Hines still can get you, 12 to 20 points. You know what I mean? Because he's going to run the ball and he's going to get receptions. And every once in a while, Nyheim Hines will play with Jonathan Taylor and still put up 15 or 20 once in a while, right? So I handcuffed and picked the number 1 pick backup. So if anything happens to Jonathan Taylor, you pick Nyheim Hines. So in the future, for Sarah, when she picks, if she picks number 1 overall and she has the option to pick, unless I picked and she picked after me, you always want to make sure you're picking up your backup if you can. And if you can't pick up your own backup, get someone that you can block, the number 1 running back. Get the backup to Jonathan Taylor, the backup to Eckler, the backup to Derrick Henry, right? But Hines is one of those that, I could have picked another rookie receiver, but if you're going to go, you got to have that kind of strategy. And that's always, kind of a secret advice that I usually do. So let me see here. And with this, Jesse, I mean, both. Sky Moore, I think Pickens is higher ceiling because Pickens played better. Sky Moore is going to be doing punt returns and kick returns, and they have Juju and Kittle. Sky Moore looks like he could be pretty good. You know what I mean? But is Sky Moore going to be Tyreek? No. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people they're going to be trickling the football to. And then obviously we thought Christian Watkins was going to be Aaron Rodgers' favorite, and then it was Romeo Doubs in the preseason. So, I mean, I don't know. And then you got Allen the Lizard Lazard. You got all these other players that are still there. So for me, I'm going to go George Pickens because obviously I saw what he did in preseason. I watched him at Georgia. He's a dog. You know what I mean? He looks like he could be the best receiver, even better than Treylon Burks, better than Olave. Like if you go back and look at all the wide receivers that are taken, Pickens wasn't taken high, because of an injury. Same thing with the Detroit Lions. Why, they had Aiden Hutchinson, but, when you have certain guys that get hurt, other guys can step up. But I think Pickens' ceiling is the highest out of any wide receiver in this draft, honestly, based off what we watched at Georgia and what we saw in preseason. To me, he's physical. If you step up to him, he'll push you over. You know what I mean? But if you look at my team, there's a reason why people, again, pay me weekly, pay me yearly, and why I never finish below the top 3. You know what I mean? And also on top of that, I usually make 200 to 250 adjustments, through the wire every year. And most average fantasy footballers, they do 50 a year. I do 200. There's a reason. But with this year, I probably will do like 100 because my team is solid. So here is my team. Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Harrison Butker. You name one weak spot. And if you want to say Saquon Barkley, fine. That's my weak spot. And if he ends up doing good, look out. Okay? And I picked Justin Jefferson with the number 2 pick. That's not something that most people do. Right? And I still got stud running backs, Jacobs, Barkley, and Chubb, even with me going Jay Jetta, because I think Justin Jefferson is going to be the best receiver in the league this year. And on my bench, you want to make sure you have a quality bench. On my bench, Adam Thielen, money. Chase Edmonds, starting running back, money. So that way, if Josh Jacobs or Saquon or Chubb get hurt, or if Saquon sucks ass, boom, Chase Edmonds, no problem. Kirk Cousins to back up Justin Herbert. So if anything happens to Herbert, I'm good because Minnesota Vikings are the sleeper team in 2022, obviously with the Denver Broncos and a few others. But the number one sleeper is Minnesota. They're going to more than likely make the playoffs, probably somewhere in that 10-11 win range. And they might even beat out Green Bay in the next 3 years, Aaron Rodgers or not. But on the bench, Adam Thielen, Chase Edmonds, starting running back for the Dolphins, Kirk Cousins to back up Justin Herbert, Steelers D to back up Bills D. Are you kidding me? With all the sack lunches? Are you kidding me? All right. And then my value picks, the last three. You want to get the best that you can. DeAndre Hopkins. I cannot believe nobody thought of grabbing him. Yeah, he's not number one anymore. Yeah, he's not number two. Yeah, he's not number 5. Yeah, he's not number 10. But he's got a chance when he comes back in the lineup. If he's healthy with Kyler Murray, right? And if the Cards make the playoffs, Hopkins can put up top 15 wide receiver stats if he's healthy and be a top 10, top 15 receiver. Hopkins, Thielen, Godwin, Jefferson. Are you fucking kidding me? So if I have any issues with Godwin, boom, Thielen. If I have any issues with Thielen, boom, DeAndre Hopkins. It just was a couple years ago where he was a top 3 receiver, then top 5 receiver. Now he's suspended, but if he wasn't suspended, he'd probably be a top 10 receiver. You would have picked him like 10th, as all the receivers go off the board. Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, Jamar Chase, Devontae Adams, Tyreek the Freak Hill, Stephon Diggs, Mike Evans, all those guys, Keenan Allen. And then after all those guys are done, then DeAndre Hopkins, you could see, okay, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, DeAndre Hopkins. Boom, I got a steal of the draft right there. And then I got another steal, which I was going to go George Pickens before Hopkins, but I couldn't let Hopkins just sit there. So I don't even need him. I'm just going to stash him. Then I went DeAndre Hopkins, third to last, George Pickens, the most upsided of anyone in the draft, wide receiver. And then my very last pick could have been a third defense or another wide receiver. But why do that when you can handcuff and get a backup running back for your team? And if none of them are worth it, you get the number 1, number 2, or number 3 backup. So if something happens to Jonathan Taylor, Austin Eckler, or Derrick Henry, you have the backup and you block that person. Sarah picked Jonathan Taylor number 1. My last pick in the draft, Nyheim Hines. So that's kind of the education, in picking in the draft. But like I said, this might be honestly my best draft ever. This is a very, very good one, and I'm proud of it. And obviously the backup to Jonathan Taylor is Nyheim Hines. So, and like I said, not a lot of people do that strategy, but I'm not like most people. Like I said, most people would have picked Eckler. Most people would have picked Derrick Henry. And I told Sarah when she got Jonathan Taylor, when I was riding home from the grocery store, I told her, Derrick Henry, baby, Derrick Henry. But then I was thinking, Derrick Henry got hurt last year and the passing of the torch already happened with Jonathan Taylor, just like it happened with LaDainian Tomlinson when he was the best running back for years. Remember? And then this kid named Adrian Peterson came, took it from him. Then LaDainian went to the Jets and he was never the same. So the same thing goes. Derrick Henry's been awesome. Number 1 for like 8 years. 7 years. But at some point you get injured, you start slowing down. Now, can Derrick Henry be the number 1 running back in the league? Of course he can, right? But I'm going with the number 1 wide receiver that not many people are taking, this high, because obviously I went through my rankings and I think not only is Jonathan Taylor going to be the next big thing at running back, taking the crown and the baton from Derrick Henry, the same thing is going to happen, I feel, at the wide receiver position. It was Devontae Adams and Tyreek. But Devontae's going with Waller and Renfro and Josh Jacobs, right? But he's playing with Derek Carr. They played in college at Fresno State, but there's not going to be as many targets as Aaron Rodgers gave him, like a billion, right? So he's still going to get his, but instead of scoring 15 to 17 touchdowns, Devontae Adams with Rodgers on Green Bay, realistically 8 to 12. Because Waller's going to probably get 8 to 10. Renfro is going to get 6 to 8. So there's not going to be that 15 to 18 with Devontae. At least I don't think there's going to be that many, right? Tyreek is not with Mahomes anymore. So instead of getting 10 to 17 with Mahomes, you're probably going to get somewhere between 8 and 12. Unless they run RPO and he does reverses or screens and they're going to use him like a Deebo Samuel. If they use him like Deebo Samuel, Tyreek might get running and receiving over 15. It's possible. I don't know how they're necessarily going to use them like Debo or not. We have to wait to see Dolphins games because they haven't shown it in preseason. So those guys slide down to like 4 and 5, right? But right now it's Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Cooper Kupp, and Cooper Kupp has Allen Robinson now. So yeah, I know, obviously you had Robert Woods, but he was injured, right? And they have Van Jefferson, but Allen Robinson was a top 10 receiver every year except for last year. For weird reason, Justin Fields didn't like him and went to Mooney instead. So Matthew Stafford will get Allen Robinson as a number 2 receiver. He could be the only number 2 receiver in the top 10. Godwin will be close. Thielen will be close. Lockett, Devontae Smith, there will be others, you know what I mean? But Godwin and Thielen obviously are the top, the top. And T. Higgins, there's other guys that have good receivers, Michael Gallup with CD, you know what I mean? But you have to look at targets. But for me, the closest thing to Justin Jefferson is Jamar Chase. And I've never seen 2 receivers so equally dominant. It's like, for example, if Randy Moss and Megatron were playing at the same time, right? Who do you go to? Megatron or Randy Moss? Like, they're both great. Fuck T.O., you know what I mean? Get his ass out of there. And Jerry Rice is older. So, like, imagine if, Randy Moss and Megatron came in at the same time. If you go Randy, is anyone going to be mad? Fuck no. He's a beast. I mean, Randy's probably the second best receiver of all time. I go Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, T.O., Megatron, and then you got like Larry Fitzgerald and all these other guys after, right? But Megatron, if he didn't retire early, he could have probably been number 3 or number 2. Same thing goes for Barry Sanders. Could have been, I got Barry as I knock over my microphone. I got Barry as like, one of my best running backs ever. You know what I mean? He's amazing. But if he would have played longer, but 10 years, 10 Pro Bowls. Imagine if Barry Sanders had Emmitt Smith's line. Imagine if Barry Sanders played 15 years instead of 10. He would have all the records. You know what I mean? But I think Megatron and Randy Moss, not Randy Moss and T.O., they're very similar to each other. And Julio Jones was supposed to be Megatron, but Julio can't score in the red zone. He was always getting less than 10 touchdowns. That's why Megatron's better than Julio. And he doesn't have hamstrings made of spaghetti strings. He's on Tampa now, I should know. Okay. But I think he will actually have a pretty good year. So there's going to be a little strategy involved. But Jamar Chase, the closest thing to Jamar Chase is Justin Jefferson. Who's the best receiver? Is it Jamar Chase? Is it Justin Jefferson? I don't know. They're both from LSU. And 1 year it might be Justin Jefferson. The next year it might be Jamar Chase. Cooper Kupp is great. But the big reason Cooper Kupp was great, Kevin O'Connell. Kevin O'Connell is now on Minnesota. Hence why I picked Justin Jefferson. So you're not having the same piece there, and you added Allen Robinson. So Cooper Kupp, even though he's going to dominate and could be number 1 again, but something tells me that Jefferson and Chase will be better, and then Cooper will be like 3rd, Devontae Adams 4th, and maybe Tyreek 5th. So the guys that were normally Devontae 1, Tyreek 2, slide down, because you got Tua and you got Carr, not the same as, Patrick Mahomes and Rodgers. Cooper Kupp still has Stafford, but you don't got your OC anymore. And you added Allen Robinson. And Van Jefferson's still good too. But nobody can guard Cooper Kupp. We know this, right? But Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase are like the trending upwards. Like they are going to be the 2 best receivers moving forward. Cooper will be great. Devontae will be great. Tyreek will be great. And a lot of the young bucks coming in. But to me, Jefferson and Chase are the best. So that's just what I feel. Let me see here. Who has the higher ceiling, Olave, Pickens, or Sky Moore? Oh, it depends on targets. You know what I mean? And I think Olave is very skilled. I think Olave and Pickens are better than Sky Moore. But if Mahomes likes Sky Moore and he starts getting, 10 looks a game, Sky Moore could blow up. Same thing with Christian Watson or Romeo Doubs with Aaron Rodgers. But we don't know how they're going to utilize these guys. Are they going to do wide receiver by committee? We don't know. And then Olave's got Michael Thomas and Landry. But I think Olave is better than Landry. Olave could be a wide receiver 1. He's very talented. And George Pickens could be a wide receiver 1. You saw what he did at Georgia. You saw what he did in preseason, bullying the corners. Like Pickens could be better than Chase Claypool and Deontay Johnson. We just have to see how the targets go and who steps up. But from what I've seen, I would go Pickens, Olave, Sky Moore. But I think all 3 got a lot of potential. But Pickens, Olave ceiling is higher until I see Sky Moore getting, 10 targets a game, 12 targets, then maybe I'll go Sky Moore. But if Sky Moore is getting 8, Pickens is getting 8, and Olave is getting 8, I'm going Pickens and Olave before Sky Moore. No disrespect to Sky, but Pickens and Olave are better receivers, personally. So, would you trade DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, and Kmet for Waddle, Goddard, 12-man PPR 3 flex? DJ Moore is a wide receiver 1. Robbie Anderson is a wide receiver 2. Cole Kmet. Who do you have at tight end? Let's see, tight end Kmet. And you would be getting Goddard. And then Jalen Waddle will be a wide receiver 2. So you would be getting a wide receiver 2 and Waddle, who could put up wide receiver 1 numbers, but you just don't know how many targets he's getting. Goddard is better than Kmet, obviously. Robbie Anderson, we don't really give a shit about Robbie. Robbie's just an extra pick. So let's say DJ Moore and Kmet for Waddle and Goddard, and Robbie's just the extra piece. And you got to see what Baker's going to do. DJ Moore's stats will probably be better than Waddle's, but even though Waddle is a wide receiver 2, you would assume he's going to get looks. You know what I mean? Like he's going to get opportunities. Goddard is way better than Kmet. Now, question for you. Is Kmet your starting tight end? You don't have anybody better than Kmet? Yes or no? And then let me know who else you have at wide receiver besides DJ. You got DJ Moore, Robbie, and Kmet. And then you would be getting Waddle and Goddard. Who do you have? Are you Moore, Anderson, or Kmet, or are you Waddle and Goddard? Explain, please, and I'll tell you. Tell me who you have, Bam, and I'll tell you. So, yeah, no trades, dude. That's why the league, it's skill only. No trades whatsoever. No trades whatsoever. You got to be able to get it from the wire. That's what, that's what you experts do. You can't trade. You have to be able to do it on your own. That's why drafting is very crucial. So, oh yeah. I mean, she's got a lot of number ones, but I think I have the most well-rounded team top to bottom. She's got, number one, quarterback, number one running back, number one tight end, right? That's true. But I think when you look at my running backs as a whole, my wide receiver unit, my defenses, my kicker, and my bench, you know what I mean? And we'll see. Sarah could definitely beat me. A lot of you guys could beat me in the league, but we just have to wait and see. So. But like I said, people pay me hundreds of dollars to help them. I've won leagues before. I never finished lower than third in a 10-man, 12-man, 14-man league. And obviously, if I read off my team there, you can see why, Rated 12-man PPR, quarterback, Herbert, Dalvin Cook, Penny, wide receivers, MT Godwin, tight end Goddard, flex Renfro. Beautiful, Bobby John. If this is me and I'm doing a 12-man, I don't even know how the fuck you got this team. I have Herbert. Dalvin Cook is money. Penny is a sleeper. You might want to pick up Kenneth Walker III if you have an opportunity to do so, because if Penny gets hurt, you need to make sure you pick up a backup for Penny. You have to if you didn't pick him up already. If I had that team, I would have picked up Penny as the last pick in the draft. That's what I would have done. And then you got MT, but we don't know if he's healthy. Right? So hopefully you have someone behind him. Godwin, like that. I have Godwin. Goddard, I like that. And flex Renfro. I would have picked Renfro, but it was already gone. So that's actually pretty good. But you have to get someone, make sure you have someone behind MT, and make sure you get Kenneth Walker III if you didn't already get him. And overall, pretty solid. Herbert, Dalvin Cook, Penny, MT Godwin. I mean, the one spot that's the question mark is Michael Thomas. Is he going to be good or not? We don't know. But everything else besides Michael Thomas is beautiful. So again, for Penny's backup, get Kenneth Walker III. That should be your number one priority. And if I was doing that team, that would have been my last pick in the draft. Okay. And then if you didn't get him, grab him first week if you can. Okay. And then as far as MT, you got to have someone better than MT. So Godwin's got to be your one, but he's going to come off an injury. I have Godwin as well, but we got to see how he's looking, and you got to make sure you have more depth behind MT and Godwin. But overall, out of a 1 to 10, solid 9. You know what I mean? The only thing that could have been better is a better wide receiver than MT. But if MT is the old MT, then it's like a 9.59. Very solid. Nice. Yeah, we got to get to 100 in donos for sure. So Braun Strowman came on Raw, is what you guys were saying? Well, you know what, Odin's son? I mean, I'm competitive, right? But again, I had the number 2 pick, and it was random. And instead of going for Eckler or Derrick Henry after Jonathan Taylor went off the board, it could have been Eckler, Henry, Dalvin Cook. I mean, it could have been a number of running backs. I went Justin Jefferson, and I still ended up with arguably the best team in the draft. So it's all about strategies, baby. Mike Trout, nice. Jesse, what's DK Metcalf's value? I had a choice between DK and Godwin, and I went Godwin because his value is still good, but you have Geno and Drew Lock throwing, not Russell Wilson. So it goes down considerably. They're going to lose a lot of games. They're going to get frustrated. They're going to yell at each other. DK and Lockett's more mature. DK will blow up. DK Metcalf will blow up on Pete Carroll, Andrew Lock, and with Geno Smith. I guarantee it. And he still will have an opportunity to get some touchdowns, probably 5 to 10 in the season, but there's going to be a lot of frustrations, and secretly they're trying to tank, and they are trying to get the first pick in the draft for obviously Alabama's number 1 quarterback, Bryce Young. I assume that's who they're looking at. So, hi, Holly. How are you? Do you like that I left you Mahomes? I imagine that made you smile. Obviously, I'm an Oregon Duck guy, but I was, after Allen went off the board 9 times out of 10, I go Mahomes, but I saw that you were picking after me, and I wanted to make sure if you can't get Kelsey, I want to make sure that you have fun. And I thought, you know what? I can still win my league with Herbert or Mahomes. I want to make sure you have fun. And I imagine you smiled big when you ended up getting Mahomes. So I hope you enjoyed the draft. Yeah, number 1 quarterback, number 1 tight end, and yeah, right. Number 1 quarterback, number 1 running back, and number 1 tight end. That doesn't happen often, right? But the wide receivers, you got to make sure with the wide receivers, you got to make sure that you got solid pieces there too. Yeah. Well, also, I mean, lucky, but I kind of gave you an alley oop. But if I would have went Mahomes, Holly, um, if I would have went Mahomes after, Sarah went, because honestly, I wasn't even going to go quarterback. I was going to wait to like the 10th round and keep stacking running backs and wide receivers. And my goal was going to get Russell Wilson. That was who I originally was going to go for. But when she went Josh Allen, I was like, ooh, I was looking at Josh too. I was like, do I want to go for him now? I already got a lot of these other pieces lined up. And then she went there. And then I was like, oh, Mahomes. But then I saw Herbert. And I was like, you know what? Herbert's been balling. He's got the most yards, right? The most touchdowns and the most 300-yard games in his first 2 years. This could be a breakout year for him again. So I was like, you know what? Do I go Mahomes and then you go Herbert? But I figured, you were wanting Allen or Mahomes. I figured that's what you wanted. I wanted to pick Allen, actually, but Mahomes I took and was happy. Right. So, Holly, if I would have picked Mahomes, would you have picked Justin Herbert? Is that who you would have picked third, or would you have kept going for other good players and then picked a quarterback later? That's what I think you would have probably picked Herbert, but I don't know. That's you. That you might have not picked him. But I'm curious to see. Would you have picked Herbert after if I would have picked Mahomes? Because it went Josh Allen, and then he was either me, Mahomes. You would have picked Herbert. Okay. But it wouldn't have been as enjoyable for you because you don't get Kelsey or Mahomes. And like I said, I wanted to give you an alley-oop. You know what I mean? And this is your first time, and what's a better way to play fantasy football, even if you don't win? You got Patrick Mahomes. It doesn't get any sweeter than that. You know what I mean? Like, you want to make sure that you have some players, that are on the Chiefs. You obviously got a lot of guys on the bench, right? And then you picked Eckler, who I normally, if I drafted normal, I would have picked Eckler as well. But you had a pretty good draft, and it was your first time. So now you can root for the guy that you actually love, not someone that just fell into your lap. You know what I mean? And it works out better for me. You love Mahomes. I love Herbert. and it worked out for both of us. So I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, and that's why I put you in the league. I wanted you to have fun. And like I said, if now Herbert was off the board, then, then obviously I had to have taken Mahomes there. Like if it would have went Josh Allen and Herbert, I would have had to take Mahomes. I mean, there's just nothing I could have done after that. So, but I'm happy. And then you took Kelsey, Sarah. I was looking at Kelsey. So then I had to go Mark Andrews. But I think it worked out, worked out for a lot of us. I'm excited. Yeah. So at least Sarah gets, that piece. And then you get Mahomes, you know what I mean? And I still get some nice quality pieces as well. And I got Butker. So I got a Chief on my team. I had to get Butker. And when you took McPherson, I was like, because I was looking at McPherson, Justin Tucker. I pick Justin Tucker every year. I have never had Butker. So that was my third pick. It was going to be McPherson, right? And then it was going to be Tucker. And then if I couldn't get those two, then I was going to get Butker, and then I did. So sometimes you have to go with your third option there. So Odin's son with a $3 dono. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Thank you, Odin's son. And I apologize. I wasn't able to put the fantasy football stuff behind me. Normally I do that on the other platform, the OBS studio, but there was an accident on the way home from the beach. We went to the Pacific Ocean. We went to Lincoln City, and Paisley was chasing the pelicans and the seagulls and the birds, like running far into the water. And she was just, so crazy. And we let her off leash. And then when we left there, we thought it was an accident, and we got backed up for 45 minutes. And there was like a casino turn, and then another turn coming from Pacific City's beach. And we got held up for 45 minutes. And then I went to go get hot dogs, relish, mustard, ketchup for dinner tonight to celebrate Labor Day. And then I didn't have time. So I do apologize. I normally have everything behind me. But Paisley had a great time. And yes, I know. And then I was looking at Hunter Renfrow, and I was looking at some of the people that you picked too. I stole George Pickens from you, but did you get Hunter Renfrow? I need to look here because there was Dirty Birds. Let me see your team, because I know there was a couple people that stole some shit from me, and I was like, damn it. You got Patterson. I wanted Patterson. So you got Patterson. I wanted Patterson. You got Pitts, obviously, so you got some people from your team. Let's see here. So you got Patterson. That was one spot. And I need to look at who ended up getting Hunter Renfrow. Because I was like, ooh. I was really looking. I was going to have Hunter Renfrow as my flex. Let me see. I have to go here. Who got Hunter Renfrow? I'm looking. Where are you, Hunter? Where are you, Hunter Renfrow? Sarah didn't get Hunter Renfrow. Where is Hunter Renfrow? Did Chief O'Chief get Hunter Renfrow? Yes, he did. Chief O'Chief did. So I got George Pickens that he was looking at, and then he stole Hunter Renfrow out of underneath me. I was like, oh, but I think I got Josh Jacobs anyways. So I ended up getting that running back situation that I needed. So, it's a lot of times it's like, you want to have a well-rounded piece. So, but I'm just happy because, like I said, everyone, I don't think anyone had a horrible draft, but like I said, you can see, the value picks, and you always want to make sure you're having value picks at the end. So, but I got Butker. I'm happy. This might have been my best draft ever out of like the 15 some years, 20 years. This is my fourth year. But again, I wanted to do a strategy that was different than anyone else. And like I said, I haven't seen anybody on planet Earth that has done Justin Jefferson number 2. You know what I mean? If they didn't get Kevin O'Connell, I could have went Jamar Chase also. You know what I mean? But it is risky, but also not risky with Minnesota, the sleeper team, Kevin O'Connell as coach. Jamar Chase is going to ball out. And obviously, Derrick Henry's great, but he's coming off an injury, right? Eckler is a great pick for you, Holly. That was the pick that most people would have done because he is great in PPR. He's going to run, and Herbert's going to get him, obviously catches in the backfield. And one of the reasons that I didn't get Eckler is because I was thinking maybe Herbert would fall into my lap, and you don't want to have too many people on the same team, even though I did get Jefferson, Thielen, and Cousins, but I'm never going to play Cousins with Herbert, obviously going to be my guy. And I'm probably never going to play Jefferson and Thielen unless they're balling out. And I might do it. So I might do Jefferson, Thielen together if Godwin's hurt, and it could pay dividends for me. Not a lot of people would do that, but I'm not like most people. So, yeah, I got Butker. I'm super happy. I mean, like I said, I got top 3 quarterback. I got top 10 running backs in Chubb, Barkley, and Jacobs. I got arguably the best receiver in the game, Justin Jefferson. I got Godwin, best tight end, not named Travis Kelce. Some people have Mark Andrews as the number 1 tight end because they don't have anyone else besides Bateman to throw to. So it's going to be Kelce and Andrews as 1A, 1B. I got the best defense, Bills D, right? And I got Steelers D, incredible, right? And then I got a top 3 kicker. I couldn't get McPherson because Holly got. I couldn't get Justin Tucker, but I'll take Butker. So the lowest that I got really was nothing there, And Thielen, right? One of the best number 2s, just like Godwin. I got Chase Edmonds. So if anything happens with Saquon, Chubb, or Jacobs, I'm fine. He's a starting running back for Miami. Cousins to back up Herbert, Steelers to back up Bills D, and then my last 3 picks are the most important. Sleepers. DeAndre Hopkins, suspended 6 games, no problem. I'll hide him on my bench. George Pickens, the most upside out of any rookie wide receiver, and then Naheem Hines to block Sarah, obviously with Jonathan Taylor. So, yeah. Ooh, you are going to New Jersey? Nice. Let me get the dono in here that you did. $3 from Odin's son. Thank you, man. Oh, it's not a trader. It's the Florida Gator connection with Tommy. There's no trader whatsoever. You got the best kicker on your team. That's smart. Justin Tucker is normally always the best kicker. And honestly, I would have picked him. But if McPherson didn't have such a great season, it would have been Justin Tucker 1, and then maybe Butker 2, McPherson 3. But they assume that McPherson could be the best. And Tucker's getting older. And then Butker is a solid number 2, number 3. But if Tucker goes down a spot, you have to go from Butker being 2 to Tucker to 3. And no, not trader at all. That was very smart. Very smart. Florida Gators, right? There you go. Yeah. I saw that. Most people don't do that. And you can kind of evaluate what you have, right? But it's fun. It's your first year, and like I said, it'll be something that if those guys break out, you have them on the team, right? Because this is a brand new year. You might have some sleepers in there, right? And then, like I said, if you need to get rid of any of them and upgrade your team, you can do that as well. Or you can just hang on to them. It's whatever you want to do. Odin's son, $3 dono on the Cash App. Bang, 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 bang. Let's go. Let's get it, baby. Let's go. Bang, bang. Thank you so much, Odin's son. I don't know if he's still in the room or not, but Odin's son, I appreciate you. You are the man. I love you. I appreciate you. I hope everything goes well for you. There's my kicker. And you are a GOAT. My original GOAT, Odin's son. Appreciate you. Chiefs. Thank you so much, bro. Oh, you're still here. Good. Who do you want to see for a picture? I didn't know if you were still here or not. You want to see a favorite wrestler, a favorite Chief player? I want to make sure I show you. I mean, I put up a few pictures that I had already, but I just wanted to make sure that, I can do something for you. It doesn't matter if it's $1, $2, or $3. It all is going to help. So. You got Sky Moore, George Pickens, Olave. I mean, there's going to be a lot of. I got food picks already set up here for later tonight. So just try to get to a hundo. Yeah, I was thinking about Sky Moore too, but I just had other players, and I was looking at Olave, Sky Moore. I was looking at some of the rookies, Romeo Dobbs and Christian Watson. But I was thinking, okay, Olave, Sky Moore. I was like, ooh. But then I was like, George Pickens. I was like, no one's going to look at Pickens. There might be one other person in the draft that was smart enough to think of George Pickens, and it might be like Shepard or Chief will Chief. And I knew that if I was either going to go George Pickens and then Hopkins, but I figured if I go Hopkins, that I would be able to get Pickens after that. And like I said, I could have went for a third defense, you know what I mean? Which I still might do, you know what I mean? But I wanted to handcuff Sarah's running back just in case. So, and I don't want Jonathan Taylor to get hurt by any means, by any means at all. So, okay. I appreciate you, bro. Give you a little stone cold. Bang, 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 bang. I appreciate you, brother. You the man. $3 holla. Pierce, who are we talking about? The running back for the Texans? Well, he's first string, right? So anybody that's first string, you have to look at. And I was on the depth chart during the draft too. I had to look to see if Chase Edmonds was going to be first string or second string. I'm always looking at the depth chart in fantasy to always look to see what I got. So, but I'm incredibly happy. No weaknesses in my lineups at all. And then the Hopkins, George Pickens. And like I said, the only one that I could have picked better was maybe Naheem Hines. And the Saquon pick is a risk, but when I have Chubb, Barkley, Jacobs, and Edmonds, I'm fine. You know what I mean? I'm fine. I don't have to run 3 running backs. So, yeah, I think so too. All right, we're going to go to a tropical place. We can always go here. This one's kind of nice. This one is a good vibe too. And I was at the beach today too. So, I was living my best life. Things were good. Let's see, where do I want to go? This one's kind of bright and nice. This one gives me a good vibe. This one gives me good vibes too. So we'll switch it around. We'll probably start at some point at the end of the night. We'll go here. And then I like this vibe with the sunset. This one's a little bit more during the day, which is very nice. And then we got like a Hawaii background, which is very beautiful. I like that. But since it's already getting late, I think we're going to go here. This one gives me a very cool, chill vibe. There is because the point system and the way that it goes. So O-lineman is just not something that they do, but they do sometimes do leagues where they do defensive players. But it just gets too complicated, and most people aren't familiar with O-line and D-line. And so there's very few leagues that do defensive players. I don't think I've ever seen a league with O-linemen because they just, with the rankings and with the players that they're already doing. But you're learning, and this is your first year. And like I said, I'm happy that I was able to alley-oop you Mahomes, because I was thinking, okay, can I win my league with Mahomes? Yeah. Can I win my league with Herbert? Yeah. And she already took Josh Allen, which was going to be my pick. I was like, okay, if I can't get Josh Allen, Mahomes and Herbert. And then I was like, and then I saw that you were picking next. And I was like, oh, if I pick Mahomes and Holly picks, she's going to take Herbert, but she didn't get Mahomes. She didn't get Kelsey. This is her first year. Can I win the league with Herbert? Similar points. Yeah, let's do it. So then I decided, I'm going to let you, and like I said, sometimes when you play your first year, you want to be able to have some of your guys. And what a better way to have Mahomes or Kelsey or both. And a lot of times you're not going to get both based off the competitiveness. So it was a pleasure for me to be able to, give you that alley-oop. So, but now, but you learned some of the stuff that I said, and you're still learning. It's very offensive, focused, but also Defenses and kickers matter. If you don't have a good defense and you don't have a good kicker, you're fucked because you're trying to get 10 points or more on every spot. And then some spots you're trying to get 20 or more. Quarterback, certain wide receivers, certain running backs. But really when it comes down to the end of the lineup, tight end, 10 points or more. Flex, 10 points or more. Your flex can be a running back, a wide receiver, or a tight end. So technically, you could do tight end. And I was thinking about drafting Waller and Andrews, but I didn't want to be that guy. I could have done that too, but I let someone else have Waller so I can get more depth. And then I got Bills D and Steelers, and then I got a top 3 kicker. Even though I wanted McPherson bad, you got him. Then I wanted Justin Tucker. He was gone, but I still was able to get my Butker, so no problem. You probably thought I was going to grab Mahomes too. I'm a big Mahomes fan, but I'm a big Oregon Duck, Herbert. And obviously with what Herbert did, if Herbert didn't have as good of a first 2 seasons, right, I would have went Mahomes, no doubt. But since he was so competitive, the similarities between Herbert and Mahomes and Allen, it's not that different. And, it's going to be a new year for you guys with no Tyreek. So I was like, you know what? I might miss out on a few points, letting you have Mahomes, but I'll make up for it with the rest of the guys that I had. So, and it makes me happy because you're more stoked to have Mahomes than to have Herbert. It would be tough for you to be like a Chief fan and you're having to root for Herbert going against your Chiefs D twice a year. That gets complicated because then you're like, I want the Chiefs to win, but then you want Herbert to get a lot of yards and touchdowns. And then you feel bad because then you're having to root against your defense. So I saved you a favor for some anguish there. So. Right. You're right. But she's talking about actually picking offensive linemen, and they don't do that in fantasy. But they do pick defensive players if you do that custom draft. But that gets way, like, even for me, I won't be overwhelmed, but most people will be because they've never done it before. And let alone, do you know the best defensive players on every team? Most people don't. You know what I mean? That's why it's like wide receivers, running backs, tight ends and whatnot. So. But you are correct. And I'm proud to have 9 regulars and just my boy, a Buccaneer fan, Scott Leinert, no relation to Matt Leinert because it's not spelled the same, but he lives in Florida and he was in my fantasy football league in like year 1 or year 2. Hopefully he doesn't quit. Hopefully he goes through, but he's really the only one that didn't go, in the room all the time. So 9 regulars, and I'm happy. The champ from last year had 2 full days to email me, right? And I was like, okay, I have Holly and I have Michael Lawler. Lawler's already doing 3 leagues. So I was like, you know what, Holly, to have her part of the camaraderie, to hang out with Sarah so I can have 2 females in the league. You know what I mean? There's 3 people on the East, right, that are regulars that have done it a lot. And then 2 newbies. 3 people on the West that are regulars doing fantasy football and 2 newbies. So it's fair. You know what I mean? Like you're going to have the newbies on each side and you're going to learn from the people at the top and we're going to help each other. You know what I mean? And it's going to be fun. No trades. So it's all fair. Shep, how are you liking your team, dude? Brady and Burrow. Most people wouldn't go for both, right? But if something happens, obviously my offensive line is fucked, right? Boom. Or you can swap for the better matchup. Check it out, Shep. So let's say Tom Brady is going against the Saints, right? And then Burrow's going against Cleveland. What are you going to do? You're going to put in Burrow. So it's really smart in a way, too, to be able to get, 2 top 10 quarterbacks. I got 2 top 11 quarterbacks. I got Herbert, he was a top 7 overall, but in fantasy might be top 5, right? And then I got Kirk Cousins, who's going to be probably somewhere, 11th, 12th, overall, 11th best, right? But he might put up top 10 stats with Jefferson and Thielen and Dalvin Cook and with Kevin O'Connell. So yes, I like that for you too. But remember, when you do this, Brady and Burrow, that means that you missed out on getting an elite running back, wide receiver, tight end, defense, kicker, because you went Burrow. So sometimes you got to remember that too. It's nice having 2, right? And one guy might get hurt, but if you missed out on getting an elite wide receiver or running back or tight end for Burrow, and or kicker or defense, You know what I mean? You have to look at that as well. So, yes, I like that too. Allen and Trevor Lawrence. I got Herbert, and what was left for me after I went through all my good picks was Kirk Cousins, and that's exactly who I wanted. Carr or Cousins is who I was looking at getting. You know, a guy that was going to be number 10 in Carr or 11 in Cousins. And obviously, I wanted to get Cousins, Thielen, and Jefferson because I told you guys that's the sleeper team this year. So, someone nabbed Jalen right before. Ooh, yeah. What a better way to season weighing heavily on his play. Yeah. And if he doesn't play good, boom, you can end up getting maybe trading up, or I'm not sure if you're going to get Bryce Young, but I think Jalen will be fine, you know, with the supporting cast. Holly Hundo. You know what? It made my heart feel good. And like I said, it's not like I kicked someone else out or I, you know, just decided that I wanted you in the league over them. I will make it fair and square. But again, if I have a choice, I want to be able to have my friends in the league. And BMO never comes in the show. I don't think he really watches the show. You know, he just knows that I do fantasy and he just comes in. But I don't think he's a regular watcher. He's not a regular commenter. You know what I mean? He's just a guy that found me and wanted to be in the league. And I gave him 2 days to respond. He didn't. And, he had plenty of chance. And he won the league last year. So he's a solid top 4 fantasy football player, in our league last year. And I'm actually happier that you're in the league because it's your first year. And if it's your first year, what a better way to do it with me and Sarah in the league. You're going to have fun and have camaraderie. And, on top of that, guess what? Right? Guess what with this? Right? You're with everyone else that you already know. Brute Saint, Shepard Williams, Jake that lives in Washington, who's a Mariner fan, right? Eagles John, Sarah Small, Air Whitey, Chief will Chief. You. The only one you don't know is Scott, my Buccaneer friend that lives in Florida. That's the only one that nobody knows. You know what I mean? I'm the only one that really knows him. So 9 people that are regulars and then just him. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. What do you want to see for pictures? Bang, 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 baby. Let's get it. Thank you so much, Holly. We're trying to shoot for a hundo tonight. No problem. It was my pleasure. And I just wanted you to respond quick because when I sent you that email, he already had it. So if he just so happened, checked his email and clicked accept before you would have been out. So I'm glad that you took action. It makes me feel good that you're in the league. And I'm glad that I gave you Mahomes. Won't lie. I wanted him. I wanted my 3 quarterbacks I was looking at were going to be Allen, Mahomes, Herbert in that order. And then when Sarah went Allen, I was like, uh-oh, because I was planning on going Russell Wilson. I was going to pick him in like the 10th round. I was going to wait and keep stacking running backs and wide receivers. But when I already had everything stacked correctly with my running backs and my wide receivers and my tight end, I was like, well, hell, why not? Why not go for, because if I don't pick, Herbert or Mahomes now, they're gone because there's going to be a run on the position, so. But, it'll probably be the only time I don't draft Mahomes when I have a chance to draft Mahomes. But I do like Holly so much and I had Justin Herbert there. Now, if Herbert was gone and Allen was gone, then I would have had to do Mahomes and I would have felt really, really bad. But, it's fantasy football. You know what I mean? And obviously you got Mahomes. Sarah got Kelsey. It's a match made in heaven. And I still got Butker. And I was looking at him too. So at least I got a chief player. And that was what I was looking at too. So. No problem. Yeah, but he had 2 days to respond. You know what I mean? And that's normally I give people like an hour. I was like, okay, I sent you the list. You sign on. You know what I mean? I don't usually give a person a day or two because this guy's not a regular. You know what I mean? But I decided, okay, maybe you're on vacation, maybe, But if you're not checking your email, you're not really taking this that seriously. And I don't know how many leagues he's doing, but he missed out. And I would rather have you in the league rather than him anyways, honestly. So. It's my pleasure. I appreciate you. And let me know what you want to see in the league. You want some Space Kitties? I'll hook you up with some Tommy to start off here first. But like I said, this league is really special, and I'm glad that we're able to all have this opportunity to have fun with each other. So. And I already got all the food pictures on cue. All right, let me look to see what's on. We got Dodgers are still on, I would assume, right? And the Mariners, White Sox replay. All right, hold up here. All right, it should be Dodgers. Oh, shit. 6-3 Giants. Ouch. Come on, Dodgers. But you let me know what you want to see, and I got you, Holly. I appreciate you so much. And it worked out good, having the draft on Labor Day, so that way that we can, it's not like a regular work day or someone's got plans. Like you work around the fantasy football, but I wanted to do it late because I want to make sure no one got hurt or anything of that nature. So sometimes people do the fantasy football league too early. So. All right, let's go with my my favorite Chiefs Kingdom artist on planet Earth. Oh, there's a lot of talented people, Cynthia Burris and a bunch of these others that are really talented with digital or with markers or colored pencils and pencils. There's a lot of Chiefs Kingdom artists out there, but this is my favorite, Holly Winchell, Holly Hundo, Space Kitty. Have you worked more on your Len Dawson? I'm very excited to see what you have got cooking up in the kitchen with the Len Dawson. I can't wait to see it. It's my pleasure and to have you in the league. And honestly, it's my pleasure to have you a part of this channel. You mean more to this channel than you know. So is Sarah. A lot of you people in the room, you mean more to me than you know. Because like I said, I can't do this shit alone. You know what I mean? I'm already at a disadvantage, with how things are going for me with views and subs and everything else. So as long as I can have amazing people that would give the shirt off their back like me, and we can support each other to the very end. That's all I can ask for. And I wouldn't want to, I could have 100 people in the room and not have Sarah or Holly, but I would rather have Sarah, Holly, and the people that are in the room and just have, 90 less. Even if I was making 500 a show, it's about the people. You know what I mean? This is what it's all about, connection and relationships and building the bonds. And it also makes my heart happy that Sarah and Holly are so close, just like me and Sarah are close and me and Holly are close. I never thought I would be as close with you guys this soon, but that's what happens. The bond that we share and spending so much time with each other. And I know one day that the three of us will meet, and we will meet with the rest of the NWSF as well, for sure. Yeah, and you should have seen Paisley in the Pacific Ocean chasing the birds. She was going like 15 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour in the water. I was surprised. I was like this, just chasing seagulls, chasing any bird, pelicans, anything she could try to get her mouth on or close to, and then they flew away and she got frustrated. But she was like going like 100 yards from us. I almost got a little scared, you know what I mean? But the tide was out, so it was only up to maybe a foot, you know what I mean, of water, 6 inches, 8 inches, 10 inches, a foot. So she wouldn't go with her head underwater, just like her paws, maybe up to her neck. But most of it was below her neck, and it was like only up to her paws or halfway up to her legs, but it was just so cute to see her just, do her thing. And she was definitely very, very happy. And I'll check the chat here. I just want to make sure I get you a few. Little space kitties, little dogs. I already got food on tap. I just feel bad I couldn't put the draft behind me so that way we could see the picks. I do that every year, but I'm using a different software, and I didn't get home in time. I had to go get hot dogs and buns and ketchup, mustard, and relish, and just try to rush home. 2 recommendations I have. The Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, watch it. And then they also have the Lord of the Rings that's on Amazon Prime. First 2 episodes, I would recommend watching that as well. If you guys love Lord of the Rings, and if you guys love obviously Game of Thrones, watch those spin-offs. They're very good. I got to rewatch those 2, and then obviously with that later. Just want to make sure I give a few nice looks here. And I'm glad my Rolly thing is working on my mouse again. I don't know what happened with that. It was weird. It was only working on certain programs. In the pennant chase, every player wants to be the key piece to the puzzle. Now we debate which team has all the pieces in place. There's a lot more to it than you think. Challenge all things baseball with MLB Now. Appreciate you, Holly. All right, let's take a look at the chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Brood Saint says Lamar is nice when healthy, but when he goes down, Dak can fill in. That's nice. Lamar and Dak. That's a nice duo. And you can do it based off matchup. Like if Lamar's got the Steelers and Dak is playing the Giants, you're going to go Dak. You know what I mean? So you got 2 guys that could put 20 or 30 points up every week. Solid picks there. And Lamar will give you more yards with his legs, but Dak can do it too. So nice. $13. Let's get to $100. Oh, yeah. Yes, I agree. JT's like, Discord, please. What about Instagram? You have Instagram? Ray Gamer, I just drafted last in my draft this year in a 10-man league, standard scoring. Okay. So was it Snake? Ray Gamer? Let's see. We got Stafford, Devontae Adams. We got Michael Pittman, Eckler, Javonte Williams, Ertz, Waddle. And nice. That's solid for picking last. Solid. Stafford, solid pick. Devontae, I don't know how you scored that. Pittman, we'll get some looks. You want to make sure you get someone better than Pittman. But if you're 10th, solid. Eckler, Javonte Williams, solid backfield. Javonte Williams will be a sleeper running back this year. Ertz, Waddle, and Folk. So Ertz, Waddle, Folk are kind of shaky. But Stafford, Adams, Pittman, Eckler, and Williams, thumbs up. Ertz, based on what you got, not bad. You know what I mean? But Ertz, Waddle, and Folk might need to be upgraded. But for a 10-man league, if you drafted last, not bad. Not bad. Not bad for doing 10th, right? Defense, picking up a waiver, and then bench Dobbins, Edmonds, make him puke IU, Godwin, Henderson, James Robinson, and Khalil Herbert. Not bad. Not bad, Ray. Not bad there. Oh, appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Matt Ryan on the bench. Nothing wrong with that. Like I said, you have Mahomes. And Matt Ryan, like I said, for a bench guy, you're going to be looking at like Carr. You know what I mean? You're going to be looking at Kirk Cousins. You're going to be looking at like that type of player, Jameis. So Matt Ryan is right in that kind of mix. That's not bad at all. You're going to play Mahomes every week besides his bye week. And then hopefully Matt Ryan doesn't have the same bye week as Mahomes, hopefully. You know what I mean? So not bad. No problem. Just one thing, just for me, letting you know, like if you do get competitive down the road, like when you pick all those Chiefs players on the bench, nobody does that. You know what I mean? Just because if you do that, that means everyone on their bye week is unavailable. So what happens if you have injuries and then Mahomes is not playing and then you have 5 or 6 guys on the bench that are Chiefs? So for that 1 week, you might automatically lose. So, you try to win every week and it's fine. It's not like a deal breaker, but most people will not pick more than 3 people on their team. defense players, like 3 at the most, maybe 4, but you want to make sure you're getting players from other teams. But since this is your first go around, there's no problem. And who knows? Maybe some of those guys will be like sleeper breakout guys, and you ended up getting, those guys on those teams. You know what I mean? But like with your draft, let me look at your team here. Mahomes, fantastic. Eckler, fantastic. Connor, fantastic. CeeDee Lamb, fantastic. Waddle, fantastic. Ertz, not bad. Amari Cooper, fantastic. Niners D, fantastic. McPherson. So if you're actually looking at your starting lineup, you have actually one of the top 5 starting lineups overall. You're starting, you just got to pray that they don't get hurt. And you got Ertz, Waddle, and CD with injuries. So you got to keep and monitor that. But honestly, your starting lineup is projected for 129. That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. And then on the bench, you got Juju, Pacheco, Burton, Valdez, Scantling, Hardman. So, you got guys that you can fill in, for you. Then you got Robert Woods, and then you obviously have Matt Ryan, right? So, and also just to let you know in the future, right, you're going to want to make sure you get more than 1 defense. You're going to want to get at least 2, okay? And then also you want to make sure that you have more running backs instead of just Pacheco and Burton. Because what happens if Eckler or Connor go down, then you don't have any running backs. So you always want to make sure that you're getting the best running backs available, and then, wide receiver depth. But this is your first year, you know what I mean? So it's completely fine. But if nobody gets hurt and you can play like your starters, you might win the league, or like finish in the top 3, top 4. Because Mahomes, Eckler, Connor, CD, Waddle, Ertz, Cooper, Niners, D, McPherson, that's one of the top 3, top 4 teams with me and Sarah. You know what I mean? So, but your bench is kind of weak, and your bench has got too many Chief players. But this is your first year. You always want to make sure you have a backup running backs on other teams, backup wide receivers on other teams. If you're not happy with your tight end, get another one. Like instead of just Ertz, get Pat Freiermuth. Get Dawson Knox if you can. Get 2 so you can rotate them. You know what I mean? So you don't need to get 2 kickers. You don't need that. But another defense on the bench, more running backs from other teams, more wide receivers from other teams, and maybe another tight end. But other than that, I mean, if you don't have to use your bench at all and you can just rely on your starting lineup, you might finish in the top 5. Who knows? You might finish in the top 3. With a team like that, you got a lot of strong pieces. You're projected for 129 in week 1. So that's just me being honest with you, Appreciate you. Jameson's like, fantasy football sucks. Now he sees everyone in it. Damn, I want to be in it. Yeah, I got you. I'll get you in it next year for sure. Especially when we got 9 regulars in it. You know what I mean? Competing. And then one guy that shows up a few times during football season, creeps here and there. You know what I mean? But he's not a regular by any means. So Holly with a 20. Appreciate you, Holly. Thank you so much. Holly's going to get us to a hundo. Appreciate you. 33. Let's go. Elliot, dude, thank you for showing up. I know you commented on some of my stuff. I'm already set up for you, dude. I am already set up for you. Bro. How are you, dude? Good to see you in the room. And thank you, Holly. What do you want to see for pictures? Obviously, you got the 20, and then you got the 10 in there earlier. Thank you so much. But like I said, if you listen to some of that advice, you know what I mean? You can look at Sarah's draft and everything and let for the fact that you drafted, probably too many Chiefs players, but your Chief bench guys, they're projected for something. Juju, 12, right? Robert Woods, obviously not a Chief, is 11. Valdez Scantling, 10. Matt Ryan, 15. Robert Woods, 11. Obviously, Pacheco and Burton, Hardman. Those are, you just wanted to get Chief players. I get it. But pretty amazing, that even though the bench isn't the greatest, your starting lineup isn't too bad. You just got to hope that you don't get injured. And sometimes it's good to get 2 or 3 defenses. Like for me, if I'm looking at your team, I would have picked up a second or third tight end. If I'm not believing in Ertz, I would have went for Pat Fryermuth, Dawson Knox. I would have wanted those guys. So I have 2 or 3 tight ends. So that way, no matter what, I'm going to produce there. Instead of going for Michael Burton or Pacheco, I would have went for 2 more tight ends. Go for 2 or 3. And then more running back depth as well. But again, this is your first year, and I would have went for another defense instead of just Niners. I would have went for 2 defenses, maybe 3. So, but overall, for your first time, and I got you Mahomes, I'm proud of you. You know what I mean? I'm proud of you. And you drafted Mahomes, Eckler, Connor, Lamb, Waddle, Ertz, Cooper, Niners D, McPherson. Solid. A lot better than I thought you were going to do, to be very honest. I knew you were going to do pretty good, and I know you research and you asked some girlfriends, so I knew you weren't going to come in here just like not knowing anything. So appreciate you, Holly Hundo. Thank you so much. 33, baby. Yeah, let me look. Oh, Eagles John with a tenor. Thank you so much. And I'm happy Eagles John is in the league too. I'm happy everyone is in the league. Honestly, I tried to make it as far as like Fanatic family members, you know what I mean? Not just randos, you know what I mean? Because then you guys don't know who they are. And it's something that we can kind of banter and politely shit talk each other and have fun with it. And, I'm playing you this week. And, everyone that's in the league is a regular except for my Buccaneer guy, Scott. So. And after going to the beach and I got clam chowder and I got some shrimpies and 2 clam chowders and a shrimp combo, $53. Gas was $40. I'm up to be very honest. I'm pretty broke. You know what I mean? So anything on the Cash App side definitely will help out moving forward for sure. And obviously donos in general. It was a 2-hour drive. But then we got caught up in that accident or whatever. So it ended up being like 2 hours and 45 minutes on the way home. Eagles John with a tenor. So I need to get Holly some pictures and Eagles John some pictures. So Eagles, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Bang, 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 baby. And let me see if I can get some. Obviously, Holly did 10, Holly did 20, Odin's son did 3, and now we got 10 with Eagles John. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. And our boy Elliot, Mr. Pep Evans, is back. Yay! The youngest mod is back, baby. Bang, 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 bang. We miss you, dude. Nice. Appreciate the sub and you being in the building. Thank you, Ray. All right, Brute Saint. This was fun. Wide receiver 1 and Stephon Diggs. Peace out, fellas and ladies. Have a good one. See ya, Brute. Yeah, I was looking at Diggs as well, but I was like, okay, I'm going to go crazy and I'm going to go Justin Jefferson. You know what I mean? Like I told you guys, I think he's going to be the number 1 guy. And, normally, like I said, I've never seen anyone else on planet Earth draft him number 2, but why not? No one thought Cooper Kupp was going to be as good as he was last year. So, and I've had Devontae Adams before, and it's worked out for me. So, all right, Odin son, appreciate you. Tyler Higbee, I appreciate you so much. And I know you were like, oh, I don't want to take anyone's spot and then someone else talk to you about fantasy, but it wouldn't be the same doing fantasy in another league. I wanted you and Sarah to bond. So that way, if you have questions, you can ask each other. And then you can also ask me if you want, whatever you want to do. So it's just nice bonding experience for you ladies. And obviously having two ladies in it, it's better than one. So, and I'm always going to have at least one woman in the fantasy football league. Always. I'm not going to be sexist and be like, nope, all dudes, because I've had a girl win my league before, Zini Panini. So, yeah, but for your first time, now, did you understand that you weren't probably supposed to pick all those chief players on the bench? Did you understand that? Or obviously you were just having fun with it and whatnot. But once you look at the team after the draft, you're like, ooh, yeah, maybe I do need another defense when the Niners play like the Rams. You know what I mean? You're like, ooh, maybe I need a replacement. And you can find other teams on the wire, and you can cut some of these people like, Pacheco and Burton, and pick up wire pieces as the season goes along. So, but your starting lineup, your Mahomes, Eckler, Connor, Lamb, Waddle, Ertz, Cooper, Niners, D. McPherson, that could beat me, and that could also beat Sarah. That's, on any given Sunday, Monday, Thursday, your whole team is averaging 9 points or more. Niners are almost at a 9 for a kicker, 8.6 for Niners D, and then everything else is 10 or more, right? And Mahomes could end up getting 40 one week. Eckler could get 30 or 40. Connor can get 20 or 30. CD could get 20 or 30. Waddle could get 20. Ertz could get 10 or 15. Not bad. I'm proud of you. You know what I mean? Because like I said, I normally would have picked Eckler and then Mahomes myself, but I wanted to just do something different this year to see how it would work. So. Yeah, you normally don't want to do too many. Sometimes I will only do like one. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I only do like one. And this year I only have one. I have Chris Godwin because I couldn't get, it was either going to be Godwin, Evans, or Buccaneers D. And Sarah got my Buccaneers D. So yeah, but to be able to get Jonathan Taylor, right, and Josh Allen, right, and Kelsey, that's very rare. It just fell into your lap. But also look at me. You know what I mean? I got Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Godwin, Andrews, Jacobs, Billsy, Butker. I have the strongest top to bottom. You know what I mean? There's no weaknesses in the lineup. And then the bench is the strongest on my team, I feel, as well. Adam Thielen, Chase Edmonds, Cousins, Steelers D, DeAndre Hopkins, George Pickens, Naheem Hines. So good. It's for fun anyways. But I will give prizes out for the top 3. So $43. Let's get to a hundo. Thank you, Eagles John. Yeah, and if that's what you want to do, and maybe some of those guys will break out because you don't really know who's going to be the wide receiver one. Is it Sky Moore? Is it going to be McCole Hardman? Is it going to be Juju? So it's for you to do what you did. Normally is like you don't do that. But in this case, with Tyreek being gone, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. But, with keeping those Chiefs players, obviously the last, let me see, what do you have here? Hold on. You can do whatever you want. It's your team, your league, right? But the Burton and the Pacheco, those are definitely expendable. But if you just want to have them, just to have them, the whole idea is to be able to score as many points as possible each week, and then hopefully if you don't have injuries, that you have backups that can be put in and you can still stay afloat. But if you want to go Chiefs heavy for your first year, no worries there. And you knew it. Yeah. You knew. There you go. You got Bucks D and Gage. I was looking at Gage at the very end as well, but I wanted to block you with the Naheem. So Cook's underrated as well as Elijah Moore. Yep. But now if you look at my team, I think people now are like, oh shit. Now I know why people pay him money every week. Waking up at 2 a.m., making 200, 250 moves a year. But with this team, I'm not going to have to make as much because this might be my best team of all time. Like, no joke. I've had good teams before, but this team is Pretty fucking phenomenal. No joke. But just because your team is dope like that, right? But my team's better than yours, bro, by a lot. So if I took one risk on Saquon and then I picked Jacobs after and Chase Edmonds, right? It doesn't matter. I already have other people I can put in. Barkley is just like if he does good, cool. If he doesn't, I don't care. I picked him based off value. You know what I mean? If he has a healthy year, awesome, right? But I have Nick Chubb. I have Josh Jacobs. I have Chase Edmonds. I already have 3 other starters. If I have Saquon tearing ACL week 1, it's not going to derail me at all. I have 4 quality running backs. Now, if I would have only had Chubb and Saquon, then maybe I could be fucked. But if you look at my depth, I got 4 running backs. Wide receivers, I got Jefferson. I got Godwin, right? I got Thielen, Hopkins, Pickens. It's about depth. So, yeah. But I wasn't going to go CMC. I could have, but, but we'll see. If CMC stays healthy, great. If Saquon stays healthy, great, right? But Saquon wasn't my first running back selected. You know what I mean? I went Justin Jefferson, and then I went Nick Chubb. So, and Nick Chubb wasn't even number 1 on the list. He was like 8th. There was like a lot of other running backs that I could have went, So it is what it is. But if you look at my draft compared to your draft, I mean, how many times have you done fantasy? You said you got second, but were you playing with a bunch of kids? Who were you playing with? Were you playing with people that were good? Let's look at your team. So you got Jalen Hurts, who could have a pretty good year. Cam Akers, but he's injury prone. Zeke, don't trust him at all. Jamar Chase, obviously a great wide receiver. Debo, fantastic pick. Hawkinson, not bad, but he's kind of like lower on the tight end regime. Cooks is a sleeper. Saints D, fantastic. And Nick Folk at one point was the number 1 kicker. But I don't like your running backs, Akers and Zeke. Saquon's better than that. If Akers can stay healthy, but they're going to rotate backs and he can't stay healthy, Zeke is a failure to me. So I would have never picked Akers or Zeke, bro. Just saying. Let's see who you have on the bench. Mooney, I like that. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I wouldn't have picked that. Pollard, I wouldn't have picked that at that position. You wouldn't want to handcuff Zeke with Pollard. Elijah Moore, we'll see what we get. Penny, Penny's going to start. So, Penny might actually give you better stats than Akers or Zeke, honestly. So that was a good late pick for you. Gallup, injury prone, but there will be something there. And then you got Madison to back up, obviously, Dalvin Cook. So you got a lot of backups. Like Pollard was way too early to get a backup there. That was way too early. And the Madison thing at the end was good. Penny getting third to last was a great value pick. But I wouldn't have picked Pollard third on my bench. No way in hell. But you need to figure out your running back core. Akers and Elliott, I don't know. But at least you got Penny there. Akers, Elliott, Helaire, I don't know. We'll see. But you do have Penny at least, though. But I'm not sure if you're going to be able to compete with the big dogs. This might be middle of the pack. So, yeah. I mean, for me, I wouldn't have picked Jalen Hurts or Akers or Elliott. I would have picked Chase. I would have picked Debo. I wouldn't have picked Hawkinson. Cooks, I wouldn't have picked, but he's a sleeper. Saints D, I would have picked. Folk, I wouldn't have picked. Mooney, I wouldn't have picked, but he's decent. Helaire, I wouldn't have picked. Pollard, I wouldn't have picked. Moore, I wouldn't have picked. Penny, I would have. Gallup, I wouldn't. And Madison, I would have at a handcuff maybe. So I would have only drafted 1, 2, 3, 4 players out of your 17. But again, everyone is different, But if you're going to criticize my Saquon pick, Saquon could be better than Akers or Elliott or Helaire or Penny. So if my worst running back might be better than your top 4. And like I said, it's not like I picked Saquon in the first round. Saquon was like my 3rd or 4th pick. So remember that too. It is what it is. Yeah, but I don't trust Dallas. You know what I mean? And it's not like, and also too, right, Jake, why would you pick Dallas when Tyron Smith is injured? Right? Zach Martin is gone, right? Travis Frederick, they used to have 3 offensive linemen. I don't know. See, and that's the thing. If you don't know depth charts, right? If you don't know depth charts and you don't follow the league as a whole, you're not going to do good in the draft. You have to know offensive line, backups. You have to follow the league as a whole. And I know we talk Mariners, but I don't really know. I know you like the Seahawks, but there's a different level with fantasy football. You know what I mean? Yeah, but who's the upside is higher, Akers or Saquon? Saquon's a better athlete, but they're both injury prone. Yeah, but Smith is one of the best left tackles in the game. That's like saying that offensive line doesn't matter. Like the Buccaneers are going to go to the Super Bowl with no Gronk and all my guys on my offensive line injured. It's not going to happen. But you'll learn. CMC, like CMC and Saquon are a risk. Like if I would have took Saquon in the first round, then you can make fun of me. But if I took him in like the 3rd or 4th round, it's a good value pick. So, well, he normally isn't hurt all the time. You know, but they used to have 3 offensive linemen: Zach Martin, Hall of Famer; Travis Frederick, Hall of Famer; and Tyron Smith. You know what I mean? But he doesn't really get hurt all the time. The last couple years a little bit, but not every year. All right, let me go over your team. And I still need to throw up some pictures for Holly and for Eagles. So let me know what you want to do. And plus, like I said, I'm the fantasy guru, dude. You know what I mean? I mean, if you didn't believe me to begin with, look at my fucking team. Every team I've ever had. All right, let's take a quick look at Sarah's team. Six three Giants. All right, Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Elijah Mitchell. And that could be a better running back, there. But he is a starter. Tyreek, solid. Mike Williams. You probably would want someone a little bit better than Mike Williams as your wide receiver 2. But for Mitchell and Williams, not bad, right? There's other teams that have much worse. And Mitchell could go off, and same thing with Mike Williams. He's streaky. He might give you 20, 30 points, and then the next week he'll give you 5. So you have to take the good with the bad with Mike Williams. I had him last year. First 4 weeks, 20 to 35 points. And then he hit a wall, and he was getting like 5. You know what I mean? So as long as you're okay with that, but you need to make sure you have someone better, like maybe putting Gabriel Davis or someone else up there, you'll find out, right? And you got Elijah Mitchell back. Gone! Big home run for the Dodgers. Boom, 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 boom. Austin Barnes, baby. Yeah, solo home run. 6-4 Giants. Let's go. Travis Kelce, magnificent. Gabriel Davis, nice pick. Bucks D, nice. And then you got Daniel Carter. I probably would have got a better kicker, a better flex, better wide receiver 2, and a better RB2. But considering you got Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Tyreek, and Kelce, you can't argue. You know what I mean? You're going to have, Mitchell, Williams, Gabriel Davis, Carlson, maybe not as good, in those 4 spots, but you got Josh Allen, you got Jonathan Taylor, right? You got Tyreek, and you got Travis Kelce. Most people aren't going to have 4 elite fantasy football players on a team. So you're going to ride those 4 and then hope that Mitchell balls, Williams goes off, Gabriel Davis does, and Carlson, but you might need to get someone better than Carlson. And Davis and Williams might be inconsistent if Diggs gets the ball, or, obviously Keenan Allen. And Mitchell, you got to hope that he doesn't get hurt. And then on your bench, you got Amon-Ra St. Brown, great pick. Kareem Hunt, he might end up, getting some of the Chubb carries. Nice. I would have picked Kareem Hunt in my draft, as well as St. Brown. Make him puke Ayuk. Nice. So you have options at running back and wide receiver to swap Gabriel Davis, Mike Williams, and Mitchell if need be, which is good. Trevor Lawrence for Josh Allen for 1 week only, good. Higbee and Kelsey. So if something happens with Kelsey, Higbee's not that bad, and you can have a tight end to fill for Kelsey. Sky Moore, like me, getting a George Pickens, getting a value pick, sweet, right? And then you got Russell Gage, which I would have done. So overall, I don't see really any weaknesses in your team, right? Maybe someone better than Tyler Higbee, you know what I mean? And maybe someone better than Carlson, but you got Mitchell, and then the backup, you got Kareem Hunt, right? So you got those two. Hopefully you don't have Elijah Mitchell go down or Kareem Hunt, right? And then you got Williams, Gabriel Davis, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Ayuk. Make him puke, so that's good. You got depth there. You might need to add another running back. Drop Higbee and get another running back for depth if another one comes up. But overall, I mean, your team is fucking solid. I'm not sure if they did the grades. Did they email grades out for our drafts yet? Because sometimes they'll send you like a grade on the email. So yeah, the O line is much improved, but we don't know if Saquon or CMC are going to stay healthy. You know what I mean? If I knew for 100%, maybe I would have looked at him. Eckler, CMC, Derrick Henry. You know what I mean? But my strategy I felt worked out. So Tyler in the building. How are you? Yeah, Frederick is retired. Tyron Smith gone. So you can't expect you can't expect that offensive line to be like it was. So yeah, and obviously I think Tony Pollard's better, but at least in Jake's case, that he picked both. So that way if Zeke gets benched, he's got Tony Pollard on the team already. So all right, I think I need to go get a beer. That was a good draft. And then Eagles John. Is Holly still in the room? Holly, are you still here? I'm not sure if she left the room or not, but I'll get some pictures up for her. And then, like I said, we'll be getting into food a little bit later. And I'll get Eagles. Who do you want to see for photos, dude? I'll do food or whatever you want. You just let me know what you want to do for your dono, and I'll do that for you. And like I said, you can have a lot of great players. Most teams that are good are going to have like 4 to 7 really good players, but you're going to have 1 or 2 holes where it could be improved, But if you can have 9, then you don't really see any weaknesses, and then a good bench. That's really, the difference between certain people that play fantasy football and the elites. So, but I'm not sure if Holly's still in the room or not. But I need to get pictures up for Holly, and I need to get some pictures up for Eagles John. Let me go grab a beer. Holly, if you're in the room, put some suggestions. And Eagles John, if you're in the room, I can give you Wes Hopkins, Seth Joyner. I can give you, I can give you Keith Jackson at tight end, Randall Cunningham, Jalen Hurts, Jordan Davis. You let me know. Fantasy help. Who would do better option? Pitts versus Saints or Hawkinson versus Eagles? Ooh, it's not really a good matchup for either team. And Hawkinson is injured a lot. So Eagles D will be pretty, lit. And Saints D is really, really lit. But if anyone's going to get looks, it'll be Pitts and Cordarrelle Patterson. So I probably would go Pitts, even though it's against Saints. You know what I mean? Because he's a top 5 tight end. Hawkinson's a top 10 tight end. Hawkinson can hit against the Eagles, but it's like, I don't know. It's too early to see who's going to get more targets, who's better. Pitts is better than Hawkinson, right? But Hawkinson, if he stays healthy, he can be similar to Pitts. But it all is about targets. And Pitts could get 50 yards. Hawkinson could get 80 and a touchdown. It's tough. Both matchups are garbage because you're going to get the Saints D, very good, and you're going to get the Eagles D, which is heavily improved. So that's my personal opinion for someone that follows the league as a whole. Seth Joyner in a uni. Okay, I got you. So Sarah, be honest. Out of any draft that you've ever done, right, or you ever seen, has anyone had a better draft than me this year than what you've seen? Like either you've had someone in your league before, or have you seen it on the internet? I mean, that one is a masterpiece. I'm telling you, that might be my best draft of all time. And I've had a lot of drafts. That one might be my best ever. And being crazy and going Jefferson too, on top of that. That's wild. Jason Peters has out-earned in his career by Sam motherfucking Bradford. I know Bradford made so much money, and it depends on how much guaranteed money you get in your big contract. And sometimes you get these shitty players like Bradford, who was good in college, but just didn't pan out in the pros. And it makes that kind of crazy, crazy money. That's wild. Right. You know what I mean? If it's me, Falcons usually play the Saints pretty tough. And I assume Mariota, Desmond Ritter isn't starting. Mariota will need to go to a check down guy. So if Ridley's not playing, who is he really going to be going to? Drake London and Pitts. Pitts might be the number one option. And then you have Amon-Ra St. Brown, and you also have DJ Shark. So Hawkinson might be like the third option. Pitts might be the first. So if it's me, go with Kyle Pitts. I think that's where I would go if I was doing it. Even though the Saints D is better than the Eagles D, but Pitts could score. Hawkinson could score as well. But I think Pitts is higher on the priority list with the depth chart. He might be the first option with no Ridley there, and Drake London's coming off an injury. He might be the number one option, Kyle Pitts, And then even if the D is tough, they're going to score something. And even if Pitts doesn't score, he might get like 80 yards, give you 8 points or 10 points, So both teams' defenses are tough, and Hawkinson could break through the defense and score. It's possible, but they have a lot more weapons with Swift and Jamal Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DJ Shark, Hawkinson, and Hawkinson's been hurt. So, like, how far? He's probably like the fifth option. Pitts is one, so go Pitts. But don't, like I said, Hawkinson could score and get 15 points. Pitts could get 5, but you just have to evaluate and just see how it goes. And if the rest of your squad is good, sometimes you can take a risk and go Pitts instead of Hawkinson. I mean, it's not even really a risk, but you just have to evaluate the first couple weeks and look at targets. There is no right and wrong in week 1. No one knows. We haven't watched the teams yet. We don't know what kind of target share we're working with. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm very, very happy with my draft. And I even gave a pick away with Mahomes to Holly. But I got Herbert. So, I mean, I'm a Duck guy. She's a Chief woman. So it just makes sense. And there's not much of a difference. So I'd rather root for Herbert. She would rather root for Mahomes, even though I've had Mahomes before. So it's not like I've never had Justin Herbert before, though. So maybe that was a part of it, too. And it was her first draft. I don't want her to have to root for Herbert going against her chief defense. I'm not that cruel. But I didn't want Josh Allen, but Sarah got Josh Allen. So, and I wanted Jonathan Taylor. Sarah got that. I wanted Travis Kelce. Sarah got that. I wouldn't have mind Tyreek. Sarah got that. So, Far away, boom, close up. Far away, poof, close up. I'll get you something new. Let me find some other ones too. And I'm going to throw up some ones that aren't going to fit, right? But just to give you some photos, because sometimes these ones are old and sometimes they're not going to be 4K or HD, but they're just, I want to be able to show you, just other photos, even if they don't fit the screen. I know you don't give a crap. You know what I mean? For me, it's more presentation. But if it's someone that's a goat like you, I can have some that don't fit the screen. It's not that big of a deal when it's for a goat, So I'm going to take care of you here. I want to give you some different options of colors, of jerseys, poses. There's another one in the white like that. I got this really cool one. Him pass rushing the Giants from back in the day. This is kind of an unusual size of the photo, but who cares? It's a very cool one. You'll appreciate it because not only can we see like old Eagles, old rivals too. I love seeing the old rivalry shit. Look at this one. Better than the last one. Woo! Yes, with a little bit of the Giants there, like that. This photo I'm about to pull up, he reminds me of, I'm trying to think of like who he reminds me of in this photo. A little like Buck Williams, Ricky Williams. If they Buck Williams and Ricky Williams had a baby, right? And they were in the family. This was be like Seth. He's got the Jerome Brown patch on too, which is nice. That's another one. That's a better one than the other ones. So, you're at the game. That one right there kind of has like a Ricky Williams, Buck Williams for the Blazers back in the day. Again, he kind of looks like Ricky, kind of looks like Buck. That's Seth Joyner, baby. Try to give you stuff. I mean, sometimes I can find those older ones that format real well. And I got one last one for you. You'll appreciate this last one that I'm doing for you very much. Very nostalgic. It makes me smile. Never done this one either. It's brand new. You're going to love me after this. Eagles John empty out his bank account for O-Dog after this photo. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Wow, bro. That might be the best one. Even Reggie White's still in it. Seth Joyner's in it. Reggie White. Gosh, look at all those greatness. Look at that greatness there. You like that one? I know you do. That's sick. Yeah, wild. Yeah, you did. I mean, when's the last time you did a league? You did good. I mean, like I said, most people in the league did good. I don't think there's anyone that really just had an ass draft. I mean, there was a couple that were, you know what I mean? Like they're okay. You know, maybe if you were playing in someone else's league, but when you're getting through some heavy hitters, like there's a couple people that probably were on the back end of the draft, but most people did pretty damn good. But I don't think anyone was anticipating you getting Jonathan Taylor, right? Josh Allen and Kelsey, my goodness. And Tyreek. Woo! And like me, I got Herbert, Andrews, right? I got Herbert, Andrews, Chubb, Barkley, Jacobs, Justin Jefferson. You know what I mean? Like I just have a well-rounded team overall. That's what you want. So yeah. Did you think I was going to pick him, Mahomes, after you picked Josh Allen? I mean, you know me pretty well. So, and I was like, oh, I didn't even want to go for quarterback, but you forced my hand. But it worked out for both of us because we kind of followed each other, right? So you go, I go, you go, you go. So we fed off each other. You went Kelsey, I went Mark Andrews. You went Josh Allen. I had a choice between Mahomes or Herbert. So sometimes we can use, and vibe off each other. And that's why we both had very good drafts. Yeah, I bet. I miss him. I miss him. Jerome Brown, Keith Jackson at tight end. You played 2 years ago. How what place did you finish 2 years ago? Come on, Dodgers, 6'4". I was to say, yeah, Eric Allen, Clyde Simmons. Do you like that photo? That was a cool one, right? I just thought it was neat. 5 guys in it, and it's just like before a game, just like like a profile pick, like a promo pick. Hey, go come support Philly, come support the Eagles this year. We're gonna do big things this year. Fucking cool photo, and to have those 5 in it, Reggie White, right? Seth Joyner, Clyde Simmons, Eric Allen. You finished in 6th out of how many teams? 10 or 12? Did you know what you were doing back then or no? You probably are much smarter now than where you were 2 years ago, especially being a part of this channel, a few other channels, and obviously just you being like me, reading and, finding out everything that's going on with our favorite teams and our favorite players. I imagine you feel that you're much smarter now than you were 2 years ago. Like knowing the league more than just like the Colts and then some of the good teams, like really deep diving and reading and going after it. All right, I need to go grab a beer. I'll be right back. Let me go grab a beer.
Get the new Google Pixel 6a for $2 a month.
Russian performance and Lexus power to make the sales event.
Hi, I'm CC Sabathia. If Winning Reality was around when I was pitching, I would have hated it. But my son Carson's a hitter, and I don't pitch anymore, so I love Winning Reality. Yeah, the camera's over here.
Be ready for real. Win reality. The multiverse. Rakesh from IT is worried about the multiverse. Why is he worried about the multiverse? Because he's implemented Citrix at work. So he no longer has to worry about enabling work that is both hybrid and secure. With less to worry about at work, he can worry about other things. Like, will this alternate self in the multiverse try to steal his girlfriend? On MLB Network's Tuesday Panic Chase Baseball, Max, Freeman, and the dominant LA Dodgers continue their march to October as they host the San Francisco Giants. MLB Network's Tuesday Panic Chase Baseball, live at 10 Eastern.
Hold right there, setting up for a very exciting run of the night.
Top of the order for the Giants, Lewis Brinson, an impressive home run to center field. Tied the game at 2. That was back in the third. They took the lead in that inning on another home run from J.D. Davis. Two more in the fourth. It's cool here in the ninth. Left-hander from Conway. There to strike, and it's 1-1. For the Brewers, baseball is actually their second sport. Justin's dad, Gene, is a pro bowler and owner of Pershing.
All right, I'm back.
Sure, he has picked his brain a little bit.
Oh, baby. All right, so we got Giants 6, Dodgers 4, and then we have Monday Night Raw. So I'm still grinding, man. Like I said, I got to try to grind as long as I can every day. Girlfriend's daughter's school is coming up on Wednesday, so I need to be able to try to get some like grocery stuff for her as well. So yeah, very cool pick. The Braves Mariners is going to be fire. Yes, it is. Clyde Simmons was the 11th round pick, still top 15 sacks. Wow. That's crazy. I was about to say, I know that he wasn't a high round guy. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know where she went. She was in the room, and I don't know if she had something going on. Sometimes she says bye. Sometimes she doesn't. Sometimes she just leaves and has other stuff that she's doing. Or maybe she's working on her Len Dawson. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, but Jameson, the Giants just homered. Damn it. In the top of the ninth, too. But yeah, Jameson, if you want to be in the league next year, I'll pencil you in. Just because, everyone has that mentality at first, right? I don't want to do this. I don't want to root. I don't want to root for another player on another team. Let alone what if it's, what happens if you get the first pick and or one of the top picks and you have to get like Jonathan Taylor instead of like Derrick Henry. But the thing is, you start to appreciate greatness, and it doesn't take away your love and fandom for your own team. It just makes you smarter, about other players, other teams, not being as biased, and just being able to appreciate the league for what it is. And there's also a little camaraderie, with who you're doing the league with and everything too. So, flex the knowledge a little bit, and it's fun. So, All right, but I'm going to wait for this Dodger game to wrap up, and then I'm going to keep going. Like I said, it's almost 10 o'clock now. Been online for about 4 hours, but what are we at on donos? I got to take Paisley for a walk at some point, but we got to try to hit, I'm hoping a hundo. I don't need to get 200 or 300 or anything like that, but hopefully we can at least hit that number so that way I can get like some grocery stuff for the family and whatnot. So, because I don't think my girlfriend gets any money until next Thursday. So it's pretty much all me from now until Thursday. And I don't get my big YouTube check until like the 20th or 21st. So definitely have to hustle and grind. And maybe we can get some more goats to show up. I hope, so. Look at some waffles for a second.
Slugging percentage for the month of August in many years. It was the fourth lowest in 30 years. It's an extreme heat wave. I don't know if that's making that much of a difference. Overall, offense down league wide. Tonight, the ball was kind of high and arcing. It's just an anomaly. It just seems a little odd. Leaving the park the way they are.
Thank you, Eagles, John, and Sarah for liking and retweeting, the live stream. So I appreciate that very much. That sucks that Joy Taylor's not going to be on the herd anymore. I wonder who they're going to have on there now. Thank you, Eagles, John. That really helps, man. You have no idea. Sometimes things are fine with me, with everything. And other times, you got stuff that comes up. And obviously it's like, gasoline and, going to eat at the Moe's, for the clam chowder and the shrimp, just for 2 things of shrimp and fries and like coleslaw, and then 2 bowls of a clam chowder was like $53. So, I mean, sometimes stuff gets kind of crazy. So thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. Eagles John with a 10er. You're a lifesaver, bro. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. Just as much as you appreciate, Eagles, and as much as I appreciate waffles. Appreciate you, brother. There we go. We're getting somewhere here. $43 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. Said, I almost cried today. My 9-year-old boy told me he didn't like. What? No. Did you show him this picture? Dude, you have to be like, okay, come here. Look at this. You're telling me that, does he like pancakes instead now? Because sometimes kids switch. They go from waffles to pancakes to waffles. It has to be more than Lego my ego. It's got to be more than Lego my ego. Thank you, Eagles. You're a lifesaver, bro. Bang, 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 bang. Let's get it, baby. What do you want to see for photos now? All right, we got 47 to go. I might even go for like 2 more hours. I don't know how late I'm going to go. I need to make, if I have to go for 2 more hours, I will. Obviously, if I could go 1 more hour, that would probably be ideal. Hour and a half, so that way I can take Paisley on a late night walk. But like I said, I'm going to be grinding every single day. So pancakes, I knew it. Right? I knew it. I have ESP. I knew it because that's what kids do. And I've seen this trend where people do waffles and then they go pancakes, or they go pancakes and they go waffles. Can't we do pancakes and waffles? Weird. My ESP is on point today.
Faced the Dodgers 5 times in his career and matching up a 10. Good season going overall. He's been great lately, and that corresponds with, for the first time ever, throwing a sinker over the last month plus. He is on a roll. Last 19 games, an ERA under 2.
Hey, there's room in our life for waffles, right? But there's also room in our life for pancakes too. Look at that. That looks amazing. I mean, I think I started off as a kid, didn't really care. Waffles, sometimes if you feel it's a second-rate pancake and it's not as good, pancakes definitely hit the spot, but waffles can too. You just got to make sure you get them. You can do chicken and waffles, chicken, waffles, or waffles by itself, but I'm a fan of both. I like both. That looks amazing. You kidding me? Should we do food? We can do food. Ooh, French toast. Ooh, I like French toast too. All right, let me do some French toast. Yeah, food is kind of my favorite thing. I mean, I love looking at other things too, but the food always is amazing. There's never been bad food pictures. It's like I'm going to make sure I give you guys, the best that I can all the time. Pancakes, French toast, then waffles. Ooh, crepes. What's wrong with variety, right? Yeah, exactly. It's not like you have to be like dating only waffles or dating pancakes and, I can't cheat on the waffles with the pancakes or the crepes or the French toast. Yeah, any breakfast food is good. Honestly, crepes are fire too. If you go to we have a couple places here in Oregon that are insane. And you can do so much with the crepe. It just depends on what you want to have in there. There's so many different options for crepes.
Left to right on your screen. You can make it go right to left with a slider and a cutter.
I like where we're going with this conversation with the breakfast because I really like doing these breakfast photos. I won't lie. When we do these ones, it's like perfect. Like I can always do chicken and pizza and like the dinner foods, but the breakfast stuff, since we do a stream at night, it's like sometimes I like eating that stuff like late. Or I dream about eating it late, you know? Woo-hoo-hoo! Let's go. You might like waffles. You might like pancakes with the drizzle. You might like French toast. Or maybe some crepes. Gosh, that's fire. Looks so good. Gold. Yeah, seriously though. French toast is so sweet and savory too. If you like have someone make it like perfect, it really hits good. Pancakes hit good. Waffle, I mean everything does. Waffles, everything. That's facts. Gold. All right, what else do we want to see? I mean, I got a lot of stuff in here. We got the tacos. Okay. We always start here. And we got the chicken nachos loaded. 7-4 Giants on the Dodgers. Then we got some cheesy bacon fries. And we got some birria tacos. And then a chicken thigh version. And then we got pizza. That's a fire photo. And then pizza. Alfredo chicken. And some more Alfredo. And then some beef ravioli. Some chicken. Some chicken parm. And then we're here with our waffles, pancakes, French toast, and crepes. Love it. Chief. I know. I got you, dude. I got you, bro. How was Monday Night Raw today?
Vargas, who is 0 for 3, and 0 for 8 on the homestand. Into the series, same time, same place tomorrow. Tyler Anderson, 13-3 with 2.68. Both those top 10 in the league. Good chance you're going to see a bullpen game for the Giants. And then on Wednesday, an earlier start time. It's Clayton Kershaw's the other 2 starters to finish up this series. Alex Scott for the Giants. You don't see Tyler Anderson smile too often. Conversation with Clayton Kershaw for a while.
All right, what do we want to see next for food? You guys can throw down some suggestions on what you guys want to do for that.
Gallagher's best bet lately has been lacking command, take the loss. It was from last week.
It's all good, man. Yeah, I had to go do a blintz and a bong, a smoke and a pancake. I know, me too. That's why we started going here. So we went, I don't know what time you got in here, but so we got the waffles, the blueberry pancakes, nice little drizzle. And we got the French toast. And then we got some crepes. And I'll keep it moving. You know, I keep looking for stuff. So you guys just let me know what you guys want to see, and I'll keep grinding it out. We still are trying to get to a hundo, and hopefully we can get there. Let me look at your team. All right, let's take a look. All right, so let's look at Eagles John's team. All right, you got Stafford, Najee Harris, DeAndre Swift, Keenan Allen, Devontae Smith, Goddard. You got a lot of Eagles on there. Just first thing was Smith and Goddard. Sutton, Ravens D, McManus, okay. Pittman, ETN, Trey Lance, Olave, Cole Kmet, Kenneth Walker, and then Dotson. So it's not horrible. You know what I mean? You're just going to have to maneuver some of the pieces. And nothing really wrong with Goddard there. And obviously, maybe you want to try to find someone that, honestly, with the way that it looks, Ravens D's good. You might have to swap out Sutton for Pittman or ETN or Olave. But yeah, it's not bad at all. And this is your first draft, right? So no, it's not that bad, bro. But you are just, there's some monster teams in this draft. So anything with syrup, yes, I agree. Me too, for real. Oh yeah, strawberry syrup on the pancakes. Store-bought waffles. Remember, I have a waffle griddle. Oh shit.
Scores again. He scored like Nick. He's lost 4 runs. By the way, I'm following Gonzalez. He's hit this his last 29 at bats. These guys are professional. Obviously, he can hit. See if he snaps out of it. High fly ball. Right field and deep. Roll it back on the track. A wall.
Sanchez. Gary Sanchez comes back and haunts his old team with a mighty 2-run home run to left.
That's traveled 473 feet, the 4th longest in the majors this season.
A 2-run homer for Gary Sanchez, and like that, the Twins have tied it up 2-2.
Allen is flying to right field with the Cabrera back. He's going to be right up and all. Celestino's going for 2. The throw is
strike, huge play, huge out. Logging tied at 2 in the bottom of the 6th.
You guys will come up with a run-out approach.
I might as well just start Monday Night Raw.
So they believe us? They do.
Usually restaurants that have good crepes that have a good breakfast. So it's usually a breakfast themed place, not a place that just offers lunch and dinner, but it's specifically geared towards breakfast. Those are the ones that have the best crepes that I've seen for pancakes, waffles, crepes, stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, like I said, some people are cool with the trades, but I mean, I'm just always used to someone fleecing somebody or someone that's he doesn't care anymore, and they trade away their 2 or 3 best players to a guy that, needs that help to be able to get to the playoffs. And I don't know, that's not fair to me, Store-bought sucks after the griddle. Yes, agreed, right? Yeah, there, a lot of people had some pretty good drafts, JT. JT, you ever play fantasy football or no? Got Edge coming out. Yeah, my draft was spectacular. This might be like the best I've ever done. Like I said, I normally don't finish any worse than third, and my draft was insane. You did a $200 buy-in league for 5 or 6 years with a bunch of buddies. You want to hear my team? This might be like I said, I never finished lower than third. 8-man, 10-man, 12-man, snake draft. Your younger brother was a commish. All right, JT, here's my team. Justin Herbert, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Harrison Butker. I don't have any weak spots. I picked Justin Jefferson number 2 overall. So I took a chance, based on what I believe. Okay. My bench, Adam Thielen, Chase Edmonds, starter for the Dolphins, Kirk Cousins to back up Herbert, Steelers D to back up Bills D. And my last 3 picks are value picks. DeAndre Hopkins, suspended for the first 6 games. George Pickens, the Steelers receiver rookie, sleeper. And then the last pick of the draft, you pick a running back handcuff to be able to either be a backup of your running back or a backup of someone else's. And I picked Naheem Hines to block Sarah and Jonathan Taylor. So, nope, Justin Jefferson. Nobody picked quarterback in the first round. So I went Justin Jefferson, number 2 overall. That shocked a lot of people. But what was more shocking, Sarah had the first pick and went Jonathan Taylor. I went Justin Jefferson at 2 because I knew I could get running backs, and I got Chubb, Barkley, and Jacobs. I know Barkley's injury prone like CMC, but I wasn't worried about it because I knew I could get Chubb, Barkley, Jacobs, Edmonds. I have enough rotation, But I picked Justin Jefferson 2, right? And then Holly picked Eckler 3. And then after I picked number 2 receiver, 3 more receivers went off the board. Jamar Chase and Cooper Kupp. I was like, wow, Tyreek. Like everyone started, like we had more wide receivers off the board in the first 6 picks than running backs. We had 4 receivers, only 2 running backs. I could have picked Derrick Henry. I could have picked Eckler. I could have picked CMC, but I told you guys what I believe in. I believe that the Vikings are the sleeper team this year. So I ended up getting Jefferson, Thielen, and Kirk Cousins. So I feel like this is probably my strongest draft I've ever had, man. Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Godwin, Andrews, Jacobs, Bills D, Butker. Like the only weak spot that you could talk shit is Barkley. But if he ends up succeeding, fucking game over. If he doesn't, I still have Josh Jacobs and I got Chase Edmonds. So I got 4 starters. There's no problem. Or if I want to go to wide receivers, I got Justin Jefferson. I got Chris Godwin. I got Adam Thielen, George Pickens, the rookie from Georgia that balled out for the Steelers. And I got DeAndre Hopkins after week 6. So, yeah, it was fun, man. Yeah, especially when you're winning money, it can be fun for real. And like I said, I usually never finish lower than third, but I think I have the best team in this league. Sarah's team is pretty good too. But I think as far as like overall, I don't have any holes. It's like that's what you look at in fantasy. You're like sometimes you look at the team and you're like, oh, my running back could be better. Oh, my wide receiver could be better. But when I look at my starting lineup, I have nothing that needs really to be improved. Like it's all there. And even my bench is solid. Thielen, Edmonds, Cousins, Steelers D with Bills D, and then the 3 value picks I got the best. Hopkins, George Pickens, and then Naheem Hines. So, yeah, Sarah's team's pretty good. I think my team's better, but Sarah's is pretty good too. So Sarah's team, she has Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor. So she already got the best quarterback, best running back, right? Elijah Mitchell. That could be better, but that's still a solid pick, right? We're starting running back for the Niners. Tyreek Hill, right? That's awesome. Mike Williams, you could have someone better there, but that's still good. Travis Kelce, awesome. Gabriel Davis, sleeper. Bucks D, okay, that's nice. And then Daniel Carlson. So really, for me, if I was drafting this team, Allen is a 10, Taylor is a 10, Mitchell 8, Tyreek a 9, Williams an 8, Kelce a 10, Gabriel Davis a 7 or 8, Bucks D maybe like an 8, and then Carlson maybe a 7. You could have maybe gone a better kicker. I don't think Carlson's bad, but if it was me, I would have had somebody better than Carlson, Mike Williams, Elijah Mitchell, and Gabriel Davis. But those guys are all solid, right? And then her bench is solid too. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kareem Hunt, Macom Puke Ayuk, Brandon Ayuk, Trevor Lawrence for Josh Allen, Higbee with Kelce, Sky Moore, and Russell Gage. So your team is pretty solid too. Yeah, but if you ended up watching the Buccaneers, Godwin sometimes is better than Mike Evans. Like before he got hurt, he's very reliable, and he can catch, he can run routes. They're going to ease him in. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, she's got Allen, Taylor, and Kelce as like number 1 options, right? And Tyreek is like top 6. You know what I mean? But like I said, she can always fill in Elijah Mitchell, Mike Williams, Gabriel Davis, and Daniel Carlson. You might have to maneuver those people with the people you have on the bench or someone else. But overall, a pretty good team. You know what I mean? Especially when you have Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Tyreek, and Kelce leading your team. That's a very strong 4. It's a very, very strong 4. But I feel I have a strong everything. Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Godwin, Mark Andrews, Jacobs, Bills D, Butker, top 3 kicker, number 1 D, top 10 running back, number 1 tight end, top 12 wide receiver, number 1 receiver, Justin Jefferson, top 12 running back, top 8 running back, top 3 quarterback, and then I got another top 12 wide receiver, top 12 running back, top 11 backup quarterback, top 5 D with the Bills D, with the Steelers, and then the sleepers are Hopkins, and then George Pickens with the highest ceiling, and then Naheem Hines. So, yeah, I agree. Yeah, let's go with your team, Chief. I'm glad you're in the league too. I'm glad you answered I called you even. I was like, dude, I don't want you to miss out. You almost missed out, bro. But I'm glad you did that. And especially if you have 3 or 4 really big heavy hitters, sometimes that's better than, let's say you have 4 top 2 players. Sometimes those 4 will outscore 9 on another team. You know what I mean? Because they're putting up like 30 each. So if you get like 35 from Allen, 35 from Jonathan Taylor, 30 from Kelce, 30 from Tyreek, it might not matter what you have with those other 5. You could shit the bed with the other 5 picks and still win and put up like 120. You know what I mean? So that's what it gets it crazy. But I try to go for the well-rounded. And plus me and Sarah kind of worked off each other. So she picked Jonathan Allen or Josh Allen. And I was going to pick Mahomes, but I left that for Holly. So I did Herbert. She picked Kelce. I went Andrews. So whatever she did, I followed. And sometimes you have to do that with people. So let's look at Chiefs team. Kyler Murray. Christian McCaffrey. It's big if McCaffrey has a big year. Dalvin Cook. Amazing. Good pairing. Okay. DJ Moore. Underrated. Maybe the most underrated receiver in the league. DJ Moore. But he'll be with Baker, so his numbers will go up. Okay. Hunter Renfrow. Another sleeper. I wanted him. You snatched him from me. I got George Pickens, but you stole Hunter Renfrow from me. He was going to be my flex with Godwin and Jefferson. That was my goal all along, and I didn't get it, but I'm glad you got him. George Kittle. So let's go. Kyler Murray, Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, DJ Moore, Hunter Renfrow, George Kittle, Brees Hall, sleeper, Rams D, Tyler Bass. So you got the Bills kicker, Rams D, Brees Hall, rookie, George Kittle, Renfrow, DJ Moore, Dalvin Cook, McCaffrey, Kyler. Your team's good too, Chief. There's some solid pieces there. And then Dameon Pierce, I was going to grab him, starting running back for the Texans. Bateman, another sleeper. He'll be the wide receiver number 1. Pierce is number 1 running back. Tyler Lockett, another good backup wide receiver that you might have to plug in over DJ Moore from time to time. Drake London, another sleeper. Okay. Michael Carter, sleeper. Jameis Winston, right? Sleeper. And then you got Isaiah Likely. So, yeah, I like what you did there. I like what you did. It's a good draft. I know when I saw you, I was going to scream into the mic, but you don't want to show your cards too much, but. They kept chanting Eddie's son. So Rey Mysterio is he with Ripley now for Judgment Day? Is he a member of Judgment Day now or what? Rich Gannon? Yeah, seriously. Renfro's awesome. He is my most underrated wide receiver in the league. So I talked about it. You listened to me. You heard it. You saw what Renfro's been doing. So it's not surprising. Yeah, so Dominic is Judgment Day now. Dominic wearing all black with his hair slicked back. Yeah, looks like he is. No, we're still at 23 in there. Yeah, me too. The Delaware Blue Hens, I know, right? All right, let's look at some photos of some foods, huh? Started out from the beginning, and then you guys have recommendations. Usually we do this for like the very, very end, but I don't mind doing it for a while. I mean, we've already been on for 4 hours and 32 minutes. Hopefully we get some more goats to show up. I mean, it is Monday, but I don't know. I mean, like I said, with Mr. Williams, Cyberpunk, kind of hit or miss. Holly was in here earlier in the draft, and then she left. So hopefully we can find a way to make things work.
Some things never change. The fried chicken is crispy and under $12. And families come together for the moments we could all use a little more of. Cracker Barrel. Take care now.
So they got me and Sarah's teams as the top two. And obviously they value number one quarterback, number one running back, number one tight end, and Tyreek. So they have her at first, surprisingly, but not really that surprising, because when you have Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, and Travis Kelce, 1-1-1, she's got more number ones than me, and she's got Tyreek, who's like number 5, number 6. So I don't have 3 number ones on my team, but I do have very, very solid pieces. I mean, I got like number 2, number 3, number 1. Just overall, Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Godwin, Andrews, Jacobs, Bills, D, and Butker. So I have to have well-rounded to compete with her, top 3 number 1 people, Allen, Taylor, and obviously Travis Kelce. So not many times that you'll get all 3 of those. So shout out to you for having a great draft. And again, we fed off each other because I had to see what she was doing. And then whatever she did, I have to bounce off that idea. So congratulations, Sarah. You had a fantastic draft. Like I said, it's going to come down to you, me, and 2 other people. Who will those other 2 people be? We'll have to wait and see. Maybe me and Sarah will play in the championship against each other. Very possible. It'll all depend on your other role players, how they step up. It'll be your role players versus my role players. But I'm proud of you. You did a great job. And even though I passed on Mahomes so Holly could have her, Mahomes, and I had Herbert, I'm not mad. I mean, I love Herbert, so it's not like I'm missing too much there. They're going to have probably equal stats, and if not, maybe Herbert will be slightly higher or slightly lower, I ain't worried about it.
You discover paint bleed under your tape. Not with frog tape. Frog tape is the only painter's tape treated with paint.
Then we decided to go into breakfast mode. I love this. And I was telling the GF and some of my friends that we might just do a theme stream, where we just do food only, where I just we'll talk about other stuff. And but specifically it's going to be made for food. So it'll be just like in 2, 3, 4 hours of just food photos. If something comes up and it's like breaking news or we want to talk about something, of course I can deviate and I can go, oh, we want to talk about, Julio or something. Yeah. But I want to stick, with just food. And I think that would be awesome. We can do like cars. We can go like vacation spots, stadiums, but I think food would be the best. So yes, I am ready. Tyler in the building. How are you? I am ready for the games to begin. And I figured me and Sarah were going to finish in the top 2, honestly. But like I said, it doesn't matter. You can be projected top 2, top 3, and you can still have injuries and lose. You know what I mean? Like the last 3 years, I finished in 2nd or 3rd. And there's been a couple times where I feel I should have won, but that's just the luck of the draw sometimes when your guys sit week 17, or if you have a shitty first week. It's best of 2 weeks in the playoffs. So if you shit the bed the first week, you're probably going to lose because the other person probably has more points, and it's the best of whoever scores the most points in 2 weeks. So you can't really fuck up 1 week. And even if it's not your fault, even if you don't lose, even if you don't leave points on the bench, sometimes guys just don't hit. And there's a lot of rivalry games at the end of the year. And sometimes those top players suck ass. I've been there. I know what it's about. So. Hell yeah. Oh, the taco place, bro. What you know about this? What you know about this, JT? My boy Tyler Ezel, $5. Holla, baby. Thank you, bro. And like I said, I had to go with my gut. And most people, again, I've never seen a draft on planet Earth that had Justin Jefferson go number 2 overall. Because normally it's like, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor at the top. But Cooper Kupp, ended up being the best wide receiver and like the number 1 guy. So I was thinking, Kevin O'Connell, I've been preaching it to the choir and back. And I said, if I pick Derrick Henry or Eckler, right? If I pick those guys, Am I going to get Jefferson? No, he'll be gone. And that's the one I wanted the most. So I decided to take, it was like, 4 picks higher than normal. Normally Jefferson would have went 6th, a 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th, somewhere in there. 5 through 8 typical drafts. Him and Jamar Chase, like right there. Cooper Kupp, they're all mixed in. But hey, I'm happy with my results. It turned out good. Tyler, Justin Jefferson, I got you. And normally I don't like picking players from the same team, like 2 running backs or 2 wide receivers. But I was like, okay, well, Thielen was there. And I'm like, you have Jefferson and Thielen. You have Evans and Godwin. You got DK and Tyler get to the door and lock it. You have Allen Robinson and Cooper Kupp. You have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. So I was like, you know what? A value pick. I'm going to grab them. And I think it's going to work out beautifully for me. And I might even at some point this season play both. I might play both wide receiver 1, Jefferson, right? And then wide receiver 2, Thielen. It's very possible since Godwin is still healing from the injury. So, and then for my backup quarterback, I had my eyes on Derek Carr or Kirk Cousins. And because I already had, Herbert and I was stacking pieces, and lo and behold, I got my guy. I wanted Carr or Cousins, and I got it. So got me some Kirk Cousins, number 11 quarterback in the world. And he's going to be better this year with new coaching. Tyler Ezel. So, it's not like one of those things where I preach, and I don't even pick any of those players. I preach, and I pick 3. Cousins, Thielen, and Jefferson. So that shows you how much confidence I have with this team moving forward. Tyler, my bro. Appreciate you. Shoosh. Bang, 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 bang. Appreciate you, bro. And I've never had Justin Jefferson before. So I was like, you know what? Sometimes you got to make a decision. And again, everyone would have picked Derrick Henry. 99% of the world, after Jonathan Taylor goes 90, I would say probably not 99, but a good chunk, 80% probably go Henry. The other 10% go Eckler or Dalvin Cook or someone else. And I was like, fuck it. I could have went Cooper Kupp, and Cooper Kupp's going to ball out. I could have went Jamar Chase, but I just got to go with my gut. And it worked out perfect, beautifully for me. Profits. Appreciate you, bro. Rich Gannon got let go of Chiefs and won a Super Bowl. Yeah, sure did. $58. We're getting closer. 42 to go. Not a very aggressive number, just so that way I can buy groceries for the family. Nothing crazy. Tubby Raymond, James Stadium. Gannon, wow. Napoleon Kaufman, yeah. I was just thinking that too. Yeah, Chiefs drafted Blackledge. I mean, well, but a lot of times, you see guys in college like Sam Bowie, and then you're like, oh, he's going to be great. He's going to be the next, Wilt Chamberlain, Shaquille, even though it was, after, but, Hakeem Olajuwon, Patrick Ewing, David Robinson, and then it just doesn't pan out. Bowie got hurt, just like Greg Oden. I could have had Michael Jordan and Kevin Durant on the Blazers. Could you imagine? Jordan and Drexler? Shit. With Sabonis, I would have won like at least 3 championships, maybe more, maybe 6 or 7. And then if we would have got Durant, he wouldn't have stayed for the Blazers past his rookie deal. But Roy, Durant, Aldridge, we probably could have made a Western final, at least one, Marino and Elway, but sometimes it's just not meant to be, Yeah, Jim Kelly was in that draft too. I've watched that 84 documentary. Have you watched the Marino Elway draft documentary, Chief? So good. Yeah, 84. Dan Dornick. Is there a prize fee for the league? No, free. But I'm going to give prizes out to the top 3. And if I end up being in the top 3, then maybe I'll give a prize to the person that finishes in 4th. That's why I got 9 regulars in the league. It's just me, 8 other regulars. The only person that's not a regular is my boy Scott that lives in Florida. He's a Buccaneer fan, but he only comes to the channel occasionally. You know what I mean? He's a Tampa Bay Rays, USF, Southern Florida college football fan and Tampa Bay Buck, but he lives in Florida, but he doesn't come to the channel often. Very rarely comments. Maybe he's a spy and watches, but doesn't comment. But most of the time when he is in here, he will comment, but he's not in here often. So I try to give it to people that are regulars, but 9 regulars and 1 occasional watcher. I mean, that's not bad, instead of just having a bunch of randos, which I've done in the past. So yeah, playing for pride, but I will give prizes at the end. Whether that be a jersey, a hat, T-shirt, slides. I mean, I'll make sure it's something cool, Yeah, Derrick Henry went 10th. That was wild, but it shows you. So first, and maybe that's because of the injury from last season, Henry could lead the league in rushing this year. But again, it went Jonathan Taylor, and I fucking fucked everything up. I went Justin Jefferson too. That doesn't happen. When it's supposed to be running backs are supposed to go the first 6 picks. And then you go Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, Jamar Chase. That's what they tell you. But I said, fuck that. Fuck that. I said, I'm going to go number 2. And then after I did that, Holly picked Eckler, which is a smart pick, a safe pick. And then after that, it went like Jamar Chase, Cooper Kupp, and Tyreek or something. Like it's like bang, bang, bang. Actually, it probably wasn't Tyreek. It was Justin Jefferson. I had to go back and look at the draft to see how it all went down. But I know it was like 4 receivers in the top 6 picks. And number 1 and number 3 were Jonathan Taylor and Eckler. And then it went Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, Jamar Chase, and someone else, Devontae Adams. So, I mean, I was like, wow, you guys are really going off what I did. I was shocked. But the only reason Henry went 10th is because we had fucking 4 receivers that went in the first round that could have went in the second round or late first round. So, Yeah, the 30 for 30 is awesome. I know. That's what I had to confuse you guys. And then like, oh, Ryan's going to have shitty running backs because he went Justin Jefferson. And then you look at my team, Saquon, Nick Chubb, right? Josh Jacobs, and I got Chase Edmonds. Shit. And when you have a flex, you don't have to run 3 running backs. You can do 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and then you could do, you can do 2 tight ends. I was going to be kind of a dick, and I was going to get Waller and Andrews. I was thinking about doing that, but then if I did that, then one of my running backs or wide receivers weren't going to be as good, and I probably wouldn't have gotten, Godwin or Thielen or someone else or Jacobs. So I could have definitely went double tight end. I could have went Andrews and then Darren Waller because I could play Waller at flex and have both. And that's as good as just as, having a good wide receiver or running back. But I try to mix it up for you guys. So I played in a league where people stopped managing teams. I hate that. And once they were out of the playoff picture, and one where the commissioner was offering to pay my entrance fee if I trade player. See, I know. And that's why I don't allow trades in my league, because a lot of people, you'll have one person like 10th place quit like a month to go. And I can tell they're not changing because you got guys that have like bye weeks and they're not changing it. I was like, oh, this fucker quit, because they know they're not going to win a prize or not even be in the top 3 or top 5, right? And then you get those people that quit, and then someone tries to, like, who's in like 4th place, tries to trade their good players like on that 10th place team, and then they give them shit in return, and then that 4th place team ends up in the championship game. Fuck that. That's not fantasy football. And good for you for saying no, bro. Fuck that with the cheating. And I don't allow trades in my league ever because it's a form of, just being lazy and then fleecing somebody sometimes, or, someone just doesn't know better, or someone is doing it to try to get an advantage. And like, I'm not going to know. Mark Malone. Yeah. We do have Steeler fans, but most of them are younger, like 30 and younger. Yeah. Amari Cooper went to Holly. Jerome Berries was a great running back. Jerome Berries. Jerome Bettis? Spell cheek. Bettis. Yeah, people do that all the time, and that's bullshit. That's why I don't allow it, because it's bullshit if you have like 10th place out of 10 teams and you got 3 awesome players, and then the other guy, that he's getting the players already has like, 2 or 3, and then all of a sudden he's got like a dream team. Fuck that. You didn't do anything to earn it. I'm not going to give a, recognition or a prize for someone that's cheating. People do that all the time, though. You know what I mean? I always know how people do fantasy. I watch people's leagues, and I know. What to do? You got Jefferson second round? Yeah, I picked him number 2 overall. But like I said, this is one of the best teams that I've ever had. I never finished lower than 3rd. So I had the 2nd pick in the draft, too. So second pick, not second round. I picked him number 2 overall. So I think he's going to be the best receiver in the league. But again, I have Herbert, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, Godwin, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Bills D, Harrison Butker. My bench, Thielen, Chase Edmonds, Kirk Cousins, Steelers D, and my sleeper picks, DeAndre Hopkins, suspended for 6 games, George Pickens, the steal of the draft, and then I blocked Sarah because she got the number 1 pick with Jonathan Taylor, and I handcuffed Naheem Hines. So if for whatever reason Jonathan Taylor goes down, she's not going to be able to get Hines unless I drop him. So. And like I said, Henry went 10th, which I've never seen Henry go 10th. But like I said, I started the trend of the wide receivers. And sometimes wide receivers will score more than running backs. Even if you're a PPR and a dual threat like Eckler, sometimes Eckler might get, 15 to 20. But then you look at Devontae Adams and he's at 38. You look at Cooper Kupp, he's at 30. You look at Justin Jefferson, he's at 28. So yeah, it's cool to get a running back that can run and that can receive. But sometimes wide receiver numbers are bigger. Eckler was the selection of the 3rd overall pick in my first league I did Wednesday. That's a good pick. Eckler, it does usually fall 3rd after Henry and, typically Jonathan Taylor. And I was considering Eckler because of his PPR and catching and receiving. You know what I mean? But, it just so happens I got Justin Herbert, so I don't want to have too many guys on the same team. So Fournette was taken above Jettas and Kelsey. Wow. Are you playing with a bunch of dumbasses? Because that doesn't make any sense. Why would you pick Fournette above Justin Jefferson? You obviously know nothing about football. I'm a Buck fan. I've been a Buck fan since '95. I never would pick Fournette on my fantasy team, ever. Even in his prime, I wouldn't pick him. No thanks. And Kelsey was there too. Jesus Christ. Wow. Well, some people know how to play fantasy and some people are idiots. And again, I've done $150, $100, $200 buy-in. I've done leagues, for years, and I've never finished lower than 3rd. I don't know if anyone else has ever been that good. That's why people pay me $5, $10 a week, 50, 100 for the year for help. Because, no one's going to research the league as much as me. So ETN, he should have a pretty good year with Trevor Lawrence. So I almost had Jefferson, but a guy before me got him. I was pissed, but you got Chase though. You can't be mad with that. The 2 guys that are closest to each other in NFL. Like, it's like comparison. I said it earlier, Randy Moss and Megatron. If they were playing at the exact same time and went to the same college, like LSU, like, Randy went to Marshall and obviously Megatron went to Georgia Tech, right? But if both of them came in a year separated, 1 year Jefferson, then Chase came a year later, what happens if Randy Moss came in the draft and then the next year, it was Megatron. Would you really care if you had either one? You're like, ooh, Megatron. Ooh, Randy Moss. Like, they're both amazing. And that's what I get when I get, Jefferson and Chase. It's the closest talent level with two receivers playing at the same time that I've ever seen in my life. I have never seen two quality guys like these two that are going to lead the league in rushing, even or not receiving. Because you got guys like Tyreek, right? But he's not with Mahomes anymore. So instead of being number 2, he'll probably be like number 5, number 6. Devontae Adams is no longer with Rodgers, getting 70 targets a game. He's with Carr. They played in college. He's still going to get opportunities, but there's Darren Waller, Josh Jacobs, and Hunter Renfrow. So instead of scoring 15 to 18 touchdowns, maybe he'll score 8 to 13, a little bit less. But with Jamar Chase, he's the number 1, even with Higgins there. And with Justin Jefferson, you got Kevin O'Connell. So, I'm happy. And if I didn't get Jefferson, I wasn't going to pick Jamar Chase number 2 overall. I guess I could have, you know what I mean? But like I said, I had my heart set. And sometimes you got to pick a guy 3 picks early, 4 picks early. If I would have gone Eckler, I could have still won my league if I would have, but I had a strategy in mind that I wanted to do something different. So, and I follow every single team in the NFL, all 32 in depth. So, and some people in the room do it too. He said, yeah, basically MAO, just people with my work. Sounds like your people at work don't really watch football, dude. You want to Chase or CD? Yeah. CD is going to ball out for sure. Most of them don't watch football. Oh, there you go. Yeah, but that's cheating, bro. That's cheating. You know what I mean? Yeah, you won some money or whatever, but that's bullshit. I will never have someone like that in my league, ever. That's fucked up. It's cool for you if you want to win money, but that's bullshit. It's cheating, dude. Doesn't show any skill whatsoever. Lamar instead of Kelsey. Oh, wow. So you could have had Taylor, Jettas, and Kelsey, but you didn't get those. Okay. Right, there you go. Yeah, the number 1 person in our league, Sarah, she ended up getting Jonathan Taylor, right, Travis Kelsey, and Josh Allen. So she ended up getting 3 number 1 players. And I had to go based off her. So when she went Josh Allen, I had to go either Mahomes or Herbert. And I live here in Oregon, and the person that was after me is a Chief fan. It's her first time playing, so I just let her have Mahomes, and I picked Herbert instead. But I could have went Mahomes easy, but I think they're going to be very similar in production. So I was like, I'll be rooting for my Oregon Duck player. You can root for your Chiefs player. And then when she went Kelsey, I went Andrews. So sometimes you have to bounce off that other person. So you got Jonathan Taylor, Jettas, and Lamar. Oh, that's not bad. I would have gotten someone better than Lamar, but Jonathan Taylor and Justin Jefferson, that's beautiful. All right, let's look at some food. He's back. Braun Strowman. He's wearing red pants. He looks thinner, or is that me? Braun Strowman, he's got the shaved head, the red pants. I'm happy Braun is back. That's awesome. It's like AEW is like, damn. You know what I mean? They need to step their game up. And WWE is back. And imagine if they bring back Bray Wyatt also, The Fiend. Man. Great for Braun to be back. But Braun, they let Braun go because of injuries. He kept getting injured. So hopefully, he can stay injury-free. But he's got the look for sure. All right, so we got street tacos. We got chicken nachos. We got fries with cheese and bacon. We got birria tacos. Chicken thigh birria. And then we got pizza. And we got pepperoni pizza. And then we got Alfredo chicken. And we got another chicken Alfredo. And we got some beef raviolis. We got some chicken parm. We got some chicken. And waffles. Pancakes with the drizzle. French toast. Crepes. Woo! Pancakes. Let's go. Yeah. Herbert, dude. And sometimes when you have guys that are like similar in numbers, you just go for your favorites. You know what I mean? Like you got two guys that are pretty equal that you think they're going to do pretty well, you know, and sometimes you just have to go for the one that you like a little bit more, you know? I know, dude. Seriously, trust me. I know this. I'm so hungry right now, dude. Already 5 hours in.
You can do better, at least with your big name wireless carrier. With Xfinity Mobile, you can get unlimited for $30 per month on the nation's most reliable 5G network. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. Oh, I can do better. Yes, you can. I can do better too.
Now, you really can do better. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines and unlimited, just $30 a line.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think about going for a ride. You live nearby. That's the worst thing can happen. You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone.
Tickets done. You pick up 20 deal. Save 20%. How are folks going to pick up their order if they can't pick it up?
What you doing there, fellas?
I fix it a flat time.
Jimmy John's, save 20% on pickup orders when you order online.
I've got the van and murdered your daughter. How'd you like 1 minute? 1 minute alone. Where's my brother?
Vaping made my social anxieties 10 times worse. I used to be stressed about going to school and talking to new kids and stuff, but around my friends and around my family, that was comfortable for me. And then it became, even around those people, I had to vape. That's when the vaping cycle kicks in. It was a fake form of confidence. I felt bad about who I was before I started vaping, but after I started vaping, I felt worse about who I was becoming.
So sweet, so crispy. Nobody makes breakfast as good as Wendy's new homestyle French toast sticks.
Nobody.
Nope.
Keep going. I can't hear you.
Stop.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new homestyle French toast.
Had to go grab the gummies. Had to grab them and grab the beer. It's been a long fucking day, man. That beach trip was nice to get some of that mental health in, let me tell you. Plus, seeing Paisley run, chasing birds, seagulls and everything else in between, pelicans, crazy shit, and they'll be in the water and she'll just be like in the water because the tide is out. And it's like she'll be like 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour just going after them. Pretty wild. All right, I got a mango, baby. Mango beer. We're 5 hours in. I hope to God we can get at least to a decent number before I quit. Braun Strowman is back, which is awesome. Because I do want to see if I can get Paisley to take a walk, but she might be too pooped. So yeah, right. Nothing on the Cash App side. Still the 23. Like I said, hopefully we'll see if we can get some other goats to come in. But when you have your top 4, donators not in the room, kind of, sometimes people show up, sometimes people are busy, sometimes people are working, sometimes they have other obligations. And again, I don't stream once a week. I stream every day. So not everyone has that kind of commitment. So I get it. Some days are going to be good. Some days, not as good. It's all good. If I have to take an L, then I'll be right back at it tomorrow. And then we'll be grinding it out again. So yeah. And the bromance. Evans and Pittman. Evans is nice, and Michael Pittman will be the top option. You just need to make sure he's getting the proper targets, because Pittman is more like a flex. You know what I mean? He's a wide receiver 2 in fantasy, or a flex, or a backup. If you have someone better, but he is going to be the wide receiver 1. So, I mean, I think Pittman will ball out, but it all depends on how many targets Matt Ryan goes to him. Are they going to run the ball 20 to 25 times with Jonathan Taylor? More than likely. And so someone's got to get the targets, and Michael Pittman's the best option. So, I mean, we'll see if he ends up, putting up those good numbers and can help some of the younger receivers there as well.
Still have to deal with the reality that Aaliyah and Raquel Rodriguez are the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. And our opponents, first, also superhero, Nikki A.S.A. Ready to spoil the party. What an effort last night to survive both of these women in NXT House of Lions. Bring the grace point for it. Good job, Nikki A.S.A. following through there, technically becoming new NXT Women's Tag Team Champions. So they got a winner kill. They got a chip on their shoulder right now as they head into this tag team match.
Yeah, I mean, some of it's storyline because obviously MJF is back, and they can go CM Punk and talking about Colt Cabana and all that other shit. Sometimes it's just a work, Sometimes it seems like really real, but all of it's storyline and building up. And obviously now we're going to have MJF going for the belt against CM Punk, which they tried to do that originally before MJF left, and then CM Punk, Moxley, back and forth, and then eventually MJF is going to be champ. And then after that, hopefully Bryan Danielson will challenge MJF after that, because I feel MJF and Bryan Danielson are the most deserving. So sometimes you're just like feeding into the story. And we already know how CM Punk and obviously MJF looked up to CM Punk and met him when he was a little kid, and they had that feud early. And then MJF went, obviously did his, rant or whatever, and has been off TV for a while. So, I mean, I don't really care AEW, WWE. I just want good wrestling. You know what I mean? As long as the wrestling is good, I can give 2 shits where it comes from. I just want to be entertained, Chief will chief. Jody Fort's going to be a threat in the Chiefs offense. I can't wait, especially near the red zone. Jody. Chief will chief with a 5. Thank you, bro. There we go. With 37 to go. Hopefully in the next 52 minutes, we can hit that number. That way I can get some groceries for the fam and stuff for Paisley. And my girlfriend's daughter has school on Wednesday, I believe. Wednesday or Thursday is her first day. So, and I don't think she gets paid till next Thursday. So everyone is relying on O-Dog to hold everything fucking down. So got to work hard. Can't be doing 1-hour streams. Unacceptable. Yeah, I do like that. Chief, what do you want to see for pictures, bro? What you want, dog? Bang, 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 baby. Let's go. I can keep throwing up the food photos. I mean, whatever you want, bro. I know you love the food photos, and I will do like a specific food stream at some point, you know. Maybe when we get more people, maybe when we have like 30 or 40, and then we can go that route. People will donate, I'll throw up photos, and people can make requests even without donating. I'll throw up the photos, you know. It'll be fun. Yeah, MJF as champ would be perfect. All right, Monday Night Raw has been pretty good. Like I said, it's been good for the last, 6 weeks now since Triple H took over. But you let me know, brother. Just type it in the chat. Let me know, and I'll take care of you.
So she's gonna pull that one off. Not quite able to take Dewdrop. Oh, feet cost her a lot of energy. Sent on by Dewdrop into the cover. Take out from Raquel Rodriguez. Got somebody as big and strong as Raquel Rodriguez.
All right, so I'm just looking at the draft recap. So it's Jonathan Taylor. I picked Justin Jefferson, and then Holly went Eckler, and then Cooper Kupp went to Buck Dynasty. Jamar Chase with Jake, and then Devontae Adams went to Shep, and then Chief went Christian McCaffrey. Najee Harris to the Fluffers. Kamara went to Brute Saint because he's a Saint fan. And then Derrick Henry to the Blumpkins. Derrick Henry at 10 is wild. That's insane. And then it went Aaron Jones, Stephon Diggs, DeAndre Swift, Dalvin Cook, Joe Mixon, Debo, Fournette, CeeDee Lamb, and then I went Nick Chubb. Because I could have went Tyreek and Jefferson, but then my running backs would have been fucked. So sometimes you have to see what you're working with. And after I went Nick Chubb, as soon as I did that, Sarah went Tyreek and Kelsey. So I had to go Mark Andrews at that point if I wanted to have someone of that nature. So. And Chief went Kittle over. Let me see. Kyle Pitts, Kittle, and then round 4. Darren Waller slipped. I should have picked him.
Trying to separate me from my son by poisoning his mind. They just took out Edge, who is like family to me.
Let me see. Where the hell is Darren Waller? Darren Waller went in the 5th round. Wow. Brute Saint got him. I could have just doubled up and got Mark Andrews and Darren Waller, but I could have did Darren Waller instead of Saquon Barkley. I mean, I could have went that route, but sometimes you got to take a leap of faith with McCaffrey or Saquon and just think, oh, maybe it'll work out. Maybe it won't, you know? Thank you, bro. Appreciate you guys. 63. Okay. Thank you. And we got Sarah with a $2. $2 holla. $2 holla. Bang, 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 baby. Appreciate you. I can still keep doing the food photos. 65. We're getting closer now. More food ones. Let's do it. Tyler with a $2. Thank you, man. Thank you, Tyler. Representing the Vikings. And like I said, it's for Viking fans to hear someone like me that's not biased talk so highly. It's got to get Viking fans excited that, wow, you really think that O'Connell is going to make that much of a difference? You really think that, Russell Wilson and Nathaniel Hackett is going to really work? Yeah, I really do. I'm really excited to see what the Broncos and Vikings do. So I don't necessarily think the Vikings are going to go to the Super Bowl or even the NFC Championship game, but I do think they can make the playoffs. If they don't make it this year, I think they'll make it next year. And if they do make it this year, they're going to win 10 or 11 games with upside of 12 or 13 if O'Connell can get them right. But it might not be right away. Like, they're going to win the NFC North within the next 3 years. And hopefully they can make an NFC Championship game within the next 5 to 6. But it's going to take time, and they need to build the O-line and the defense. But when you have Kevin O'Connell there, it's different than having Zimmer. They actually, once they beat the Packers, everyone will be like, damn. You know what I mean? Even if they do it this year with Rodgers is there, that's going to say something. So I'm really expecting the Vikings to compete. And if the Packers win 10 to 13, who's to say that the Vikings can't do that also? With a brand new coach and a brand new scheme, a brand new motivation. Sometimes that's all you need. So appreciate you, Tyler. I'll give you another Vikings photo here, and then we'll keep doing food pics. Thank you, guys.
What do? Return to DiGiorno, the MVP. MV Pizza. Fresh big taste.
Maybe I'll hit you with a Randy Moss or something.
It's DiGiorno.
You really can get much for $5 these days, unless. Is that a real song? I think she liked it.
And I got hot dogs with relish and ketchup and mustard that I need to make too. So I know I don't like to eat late, but I mean, I need to eat something. And I bought that. So let's see, Randy Moss. I know I got some fire Randy Moss stuff.
Just when you thought you were done painting, you discover paint bleed under your tape. Not with Frog Tape. Frog Tape is the only painter's tape treated with paint block technology. Paint block reacts with the water in latex paint to form a micro barrier against paint bleed, giving you the sharpest lines possible. Get professional results with Frog Tape. No messy lines, no paint bleed. For sharp lines, every time, Frog it.
Frog it.
Happy Break Tuesday.
Oh, here we go. I got a fire Randy.
You can get any large pizza for just $12.99, which makes Tuesday the best day to bring home
Like Randy rookie year shit, like 98 shit.
Order now at popburgies.com.
Second best wide receiver of all time, Randy Moss. Better than T.O. I like Megatron a lot too. T.O. just got a shit attitude. But he was a good player. I'll give him that, but I'll take Randy over T.O. Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, T.O., Megatron, and then you'll have a bunch of other guys competing, like Larry Fitzgerald and all these other guys. Woo, baby. Justin Jefferson, Randy Moss, baby. Appreciate you, Tyler. Bang, 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 bang. 67. Let's go. 33 to go. I mean, I have been streaming for 5 hours and 17 minutes. Fuck. Yeah, I'm excited for you guys to see where it goes. All right, you guys, let me know what pictures you want me to throw up. Obviously, here for the next, 42 minutes, 43 minutes. But you guys let me know what angle you guys want to go. Austin Theory.
It's gutsy and even inspiring that Austin Theory is here on Raw tonight after being assaulted by Tyson Fury, blindsided by the World Heavyweight Champion, then taking a transatlantic flight to Kansas City just to be here for the WWE Universe. Thank you, Theory. Thank you.
Yeah, let me know. Get specific on what you guys want to see, and I'll keep it moving. I can keep doing the food photos, but if there's anything that you want to see that I haven't pulled up or I have it in my files or whatever, you guys can fire off, some suggestions and whatnot. And I mean, I got a lot, but I figured there would be probably some things that you guys want to see too.
Was an absolute success. Just kidding. Clash at the Castle was. Can you shut your mouths? I'm sure all of you wanted to see me fail at my cash-in, but here I am, still the youngest Mr. Money in the Bank in all of WWE history.
Dude, what is Vince's son talking about?
And that just
Austin Theory.
guarantees that I am the future, undisputed champion.
Ham and cheese omelet. All right, I'll get that.
And the difference between me and all of you is when I get knocked down, I get back up. Even if it's a sucker punch from a world champion boxer like Tyson Fury. That's besides the point because Roman Reigns is still champion. But I hate to admit this, but I'm actually glad Roman Reigns is champion. Because for one, Drew McIntyre completely embarrassed himself in front of all of his friends and family. And two, me and Roman Reigns still have some unfinished business. Because soon I will cash in this money in the Bank contract. Fury must have got a lot more of that punch. Shut up! You're making my jaw hurt! I will soon end Roman Reigns' 2-year reign as champion, and I will be the new undisputed WWE Universal Champion.
Got Kevin Owens coming out. Kevin Owens, baby. Love it with the old school KO. Love him. One of my top 5 favorites that's in WWE right now. Ooh, bacon, yeah.
What's wrong with your jaw? Oh, wait. I remember. You got knocked the hell out. Hey, guys. Listen to this one. You got KO'd. You see right in there? That's good stuff right there, yeah?
Yeah, I'm ready for fucking Thursday night as well. Hopefully we have a better turnout tomorrow. I mean, I'll be starting at probably 7. I got to take a look to see what we got going on, and hopefully we can get some of the goats that normally are in the building. And I'm supposed to get my Julio rookie tomorrow, either tomorrow or Wednesday. So hopefully everything works out and there's no issues in the mail, like my Chase Elliott going to North Carolina instead of Oregon. So excited about that. $350 investment. It's already worth $500. So, and I think it's going to go up to 1,000 or more sooner than later too.
Certainly won't be the last one we deal with, but right now, currently, you
I like the breakfast stuff. I'm on that breakfast tip right now.
Tyson Fury did at Clash of the Castle. That's the name of the show. At Clash of the Castle is he did you a favor. Because if you had been able to catch your contract, either Drew or Roman would have put you to the ground and you would have lost that opportunity forever. Now, you don't know what you're talking about. But you know what? I know what it is. You're jealous. Yeah, you're jealous. You're the guy that's always running around talking about championships, but you haven't won one in years. Meanwhile, someone like me is just climbing the ladder of success and doing things that you can never do, like becoming Mr. Money in the Bank. What? And listen, Kevin, I kind of feel bad for you. So how about this? You can be first in line for the guy when I successfully cash this in, and I'm
Let's go.
WWE Universal Champion.
Nope. I mean, when you don't have very many people in the room, you know. I know we're 37 away, man. I mean, we got, 35 minutes max. I'll go. Like I said, I wanted to try to be able to spend some time with Paisley, but she might be pooped or whatever. But I mean, like I said, if it ends up being that's what it is, and then hopefully we can have like a $300 or $400 day sometime this week to make up for it. It happens, you know. Sometimes the donos are high. Sometimes you'll get someone that'll donate 50 or 100, and then we're good. And then sometimes it, you know, it is what it is. So I need to get more goats, I guess, huh? Need to keep working, keep grinding. I mean, good thing for Eagles John, or we would have really been fucked today. Eagles John and Holly, Sarah, and a few others. We would have been fucked up today. Shout out to Tyler for donating too. Thank you. You like bacon on your bacon? Yeah, me too. I love the bacon.
So great. Yeah, you would have climbed the ladder. You would have grabbed the briefcase. You would have beat Roman Reigns. That all sounds like fairy tale land. But you know what this is? This is reality. And the reality is I'm the hand-picked future of this business. And you're just trying really hard to stay relevant. I'll give you that. I do everything I can to stay relevant. That's why I'm so good. That's why I'm Kevin Owens. That's why I got here.
Thank you, Chief. Get a little bit closer now. Thank you, Chief.
Let me tell you this. You
$3 holla.
future of WWE. But not anymore. You know what else I know?
Thank you so much. It's like we really need Cyber and Cyber and Shep and Holly and Mr. Williams. And thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Let me know what you guys want to see for photos. We got 33 minutes to get what, $30? I mean, as closest to 100 as we can get would be great. I mean, you want to be closer to $20 an hour rather than $10 an hour, you know? Oh, I got Kevin Owens in Theory about to fight. And when donos are low, you just take a shitload of gummies. Thank you, Chief. Yeah, me too.
isn't, but his timing is still there. That was crucial. Caught Kevin Owens coming in. Oh, charging in the clubbing clothesline.
Clear the deck. Cannonball coming.
Lining Austin Theory.
At least week before he does now.
Crushed on Saturday.
Oh, no.
His body is crushed on Monday. It wasn't bad. Jimmy's guns didn't pick up 20 deals, save 20%. How are folks going to pick up their order if they can't pick it up?
What you doing, fellas?
All right, so we got bacon,
Jimmy John's save 20% on pickup orders when you order online.
some more bacon,
You can save more with one line of
and even more bacon.
the lowest price in retail.
Let's go.
Big moments like your little star debut. Save more only at Metro. Now that gas prices are so high, Domino's is giving you 20% off all.
Nothing wrong with looking at bacon photos.
For a limited time. So hurry and take advantage of these low prices. I mean, high prices. I mean, low prices. We do the deal. 20% off menu prices on everything for now at Domino's. What do? You turn to DiGiorno, the MVP. MV Pizza. Fresh big taste. The win it moves. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
So smooth, so crisp. Nobody makes breakfast.
You going to your chiropractor? Well, hopefully your back gets better. Any word on jobs and anything? What's going on with the job search and everything? How are you feeling about that?
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new homestyle French toast sticks.
Some days it felt like asthma is holding me back, but asthma has taken enough. So I go triple.
With Trilogy. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, it's the only one-standing treatment for adults that takes triple action against asthma symptoms. Trilogy helps make breathing easier, improves lung function, and lasts for 24 hours. Go triple.
Go Trilogy, because asthma has taken enough.
Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Trilogy contains a medicine that increases risk of hospitalizations and death from asthma problems when used alone. When this medicine is used with inhaled corticosteroid, like in Trilogy, there is not a significant increased risk of these events. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase risk of thrush and infections. Get emergency care for serious allergic reactions. See your doctor if your asthma does not improve or gets worse.
Yeah, Theory is mid-card to me too. I think me and Sarah talked about that earlier too. He's not that good, you know what I mean? He's not a very good talker. You know, what is he supposed to be bred like the next John Cena? Maybe that's what Vince was going to make him, you know, like a protege of like, you know, a heel. But there's nothing really. He's mid-card. I mean, if you're going to have someone like him be champ, I would rather have like Dolph Ziggler. You know what I mean? Even though Ziggler's older, but you know what I mean? Like that type of wrestler that's like mid-level. I'd rather have Miz or Dolph Ziggler have a belt than this fucking Theory guy, you know? Eyes are heavy, dog. Stick some bacon in your eyes and you can wake up, dude. Nothing like bacon grease to wake you the fuck up, huh? 1-star review. That's a great review. Number one chiropractor. Yeah, it sounds like your back got all fucking jacked up, huh? Bacon. 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 Pancakes. Some more pancakes. Some French toast. The waffles. I'm going to find another waffle photo. Yeah, we can call it a stream at any point here. Like I said, I'm not sure. I mean, unless we get some like crazy, you know, last minute show up type thing, you know what I mean? But sometimes you just gotta, you know, take the L and just hope that more people show up, and then go from there. I mean, I'm not gonna quit. I'm gonna keep grinding.
Covered by Kevin Owens, hook in the leg. Listen, from Austin Theory, complaining about Austin Theory all you want. You may not like Theory's attitude or his outlook on this business.
I don't know. I'm just watching Raw, and then got some TV shows to catch up. Did you guys watch the new Rick and Morty that debuted a couple days ago? Did you guys? I don't know if you guys like Rick and Morty as much as me, but it debuted. It was pretty good. Not sure if you guys watched it or not. I retweeted it on my Twitter timeline.
Once again in control, this matchup makes it all the more impressive that he is out here competing at this level after what went down at Clash of the Castle. Theory had the intention, or so it would seem, to catch him, perhaps making Roman Reigns and Drew McIntyre choke up the watch. Out of the front row, World Boxing champion Tyson Fury with a right cross that turned Fury's lights out. It all feels like Fury's trying to make active attempts at her curse. Remember what happened in SummerSlam and trying to cash in at F5 on the Money in the Bank briefcase. Now he gets knocked out cold by Tyson Fury.
Yeah, it just came out a couple days ago. It's season 6, so they're going to do season 7. But they dropped the introduction, the intro, of the show, and I was like, oh shit! And then I went to the channel and then recorded the season or whatever, and I have to rewatch it. I think I was too stoned when I watched it last time, so I want to make sure I'm like I can remember everything that happens in the episode. But yeah, that's another. So that Rick and Morty, I'll throw up a couple photos of stuff that you guys need to watch. But first, another picture of a waffle. Okay. Here we go. Beautiful. Okay. And then you need to watch this if you're looking for something to watch other than NWSF. Right here. If you like Game of Thrones. Okay. House of the Dragon. Trust me, you'll watch it. You'll love it. And then obviously with Rick and Morty.
Stronger the intensity Kevin Owens becomes. The fire inside of Owens, he's been reignited over the past several weeks. It's going to be hard, if not impossible, to extinguish because Kevin Owens is here to fight Owens' fight. And again, there he goes! Inside, knees up! Kevin Owens in agony.
So House of the Dragon, if you like Game of Thrones. If you like cartoons like me, it's my favorite thing to watch other than sports most of the time. It just makes me happy, puts me in a good mood. I like 80s stuff. I like some current stuff that's out now as well. But you can never go wrong with Rick and Morty.
You can do better, at least with your big name wireless carrier. With Xfinity Mobile, you can get unlimited for $30 per month on the nation's most reliable 5G network. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Oh, I can do better.
Yes, you can. I can do better too.
And then if you also like Lord of the Rings, they have like a little spin-off that they're doing right now too, which is a couple episodes in, and it's good. So, I mean, if you guys like Lord of the Rings, you like Game of Thrones, you like Rick and Morty, I'm giving you just a couple of examples of things that, that'll, at least keep you occupied, keep you happy, The Lord of the Rings and the Game of Thrones have a cult following. Cult following here. This is a fire one right here. Schmeagol. But it doesn't have any of these characters in it. Obviously, it's the new show that I think probably takes place hundreds or thousands of years before, kind of like this one. It takes place before Game of Thrones, so kind of like a prequel. And then you got and you got the new Lord of the Rings thing, and then you got the Rick and Morty. So definitely got some things that you can watch, like this waffle. Oh, the Beavis and Butthead shit! I haven't even seen that either. The grind is real, and it just gets kind of hard. You know what I mean? It's like I don't need to be rich. I don't need to make some crazy amount. I just want to make sure that if I'm putting in the hustle and the grind, you just hope that you can get just like compensated. Just a normal amount. For the hard work and the energy and the time and the entertainment. You know what I mean? No one else works as hard as me, and that's why I know I'm going to make it, because like there's going to be times where where I've been grinding and there's like one fucking person in the room, and we're going to laugh about this down the road when I blow up. It's like it gets tough. You know what I mean? It's just like I just try to give you my all, try to make sure that we have good shows every day. It's not easy doing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hour streams a day. And the reason why is because no one else on fucking planet Earth does it. I'm the only one. You know what I mean? And a lot of it is because I like the people that are in the room and I appreciate you guys. I just hope that we can blow up so that way I don't have to rely on the same, 5 or 10 people, that we can have some newbies, drop a 20 or drop a 50 or drop 100. And then I can quit after 3 hours instead of going for 8 and just fucking trying to make sure I can eat food and take care of the family. You know what I'm saying? It's, a lot of times it's stuff. It's like, it's not ideal for me necessarily every day to go for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. No one else is doing that. You know what I mean? But I just have to be positive. I have to grind it out, have faith. And anytime we end up having a bad stream, like maybe dono wise, or views or subs or whatever, we usually bounce back the next day anyways. So, but I won't lie. It's hard sometimes, when I'm giving my all and I just need more people in the room. And, sometimes they're there and sometimes they're not, I can't control where people show up, if they're sleeping or working or if they're somewhere else. So, but I do appreciate you guys tremendously. It's not like I have a goal of 500 of fucking in donos every day, just to survive. Ooh, Kevin Owens. 1, 2, 2.
Displayed by Mr. Money in the Bank. Kevin Owens went to the Royal once again. Before the break, Owens was looking for a swanton in theory. Had the wherewithal to
Waffles, bacon, waffles. The thing is glistening with the oil.
Looking for the stunners, Kevin Owens. Elbow on the ear of Theory.
Where do you think everyone is today? Do you think it's just because I did the fantasy draft that people didn't want to come in? Or people that were in the fantasy draft and they just left and had other shit they had to do? I mean, I know some people got to work tomorrow, so I get it. I get it, man. I get it. People got to go to work. I'm working right now. I work every day. Not very many people work every day. 2 months straight, no vacation, no time off. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hour streams every day. I'm grinding, man. So, you just got to keep it moving. All right, what do we want to do? Do we just want to call it, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's already 5 hours and 41 minutes. I don't think anyone else is showing up. I mean, it's what, 1:40 where you guys are, or 2:40. We just have to maybe just call it an L today. And I appreciate all the support and all the love and appreciation with the chicken and the waffles and all the fire breakfast photos. Obviously, that makes me happy. And hopefully my Julio card shows up tomorrow or the next day. I will keep entertaining you guys. I will give you my all every single day. And hopefully we can travel. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I mean, but like I said, with, we're not seeing a whole lot of Mr. Williams, with his work schedule. We're not seeing Cyberpunk, and obviously Cyberpunk is my number one donator besides Holly. So if I don't get donos from him 6 days out of the week or 5 days out of the week, it hurts. You know what I mean? It's not easy. It's like, it's one thing when people are, hustling and, you're okay, but it's like when you're missing out on your top 4 donators, it's hard. But you just got to stay positive, and hopefully things will be better tomorrow. Do some Mariners and some Dodgers and, yeah, maybe traveling or whatnot. But I had a lot of fun. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys very, very much. Hopefully the crowd will be bigger tomorrow. Appreciate all the support. Jameson, Chief, Sarah, everyone that's in the room. Sarah, congratulations on the draft. You kicked ass today. And now it's you and me moving forward. So, like I said, it could be you and me in the championship. Could be you and me in the championship. We will have to kind of see how it all plays out. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Have a great rest of your night. I mean, we're obviously going already into the, next day. That's like 18 minutes until we get there. So have a great rest of your night. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And again, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully everything pans out. I mean, it should be. It'll be Tuesday. It's like 3-day vacation. A lot of people were, gone, like you said. So, and like I said, it was kind of surprising with the NASCAR stream too. I figured we would have more fans that showed up, but I guess, people are camping, vacationing, and people got other shit going on. So, I guess anytime it's a holiday, I can't assume that I'm going to get a lot of views on NASCAR and whatnot. So I appreciate you guys, and I love you guys. Thank you guys. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you for all the donos, the support. I love you. I appreciate you guys very much. Chief, Jameson, Sarah, everyone else in the room. You guys are awesome. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Tomorrow is another day, and we're going to grind it out. Gang.